The smell of seared beef fat and caramelizing onions hung thick in the kitchen air, mixing with the sharp metallic tang of stainless steel and the perpetual dampness that clung to the rubber floor mats. Archie wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist, careful not to touch his face with his latex-gloved hands, and returned his attention to the sauté pan. The flames licked up the sides as he tossed the vegetables with a practiced flick that came from 17 years of working restaurant kitchens across Chattanooga. His lower back ached with the familiar throb that started around hour 6 of every shift, and his feet sent dull complaints through shoes whose non-slip soles had worn smooth months ago. He couldn't afford new ones yet, not with his daughter's college expenses looming. The lunch rush had peaked and was beginning to ebb. Through the expediting window, he could see the dining room still half full of downtown office workers grabbing late meals, their voices creating a steady murmur that filtered back into the kitchen. The ticket printer rattled, spitting out another order. Archie glanced at it without breaking rhythm, his knife already moving through a pile of fresh herbs. Beside him, the sous chef everyone called Moses worked the grill station, his dark hands moving with the precision of a surgeon as he flipped steaks and checked temperatures. Moses had worked at this restaurant for 12 years, longer than Archie, and had taught him most of what he knew about timing and heat control. "Table 7 needs that salmon 5 minutes ago," the expeditor called out, a hint of stress creeping into her voice. "Plating now," Archie responded, his tone automatic and calm. The salmon fillet rested perfectly on the white plate, its skin crackling and golden. He arranged the vegetables with quick efficiency, added the sauce with a careful drizzle, wiped the rim clean with a towel, and slid it onto the pass. The kitchen was narrow, designed for efficiency rather than comfort. 6 stations lined the walls, and the center aisle stayed perpetually congested during service. The dishwashing area occupied the far back corner, where steam rose in constant clouds, and young Luis worked with earbuds in, his head nodding to music no one else could hear. The walk-in cooler hummed against the back wall, its motor adding to the ambient noise that Archie had long ago learned to tune out. The ceiling-mounted exhaust hoods roared overhead, sucking up heat and smoke and grease-laden air, but never quite enough to keep the temperature below 85 degrees. Archie's phone buzzed in his back pocket. He ignored it. Everyone ignored their phones during service unless they wanted the chef to throw them in the trash. The chef, a perpetually stressed man named Donald, who ran the kitchen with an iron fist and a vocabulary that could peel paint, was in his office dealing with a supplier dispute. That meant the kitchen ran with slightly less tension, though everyone still moved with the urgent precision that the job demanded. Moses coughed, a wet sound that cut through the ambient noise. Archie glanced over. The sous chef's face was flushed, sweat beading heavily on his forehead and upper lip. He wiped it away with his sleeve and went back to the grill. "You good?" Archie asked. "Yeah, man, just this heat." Moses's voice came out rougher than usual, strained. "Been feeling off since this morning? You need to step out? Get some air?" "Can't. We're too deep in the weeds." Moses coughed again, this time doubling over slightly. Several of the other cooks glanced his way but kept working. "You didn't stop moving during service unless you were actively dying, and even then you gave someone else your station first." The ticket printer continued its rhythmic chatter. Archie worked through 3 more orders, his hands moving through muscle memory built over nearly 2 decades. Dice, sauté, plate. Check the ticket. Dice, sauté, plate. The rhythm was meditative, a kind of flow state that made the hours pass. His mind wandered to his daughter, who was finishing her senior year at a high school in Red Bank, just across the Tennessee River. She'd gotten her acceptance letter from University of Tennessee 3 weeks ago. He'd cried when she showed him, something he hadn't done since his wife died 6 years earlier. The tuition would stretch him thin, but they'd manage. He'd pick up extra shifts, maybe work some catering gigs on the weekends. A crash erupted from the dish pit. Luis had dropped an entire rack of plates. The sound of shattering porcelain cut through the kitchen noise, and everyone winced. Donald would be pissed about that. "Sorry, sorry," Luis called out, his voice tight with embarrassment and something else. Fear, maybe. My hands aren't working right." Archie looked over. Luis was staring at his hands like they belonged to someone else, his face pale and sheened with sweat. The kid was only 19, had been working at the restaurant for about 4 months. Good worker usually, never broke things. "You feeling okay?" Archie called back. Luis didn't answer immediately. He swayed slightly, grabbed the edge of the sink for support. "I don't know. I feel really weird. Hot. My head hurts." "Go splash some water on your face," Archie suggested. "Take 5 minutes." Moses coughed again, this time so hard he had to step away from the grill. He braced himself against the prep counter, his shoulders heaving. When he straightened up, Archie saw blood flecked on his lips. That wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. "Moses, you need to go home," Archie said, his voice firm. "That's not just the heat." "I'm fine." But Moses's voice cracked halfway through the sentence, and his eyes were unfocused, glassy, fever bright. The printer kept spitting tickets. The lunch rush wouldn't stop just because people were getting sick. Archie took over the grill station, calling out to one of the prep cooks to cover his sauté station. The kitchen reshuffled with practiced efficiency. They'd all worked sick before. You worked sick, or you didn't get paid, and none of them could afford to miss a shift. Archie's phone buzzed again, and again. Someone was calling repeatedly. His stomach tightened with worry. His daughter knew not to call during his shift unless it was an emergency. He pulled the phone out, glanced at the screen. 3 missed calls from her, 2 texts. The first text read, "Dad, where are you?" The second, "Something's wrong. Everyone's freaking out. The news is saying..." The message cut off. He tried to open the full text thread, but the kitchen Wi-Fi was spotty at best, and his signal kept dropping. He was about to step into the back hallway to call her when Donald burst out of his office, his phone pressed to his ear, his face pale. "Everyone shut up!" Donald shouted, and the kitchen went quiet except for the exhaust hoods and the hiss of the grill. "Turn on the TV!" There was a small television mounted in the corner near the expediting station, usually playing whatever sports game was on. Donald grabbed the remote and switched to a news channel. The image showed aerial footage of the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga campus, specifically the Engineering and Science Complex. Smoke rose from one of the buildings. Police cars and emergency vehicles crowded the streets, their lights flashing in the afternoon sun. The chyron at the bottom of the screen read, "Breaking suspected terrorist attack at UTC Research Laboratory, multiple casualties, hazmat teams responding." The news anchor's voice filled the kitchen. Still unclear what exactly happened inside the laboratory, but sources tell us there was some kind of explosion or chemical release approximately 90 minutes ago. First responders are treating multiple individuals for exposure to an unknown substance. The university has issued a shelter-in-place order for all students and staff, and authorities are advising residents in the immediate area to remain indoors with windows closed. We're hearing reports of a possible terrorist attack, though officials have not confirmed. Moses made a sound, a low groan that didn't sound quite human. Archie turned away from the television to see the sous chef bent over the grill, his hands gripping the edge of the hot surface. Smoke rose from where his palms pressed against the metal, but he didn't seem to notice or care. His whole body shook. "Moses, get your hands off the grill!" Archie moved toward him, but Moses suddenly straightened up and turned around. The expression on his face stopped Archie in his tracks. Moses's eyes were bloodshot. The whites turned pink and threaded with dark veins. His mouth hung open, and blood dripped from his nose, down his chin, soaking into his chef's whites. But it was the look in his eyes that made Archie's skin go cold, a complete absence of recognition, of humanity, just hunger. Moses lunged. He moved faster than a sick man should be able to move, faster than should have been possible for someone who'd been barely standing moments before. He crashed into one of the prep cooks, a young woman named Terry, and took her down to the floor. She screamed, a high piercing sound that cut through everything else. Moses bit down on her shoulder, his teeth tearing through her chef's coat and the shirt underneath, and blood sprayed across the white tile floor. For a heartbeat, everyone froze. The human mind needs a moment to process the impossible, to reconcile what the eyes are seeing with what reality should allow. Then the kitchen exploded into chaos. Archie grabbed the first thing his hand touched, a 10-inch chef's knife from the magnetic strip on the wall. His body moved on instinct, all those years of working with knives translating into a kind of terrible muscle memory. He lunged forward and drove the blade down into Moses's back, aiming for where he thought the spine would be. The knife sank in with a resistance that felt like cutting through a tough roast, a mixture of meat and gristle and the scrape of metal on bone. Moses didn't stop, didn't even seem to feel it. He kept tearing at Terry, who was screaming and thrashing underneath him. Donald grabbed a sauté pan, hot oil still sloshing inside it, and swung it like a club. The pan connected with the side of Moses's head with a sound like a melon hitting pavement. Hot oil splashed across Moses's face and neck, and this time he reacted, rearing back with a shriek that raised the hair on Archie's arms. The shriek wasn't pained. It was rage, pure and mindless. Moses turned toward Donald, his face a mask of burns and blood, and charged. Donald stumbled backward, tripped over his own feet, and went down hard. His head cracked against the corner of a prep counter, and he went still. More screaming erupted from the dish pit. Archie spun to see Luis, the dishwasher, attacking one of the servers who'd come back to grab water glasses. Luis had the young man pinned against the dish machine, biting at his throat, while the server tried desperately to push him away. Blood poured down the server's neck, soaking into his black shirt until it gleamed wetly under the fluorescent lights. Terry was crawling across the floor, leaving a smear of blood behind her. Her shoulder was a mangled mess of torn fabric and flesh. She was trying to say something, her mouth moving, but only gasping sounds came out. Moses, the knife still jutting from his back, and his face a horror of burns, bent down and grabbed her ankle. She kicked at him with her other foot, caught him in the face, but he didn't let go. Archie's mind screamed at him to run, to get out, but his body was still locked in that moment of frozen incomprehension. This couldn't be happening. This was Moses, who'd taught him how to properly render duck fat, who'd covered for him when he needed to leave early for his daughter's school events, who'd been complaining about his wife snoring just yesterday. This wasn't possible. Then Moses's head turned toward him, and Archie saw nothing in those bloodshot eyes but appetite. That broke the spell. He ran, not toward the back exit, which would have meant going past Luis and the server, but toward the swinging door that led to the dining room. He hit the door hard, bursting through into a scene that would have been almost comical if it weren't terrifying. The lunch crowd had noticed something was wrong. Screams from the kitchen had filtered out. Several people were standing, looking toward the expediting window with expressions of concern and confusion. One man was on his phone, presumably calling 911. The hostess stood frozen at her podium, her eyes wide. "Run!" Archie shouted at them. "Get out!" Everyone get out. The swinging door behind him crashed open. Moses stumbled through, his movements jerky and wrong, the knife still protruding from his back. Blood and oil dripped from his ruined face. The dining room erupted into panic. People screamed, chairs scraped and toppled, tables overturned. The crowd surged toward the front entrance in a stampede of fear. Archie ran with them, his kitchen clogs slapping against the hardwood floor. Someone fell in front of him, an older woman who'd been knocked down by the crush. He grabbed her arm, hauled her to her feet, pushed her forward. Behind them, Moses made that inhuman shrieking sound again. The front door was a bottleneck. Too many people trying to squeeze through at once. Archie could feel the panic in his chest, his heart hammering so hard it hurt. He looked back and saw Moses grab one of the fleeing customers, a man in a business suit, and bite down on the back of his neck. The man's scream was cut short as he crumpled. Two other customers tried to fight Moses off, hitting him with chairs, but he seemed not to notice the impacts. He went for them with that terrible, single-minded hunger. Archie made it through the front door and onto the sidewalk. The afternoon sun blinded him after the dimness of the restaurant. The street was already in chaos. He could hear sirens in the distance, lots of them, coming from multiple directions. People were running, though he couldn't tell if they were running from something or just running because everyone else was. A car accident blocked the intersection ahead. Two vehicles crumpled together, their drivers standing beside the wreckage arguing, or they had been arguing. Now they were looking around at the panic with confused expressions. Archie's phone buzzed again. He pulled it out with shaking hands, his fingers slippery with blood. Moses's blood, Terry's blood, he didn't know whose. The screen showed another missed call from his daughter. He tried to call her back, but the call wouldn't connect. The network was already overloaded. More screams erupted from down the block. Archie looked and saw people running out of a coffee shop, chased by something. Someone. A woman in barista's apron, moving with that same jerky wrongness he'd seen in Moses, her face smeared with blood. She caught one of the fleeing customers and dragged him down. The world had gone insane. That was the only explanation Archie's mind could offer. Some kind of gas attack, some chemical from the lab that made people crazy and violent. The news report, UTC, an explosion, chemical exposure. This had to be connected. This had to be what they'd been talking about. His daughter. His daughter was in Red Bank, just across the river. He had to get to her, had to make sure she was safe. Archie started running, not away from the chaos, but toward the parking garage where he'd left his truck that morning. It was only 3 blocks away, but those 3 blocks felt like miles. Everywhere he looked, he saw scenes of violence and panic. A homeless man, someone Archie recognized from seeing him on this street corner every day, was attacking a cyclist who'd stopped to see what was wrong. A group of teenagers were fleeing from what looked like their teacher, who chased them with blood dripping from her mouth. Every block had someone screaming, someone running, someone attacking or being attacked. Archie's mind tried to catalog what he was seeing to make sense of the pattern. The people attacking, they all looked sick. Bloodshot eyes bleeding from nose and mouth, faces flushed with fever. They moved strangely, sometimes fast and sometimes stumbling, like their bodies weren't quite under their control. And they went for people with teeth and hands, biting, tearing, showing a violence that seemed beyond human capability or restraint. He reached the parking garage and ran up the stairs to level 3, where his truck was parked. His hands shook so badly he could barely get the key in the door. When he finally got it open, he threw himself inside and locked the doors. For a moment, he just sat there, breathing hard, his hands gripping the steering wheel. The steering wheel was sticky with blood. His chef's whites were soaked with it. He still had his phone in one hand. He tried calling his daughter again. This time, miraculously, it rang. Once, twice, 3 times. "Dad?" Her voice, when she answered, was thick with tears and terror. "Baby, I'm here." "Are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm at school." "They locked us down." "Dad, everyone's phone is blowing up with videos and people are saying it's everywhere, that people are attacking each other. Some kind of disease from the lab. Is that true? What's happening?" Archie watched through the parking garage's open wall as a police cruiser raced past on the street below, siren wailing. Then another. Then an ambulance. The sirens were constant now, overlapping into a continuous wail. "I don't know what's happening," he admitted, but I'm coming to get you. Stay in the school. Don't leave the building. Don't let anyone in who looks sick. I'm coming right now. Dad, I'm scared. I know, baby. Me too, but I'm coming, I promise. He started the truck. The engine turned over with its familiar rumble, and for a moment that simple normalcy was almost enough to make him believe this was all some terrible nightmare. But the blood on his hands was real. The screaming from the streets below was real. Red Bank was only about 4 miles away, normally a 15-minute drive across the Veterans Bridge. Archie threw the truck in reverse, backed out of his space, and headed for the exit ramp. As he spiraled down through the parking garage levels, he could see more of the city through the open walls. Smoke rose from several locations. The streets were gridlocked with cars, some abandoned, some crashed, some with drivers still inside honking uselessly at the traffic. People ran between the stopped vehicles, some fleeing, some chasing. The parking garage exit put him onto Market Street. He had to get to Highway 27 to reach the bridge. The truck had a full tank. He'd filled it yesterday. That was something. His mind latched onto small practical details as a way to avoid thinking about the bigger horror. Full tank. Windows intact. Doors lock. These were things he could control, things that made sense. The streets were worse than he'd expected. Every intersection was blocked with stopped cars. Many of them crashed into each other or into storefronts. Traffic lights still cycled through their patterns, green to yellow to red, as if the world hadn't just come apart. Archie leaned on his horn, trying to force his way through, but there was nowhere for the other cars to go. Everyone was trying to get somewhere, to escape, to reach their families. A woman ran in front of his truck, and he slammed on the brakes. She was holding a child, maybe 3 years old, and both of them were crying. Behind her, a man in a business suit pursued them with bloody hands outstretched. The man's mouth was open in a soundless scream, and his eyes had that same terrible emptiness Archie had seen in Moses. The woman made it past Archie's truck and between 2 stopped cars. The man didn't. He crashed into the side of Archie's truck, his hands slapping against the driver's side window, leaving bloody smears. His face pressed against the glass, and Archie could see every horrible detail: the broken blood vessels in his eyes, the foam at the corners of his mouth, the way his teeth were stained red. Archie jerked the wheel and hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, bumping over the curb onto the sidewalk. The man, the thing that had been a man, lost his grip and fell. Archie didn't look back. He kept going, driving on the sidewalk when the street was blocked, weaving between abandoned cars, his sole focus on getting to the bridge. His phone rang. He answered without looking, assuming it was his daughter calling back. "Archie?" It was Donald's voice, strained and barely recognizable. "Archie, if you're out there, don't come back. Don't come back to the restaurant. Everyone's—" His voice broke. "Moses killed Terry. Luis killed someone. I think I'm hurt. I think they bit me. My head, I can't think straight. Everything's hot. If you're hearing this, just run, just—" The line went dead. Archie threw the phone onto the passenger seat. His hands were shaking again. Donald had sounded delirious, fevered. How fast did this spread? How long from bite to whatever Moses had become? Minutes? Hours? The bridge. He could see it ahead now, the Veterans Bridge spanning the Tennessee River. But the approach was completely gridlocked. Cars stretched back at least a quarter mile from the bridge entrance, none of them moving. Archie pulled onto the shoulder, drove past the stopped traffic. Some drivers honked at him. Others had abandoned their vehicles entirely and were running toward the bridge on foot, carrying whatever they could grab: suitcases, backpacks, children, pets. An old man pushed a shopping cart full of belongings. A woman struggled along with a heavy bag, her face streaked with tears and sweat. Halfway to the bridge, the traffic jam's cause became clear. There was a police blockade at the bridge entrance. 3 police cars parked nose to tail, their lights flashing, and officers in tactical gear forming a human barrier. They were turning people back, not letting anyone cross. Archie pulled his truck to a stop and jumped out. The air smelled like smoke and rubber and something else, something organic and wrong. Dozens of people were arguing with the police, shouting, pleading, "You can't keep us here. My family is on the other side. This is illegal. You can't do this." One of the officers, a middle-aged man with sergeant's stripes, was trying to explain through a megaphone. "The bridge is closed by order of the Emergency Management Director. All routes out of downtown Chattanooga are closed. This is a quarantine zone. Everyone needs to return to their homes and shelter in place until—" His words were drowned out by the crowd's angry roar. Someone threw a bottle that shattered on one of the police cars. The officers' hands moved to their weapons, and the crowd surged backward, a ripple of fear running through the mass of people. Archie pushed through the crowd, trying to get closer. "I have to get across," he shouted. "My daughter is in Red Bank. She's at school. I have to get to her." The sergeant's eyes met his for a moment, and Archie saw something in them that made his stomach drop. Pity and fear in equal measure. "Sir, I'm sorry. No one crosses. Those are my orders. The infection is spreading too fast. They're trying to contain it to the downtown area." "Contain it? You can't contain people in here with those things?" "We have units coming. National Guard is being mobilized. Emergency services are setting up treatment centers. You need to find a safe place to—" A scream cut him off, shrill and terrified. The crowd turned as one. Down the street, back toward downtown, a group of infected was approaching. At least a dozen of them, some running, some stumbling, all with that same horrible single-mindedness. They fell on the rear of the crowd like a wave. The crowd broke. People scattered in every direction, some trying to force their way past the police barricade, some running back toward downtown, some just running with no destination in mind. The police line started to crumble as officers broke ranks to defend themselves. Gunshots cracked through the air, sharp, shocking sounds that momentarily cut through the chaos. Archie ran back to his truck. His mind raced through options. If he couldn't cross here, maybe there was another bridge. Or he could try to go around, take Highway 58 north and loop back. Or maybe the river. Could he swim it? No, that was insane. The current was too strong, and he'd be exposed, vulnerable. More gunshots, more screaming. The infection was spreading through the crowd at the bridge approach like wildfire through dry grass. Archie saw it happen in real time. Someone would get bitten, would go down screaming, and then within minutes they'd be on their feet again, attacking others. The transformation was horrifyingly fast. He got back in his truck and threw it in reverse, backing away from the chaos. A man jumped in front of him, waving his arms, trying to get Archie to stop. Archie swerved around him. In his rearview mirror, he saw one of the infected tackle the man to the ground. He kept driving. The city was dying. That was the only way to describe what Archie saw as he tried to navigate away from the bridge. Downtown Chattanooga was tearing itself apart in a fever of violence and fear. Fires burned in several buildings, their smoke columns rising into the clear afternoon sky. Storefronts were smashed, either by looters or by people trying to find shelter. Bodies lay in the streets, some still moving, some not. The distinction between the dead and the infected was becoming unclear. Archie's phone buzzed with an emergency alert. He glanced at it at a red light. Not that traffic signals mattered anymore, but old habits died hard. The alert read, "Emergency. Remain indoors. Lock all doors and windows. Violent outbreak of unknown infectious disease. Avoid contact with infected individuals. Military and emergency services responding. Chattanooga under quarantine. This is not a drill. His daughter." He had to get to his daughter. If the bridge was blocked, he'd find another way. There had to be another way. The truck's gas gauge still showed full. He had that, at least. He turned north, away from the bridge, thinking he'd loop around and try to approach Red Bank from a different angle. But the streets were no better here. The infection, or whatever it was, had spread far beyond the immediate area around UTC. Either the initial exposure had been larger than reported, or the disease spread fast enough that it had already consumed multiple neighborhoods. Everywhere Archie looked, he saw violence and chaos. His phone rang again. His daughter. "Dad, where are you?" "They're evacuating the school. Something's wrong with one of the teachers." She started. "Dad, she started attacking people. There's blood everywhere. They're telling us to run, but I don't know where to go." "Baby, listen to me. Don't run toward downtown. Head away from the river. Is there anyone with you? Any of your friends?" "Kelly and Austin are here. We're together." "Good. Stay together. Find somewhere safe. A house, a store, anywhere you can lock the doors. I'm coming. I'm going to find a way across. Just stay safe and keep your phone on." "Dad, I'm scared. What's happening? What is this?" Archie wanted to tell her he knew, that he understood, that everything would be okay, but he couldn't lie to her. He'd never lied to her. "I don't know, baby. Some kind of disease. It makes people violent. If anyone looks sick, if they're bleeding or acting strange, you run. You don't try to help them. You run. Do you understand?" "Yes." Her voice was small, terrified. "I love you. I'm coming. I love you too, Dad." The call ended. Archie's hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel. His daughter was 5 miles away, across a river he couldn't cross, and the world was ending. Every instinct screamed at him to get to her, to protect her, but the city itself had become a maze of death with no clear path through. He drove north for another mile, trying to avoid the worst of the chaos, but there was no avoiding it. The infection was everywhere. In a residential neighborhood, he saw families fleeing their homes, loading whatever they could into cars while infected neighbors pursued them. In a strip mall parking lot, a group of people had formed a defensive circle, armed with whatever they could find: baseball bats, tire irons, a chain. They were fighting off at least 20 infected and losing. Archie drove past without stopping. He had to save his daughter. He couldn't save everyone. The truck's radio still worked, though most stations had gone to emergency broadcasts. Archie cycled through them, trying to find information. Most were just automated alerts, the same message on repeat: shelter in place, avoid contact, help is coming. But on one local station, he caught the tail end of a news broadcast. Reports of similar outbreaks in surrounding counties. The infection appears to have originated from a terrorist attack on the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga's Biochemistry Research Lab earlier today. The perpetrators, who were killed in the initial explosion, released an unknown biological agent. Initial casualties were first responders and emergency room staff who came into contact with the infected. The infection spreads through bodily fluids and appears to have a rapid incubation period. Symptoms include high fever, bleeding from mucous membranes, extreme aggression, and static swallowed the rest. Archie found another station. A man was speaking, his voice breaking with emotion. "Calling from the Erlanger Hospital emergency room. We're completely overrun. The infected just keep coming. They're attacking patients, staff, everyone. We've lost containment. The CDC and WHO have been notified, but they say it's spreading too fast. Multiple cities reporting outbreaks. This isn't just Chattanooga anymore. This is... God help us. If you're listening, get somewhere safe. Don't trust anyone who looks sick. Don't..." The transmission ended abruptly. Multiple cities. Archie's mind struggled to process that. How was that possible? The attack had been at UTC just a few hours ago. How could it already be in multiple cities? Unless the attack had been coordinated, unless there had been multiple release points, or unless the disease spread even faster than anyone had realized. He tried calling his daughter again. The call wouldn't connect. The cellular network was collapsing under the load, or the towers were going down, or... He didn't know. He just knew he couldn't reach her. The afternoon sun slanted lower, casting long shadows across the destruction. Archie realized with a sick feeling that he'd been driving in circles for nearly an hour, trying to find a way across the river or around the quarantine, and he'd made no progress. Every route was blocked by traffic, barricades, or worse. The infection was tightening its grip on the city, transforming it from a place of order and routine into something primal and savage. His chef's whites were still soaked with blood, stiff and crusted where it had dried. The smell was making him nauseated. He pulled the truck into the parking lot of an abandoned gas station and took off the jacket, throwing it into the back seat. Underneath, his t-shirt was relatively clean. His hands were a mess, though, blood caked under his fingernails and in the creases of his palms. He found a bottle of water in the truck's center console. He'd bought it that morning, a lifetime ago, and used it to wash his hands as best he could. The water turned pink, then red, then ran clear. He dumped the rest over his face, the cold shock of it momentarily grounding him in physical sensation. Think. He needed to think. The bridges were all blocked or destroyed. The military had established a perimeter. But the Tennessee River wasn't that wide here, maybe a quarter-mile across. There had to be boats, marinas. He could steal a boat if he had to. Or, wait, Chickamauga Dam. There was a dam north of the city, and it had a road across it. Would that be blocked too? It was worth a try. It was the only option he had left. He checked the truck's gas gauge again, still 3/4 full. That would be enough to get to the dam and beyond. Archie pulled out of the gas station and headed north on Highway 27. Traffic was lighter here, mostly because everyone else had been trying to go south, toward the bridges and the main routes out. The infected were fewer too, though he still saw them occasionally. Lone figures stumbling along the roadside, or clusters around crashed cars or abandoned buildings. The sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reminded Archie of fire and blood. He'd been on shift when this started. That meant it was approaching 6 o'clock now, roughly 5 hours since the initial attack at UTC, 5 hours for the world to end. His daughter would be terrified. If she'd managed to find shelter, she'd be huddled somewhere in the dark. The power would be going out soon, if it hadn't already, waiting for him, hoping he'd come. And he would. He'd promised. He'd always kept his promises to her, even when it was hard, even when her mother had died and he'd had to figure out how to be both parents at once. He'd kept working, kept putting food on the table, kept her in a good school in a safe neighborhood. He'd done everything right. And now the world had gone insane, and none of it mattered except getting to her. The highway curved along the river's edge, and Archie could see the water through gaps in the trees. It looked peaceful, reflecting the sunset, giving no sign of the horror unfolding on both its banks. A few boats dotted the water, more than usual for a weekday afternoon. People trying to escape by river. That should have occurred to him earlier. But most of the boats seemed to be heading downstream, away from Chattanooga, not toward Red Bank. A roadblock appeared ahead. Not police this time, but civilian vehicles parked across both lanes and armed men standing guard. Archie slowed the truck, his stomach knotting. The men wore mismatched clothing, jeans, hunting jackets, one in camouflage. All of them carried rifles or shotguns. As Archie approached, one of them stepped forward and raised a hand. Archie stopped the truck but kept it in gear, his foot hovering over the gas. The man approached the driver's side window. He was in his 40s maybe, with a thick beard and suspicious eyes. Archie rolled the window down a crack. "Road's closed," the man said. "I need to get north, to the dam." "Road's closed," the man repeated. "This is our town. We're not letting anyone in who might be infected." "I'm not infected. I just need to pass through." "That's what they all say." "You got bit? You been exposed?" No, I was working in a kitchen when it started. I just need to get to my daughter. The man studied him, eyes moving over Archie's blood-stained clothes, his disheveled appearance. You're from downtown. Yes, but I'm not sick, please. My daughter is across the river in Red Bank. I'm just trying to reach her. Can't help you. No one from downtown gets past this point. Governor's orders. Everything south of here is under military quarantine. The man stepped back and gestured with his rifle. Turn around and go back. I can't go back. There's nothing back there but death. Not my problem. The man's grip tightened on his rifle. The other men at the roadblock had noticed the holdup and were moving closer. I said turn around. Archie looked past them at the clear road beyond. So close. The dam was maybe 10 more miles. But these men weren't going to let him pass, and starting a firefight would get him killed. He put the truck in reverse and backed away. The men watched until he'd turned around and driven out of sight. Rage and desperation warred in Archie's chest. Every route was blocked, every path cut off. It was like the universe itself was conspiring to keep him from his daughter. He pulled off onto a side road and parked, trying to think. The dying light made it hard to read the map on his phone. The paper maps in the glove compartment were useless, showing a world that no longer existed, where roads were open and society functioned. He needed to find another way. Boat. He kept coming back to that. The river was the only route they hadn't completely locked down, because you couldn't barricade water. There had to be a marina nearby, or at least some private docks. Archie studied the map on his phone, zooming in on the river's edge. There, about 2 miles east, a small marina indicated by a tiny blue boat symbol. It was worth a shot. He drove slowly now, avoiding main roads, sticking to residential streets. The neighborhoods here seemed relatively untouched by the chaos, though every house was dark and shuttered. People had heard the warnings and locked themselves inside. A few times, Archie saw faces peering out from behind curtains, watching him pass with frightened eyes. No one offered help, no one emerged to ask what was happening. Everyone was alone now, isolated in their own small fortresses, and that isolation was both curse and salvation. The marina, when he found it, was a small facility with maybe 20 boat slips and a wooden dock that extended into the river. The office was closed, windows dark, but several boats were still moored at the slips. Archie parked the truck and got out. The air was cooling rapidly with the sunset, and he could hear crickets starting their evening song. Such a normal sound, it seemed obscene against the backdrop of disaster. He walked down to the dock, his footsteps hollow on the wooden planks. Most of the boats were small, fishing vessels or personal craft. Nothing that looked like it had the range to wait. At the far end, there was a cabin cruiser, maybe 30 feet long, with an enclosed cabin and what looked like a decent-sized motor. The name painted on the hull read, River Dog. The cabin door was locked, but the windows were thin plastic. Archie found a wooden paddle leaning against the marina office and used it to smash through one of the windows. The sound was shockingly loud in the quiet evening. He climbed through, careful of the broken plastic, and dropped into the cabin. It smelled of gasoline and mildew and the particular mustiness of a boat that spent more time covered than in use. The interior was basic. A small galley, a navigation station, a couple of bench seats that could convert to beds. The keys were not in the ignition. Of course not. That would have been too easy. Archie checked the glove box, the small storage compartments under the seats. Nothing. He was about to try to hotwire the boat, though he had no idea how to do that, when he noticed a key hook near the cabin door with several keys hanging from it. He tried them one by one, and the third key slid into the ignition and turned. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life with a throaty rumble that vibrated through the deck. He had no idea how to pilot a boat. He'd been on boats before, fishing trips when he was younger, but he'd never driven one. How hard could it be? He studied the controls. Throttle, steering wheel, some gauges he didn't understand. He'd figure it out. He had to. Archie untied the mooring lines, that much he knew how to do, and let the boat drift away from the dock. Then he pushed the throttle forward experimentally. The boat lurched into motion, the engine sound rising to a whine. He overcompensated with the wheel, and the boat swung wide, nearly colliding with another vessel. He throttled back, took a breath, and tried again, more gently. This time, the boat responded more smoothly, moving forward at a steady pace. The river was wide and dark, reflecting the last light of the sunset. Archie aimed the boat upstream, toward where Red Bank should be. The current was stronger than he'd expected, pushing against the boat's progress, but the engine had power enough to overcome it. He kept the throttle steady and focused on keeping the boat pointed in the right direction. Behind him, Chattanooga burned. He could see it now from the water, the scope of the disaster. Multiple fires dotted the cityscape, their flames visible even from miles away. The bridge he'd tried to cross earlier was lit up with flashing emergency lights, and over it all, a pall of smoke hung in the darkening sky. The boat's navigation lights came on automatically as full dark fell, small red and green lights that marked the vessel's position. Archie was grateful for them, but they also made him visible, a target for anyone on shore who might be desperate or hostile. He considered turning them off, but decided the risk of running aground was worse. His phone had no signal this far out on the water, but he checked it compulsively anyway, hoping for some miracle that would let him reach his daughter. Nothing, just the dead weight of a useless device in his hand. The river curved, and Archie followed it, trying to remember the geography. Red Bank should be coming up on the left bank. He'd know it by the lights, the neighborhoods rising up the hillside from the water. But when he rounded the bend, what he saw made his heart sink. The left bank was dark. Not just dark, completely black. No streetlights, no house lights, nothing. Either the power grid had failed or someone had shut it down. The only illumination came from a few scattered fires, small orange pinpoints in the void. He steered the boat closer to shore, reducing speed to a crawl. The bank was rocky here, with a mix of industrial waterfront and residential areas further up the hill. He needed to find a place to land, somewhere relatively safe where he could get to solid ground and then navigate to his daughter's location. A dock appeared ahead, jutting out from what looked like a small park or recreational area. Archie guided the boat toward it, cutting the engine when he got close and letting momentum carry him the last few yards. The boat bumped gently against the dock. He tied it off quickly, his hands working by feel more than sight, and climbed up onto the wooden planks. Solid ground felt strange under his feet after being on the water. He stood for a moment, letting his equilibrium adjust, and listened. In the distance he could hear sounds, shouts, screams, the occasional crack of gunfire. The infection was here too. Of course it was. The quarantine hadn't worked, or maybe it had never been meant to work. Maybe they'd just been buying time, sacrificing the people trapped in the zone to slow the spread. His daughter's school was about 2 miles inland from here, up in the hills. 2 miles through darkness and chaos. Archie started walking. The park gave way to a residential neighborhood, houses packed close together on narrow streets that climbed the hillside. Every house was dark, most with their doors and windows barricaded. Archie could see the work people had done in a hurry, boards nailed across windows, furniture piled against doors, cars parked to block driveways. Some houses showed signs of violence, broken windows, blood stains on porches, doors torn from their hinges. He avoided these, staying in the middle of the street where he could see threats coming from any direction. His chef's clogs were not designed for hiking uphill, and his feet quickly began to hurt. The blood on his clothes had dried to a stiff, uncomfortable crust that rubbed against his skin with every movement. He was exhausted, running on adrenaline and fear and the desperate need to reach his daughter. His stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten since breakfast. He ignored it. Food could wait. Everything could wait. A sound made him freeze. Movement in the shadows between two houses. Archie's eyes strained to see in the darkness, his heart pounding. A figure emerged, walking with that characteristic jerky gait, infected. The person, it had been a man, judging by the build, was in an advanced state, clothing torn and soaked with fluids, skin pale and mottled. It hadn't noticed Archie yet, was just wandering aimlessly, perhaps drawn by some distant sound or memory of life. Archie backed away slowly, careful not to make noise. The infected man's head turned, tracking some stimulus Archie couldn't perceive. Then it continued on its aimless path, disappearing between the houses. Archie waited until he could no longer hear its dragging footsteps before continuing. The next street was worse. Bodies lay in the road, some still, some twitching with the last spasms of life or the first stirrings of reanimation. Archie gave them a wide berth, but one of the bodies suddenly sat up as he passed, its dead eyes focusing on him with terrible hunger. It tried to stand, got tangled in its own legs, fell. Archie ran, his clogs slapping against asphalt, not looking back until he'd put 2 blocks between himself and the thing. His daughter's school was on Dayton Boulevard, he remembered that. He just had to find Dayton Boulevard. The streets twisted and turned, climbing the hillside in a maze of residential development, and Archie's sense of direction was completely scrambled. He'd always had a good mental map of Chattanooga, but Red Bank had always been over there, a place he drove through but didn't know intimately. Now that ignorance might cost him everything. A light appeared ahead, the first light he'd seen since leaving the boat. It came from a house, candlelight flickering in an upstairs window. Archie approached cautiously, staying in the shadows, and knocked on the front door. No answer. He knocked again, harder. "Please," he called out softly, "I'm not infected. I just need directions. My daughter—" A voice from inside, female and frightened. "Go away. Please, I'm trying to find my daughter. She's at the high school on Dayton Boulevard. Can you just tell me which direction?" "I said go away. We don't want trouble." "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need—" A gunshot answered him, the bullet punching through the door a foot to his left. Archie dove away, rolled behind a car parked in the driveway. His ears rang from the shot. Another bullet hit the car's door, punching through metal. These people weren't taking any chances, weren't listening to reason. Everyone was an enemy now. Every stranger a potential threat. Archie stayed low and ran, weaving between houses until he was far from the shooter. His heart hammered in his chest, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He couldn't blame them for shooting. In their position, he might have done the same. Trust was dead. Community was dead. All that remained was survival and fear. He kept climbing, following the streets upward. Logic said Dayton Boulevard had to be near the top of the hill, one of the main arteries, and logic proved correct. After another 20 minutes of painful climbing, Archie emerged onto a wider street that showed signs of heavier traffic, Dayton Boulevard. The street sign hung crooked but legible in what little moonlight filtered through the clouds. The high school was to the right, he decided, based on nothing but intuition. He turned right and walked along the empty street. Cars sat abandoned at odd angles, their doors open, contents spilled across the pavement. Archie passed a minivan with children's toys scattered around it and forced himself not to imagine what had happened to the family who'd fled it. Then he saw the school. It was a large modern building set back from the road behind parking lots and athletic fields. Every window was dark. The front entrance was barricaded with overturned furniture visible through the glass doors. The parking lot held dozens of cars, their shapes hulking shadows in the darkness. Archie ran toward the building, his tired legs protesting. "Hello?" he shouted. "Is anyone here? I'm looking for my daughter. Her name is—" He stopped himself. She'd specifically told him never to use names in situations like— But there had never been situations like this before. No precedent for the world ending, for having to scream into darkness, hoping she could hear him. He reached the front doors and pounded on them. "Hello? Anyone? Please?" Silence answered him. The building was dead, empty. She wasn't here. They'd evacuated. She'd said so on the phone. They'd run when one of the teachers had turned. But evacuated where? Where would they have gone? Archie pulled out his phone, pointless as it was. Still no signal. He tried calling anyway. Nothing. He sent a text. "At your school." "Where did you go?" The message showed as pending, might never send. Might send hours from now when the network came back online, if it ever did. He stood in the empty parking lot, surrounded by darkness and silence, and felt despair crushing down on him. She could be anywhere, in any house, any building, any shelter in a radius of miles. He had no way to find her, no way to know if she was even alive. A sound cut through his despair, a phone ringing, not his phone, somewhere else. Archie spun, trying to locate the source. There, in one of the cars. He ran to it, a blue sedan with its driver's door hanging open. A phone lay on the front seat, screen glowing, showing an incoming call from Mom. Archie grabbed it, answered without thinking. "Hello?" A woman's voice, desperate and crying. "Kelly? Baby, where are you? Are you okay?" "This isn't Kelly. I found this phone in a car. I'm looking for my daughter. She was at the high school. Do you know where they evacuated to?" A pause, then, "The elementary school." They said they were going to the elementary school on Harrison Lane. It was supposed to be a shelter, but I don't know if— I haven't heard from her in hours. The phones— "I'll look for her," Archie said. "If I find her, I'll tell her to call you." "Thank you. Thank you, please." The call cut off. Harrison Lane. Archie had no idea where that was, but it was a direction, a purpose. He dropped the phone and ran back to the street, looking for anything that might give him his bearings. A street sign, a landmark, anything. He found a gas station 2 blocks down, its windows smashed and interior ransacked. But it had a map posted near the entrance, one of those local area maps for tourists. Archie studied it by the light of his phone's screen, tracing roads with his finger until he found Harrison Lane. It was about a mile west of his current position, down the hill and then back up. The elementary school was marked on the map. He started walking, then running, driven by renewed hope. She might be there. She might be safe. The elementary school made sense as a shelter. Single-story building, multiple exits, probably had supplies. If they'd organized any kind of evacuation, that's where they'd go. The streets between the high school and Harrison Lane were a nightmare landscape. Archie passed scenes of violence and tragedy illuminated by moonlight and the occasional flickering fire. A family's last stand that had failed, their bodies scattered on a front lawn. A burned-out car with something inside it that Archie refused to look at closely. A child's bicycle lying on its side in the middle of the road, one wheel still slowly spinning. The infected were more numerous here. Archie had to hide twice, crouching behind cars while small groups of them passed by, drawn by some stimulus only they could perceive. They moved in rough packs now, he noticed, coordinating in ways that suggested some kind of residual social instinct. That made them more dangerous. A single infected could be avoided or outrun. A pack could corner you, cut off escape routes. Harrison Lane curved along the hillside, and Archie saw the elementary school ahead. It was surrounded by a chain-link fence, the gates closed. Lights were on inside, generator-powered probably, making the building a beacon in the darkness. But the beacon had drawn attention. Dozens of infected were pressed against the fence, reaching through the links, moaning in that horrible chorus that raised the hair on Archie's neck. and inside, he could see people. Survivors. They'd barricaded themselves inside the school, turned it into a fortress. But the fortress was under siege. Archie approached cautiously, staying in the shadows across the street. He could see the situation clearly now. The infected surrounded the school on all sides, hundreds of them, possibly thousands. The fence held them back for now, but fences could be climbed or broken down, and the noise, the lights and the sounds of the survivors inside were drawing more infected every minute. He had to get inside, had to find his daughter. But how? The front gate was impassable, pressed solid with infected bodies. Maybe one of the side gates, or... A gunshot cracked from the school roof, then another. Someone was up there with a rifle picking off infected that got too close. But each shot drew more of them, the sound acting like a dinner bell. This was unsustainable. The people inside had to know that. They were dying slowly, trading bullets and time for inevitable death. Archie circled around, looking for a weakness in the infected horde, a gap he could exploit. On the far side of the school, away from the main gate, the infected were less dense. The fence there backed up against a wooded area, and the infected seemed less interested in that section. Maybe they focused on the lights and sounds from the front. He made his way through the woods, moving carefully to avoid making noise. The fence rose ahead of him, chain link topped with barbed wire. The infected on the other side were sparse here, maybe a dozen, all focused on the school building rather than the perimeter. Archie pulled off his t-shirt, wrapped it around his hands, and began to climb. The fence rattled and sang with his weight. The infected nearest to him turned, tracking the sound, and began shuffling toward him. Archie climbed faster, his hands screaming as the wire cut through the thin protection of his shirt. He reached the top, got tangled in the barbed wire, felt it tear into his arm and side. The pain was shocking, immediate. He pulled free, fabric tearing, skin tearing, and dropped down the other side just as the first infected reached the fence. He hit the ground hard, rolled, came up running. The infected on this side of the fence were between him and the school. He dodged around them, their hands grasping at air inches from his skin. One caught his arm, its grip cold and impossibly strong. Archie twisted, broke free, kept running. His arm throbbed where it had grabbed him, the skin already bruising. The school's back entrance was ahead, a set of double doors with windows reinforced by furniture stacked behind them. Archie pounded on the glass. "Let me in! I'm not infected! Please!" Faces appeared behind the barricade. Frightened faces, adults and children. No one moved to open the door. "Please! My daughter might be inside. Her name is..." And he shouted her name, something he'd never done, something he'd promised himself he wouldn't do in this story where names had power and meaning. But he shouted it anyway because what else was there to do when the world had ended and your child was somewhere in the darkness? One of the adults, a man with a teacher's lanyard around his neck, shook his head and gestured for Archie to go away. Archie kept pounding. "I came from Chattanooga. I crossed the river. I'm not infected. I just need to..." A woman pushed past the teacher and started pulling the furniture away from the door. Others tried to stop her, but she was fierce, determined. She got the door partly unblocked and pulled it open just enough for Archie to squeeze through. He tumbled inside, and the woman slammed the door shut behind him, others rushing to push the furniture back in place. "You're bleeding," the teacher said, pointing at Archie's arm and side where the barbed wire had torn him. "It's from the fence." "I'm not bitten. I swear I'm not bitten." The woman who'd let him in grabbed his arm, examining the wounds in the dim light of a battery-powered lantern. She was in her 30s maybe, with dark hair pulled back and eyes that had seen too much in too short a time. "It's wire cuts," she confirmed. "Not bites." She looked at Archie. "You said your daughter might be here?" He gave her name again. The woman nodded. "She's here." She's in the gymnasium with the other students. We've got about 200 people in this building. She hesitated. I'm sorry about the door. They wanted to leave you out there. Everyone's terrified of letting anyone in who might be infected. I understand. Come on, I'll take you to her. The school's interior was chaos organized by necessity. Every classroom had been repurposed, some for sleeping, some for supplies, one set up as a makeshift medical clinic where people with injuries sat on the floor waiting for treatment. The hallways were packed with people, families huddled together, children crying, adults speaking in low, frightened voices. The generator provided enough power for some lights and essential equipment, but it was loud, throbbing, and Archie wondered how long the fuel would last. They reached the gymnasium. It was packed wall to wall with people, mostly teenagers, but also families who'd fled here for shelter. The woman led Archie through the crowd, scanning faces, until she stopped and pointed. There, sitting against the far wall with two other teenagers, Kelly and Austin, he remembered, was his daughter. She looked exhausted, frightened, and unharmed. Relief hit Archie so hard he almost collapsed. He pushed through the crowd toward her. She looked up as he approached, and her face transformed from fear to joy to tears in an instant. She jumped up and ran to him, and they collided in a hug that drove the air from his lungs. She was crying, he was crying, and nothing else mattered for that moment. Dad, Dad, you came. I knew you'd come. Always, baby. Always. They held each other for a long time, neither willing to let go. When they finally pulled apart, Archie could see how much the last few hours had aged her. The terror in her eyes, the way she held herself. This was no longer a girl on the edge of adulthood. The world had forced her across that threshold in a single day. Are you hurt? He checked her over, looking for wounds, for any sign of injury. No. I'm okay. We ran when it started. Our teacher, Mrs. Patterson, his daughter's voice broke. She just suddenly went crazy. Started attacking students. We ran out of the school and kept running until we found this place. Kelly's mom is supposed to come get us, but the phones don't work, and I know. I talked to her mom. She's trying, but it's not safe out there. It's not safe anywhere. What's happening, Dad? What is this? Some kind of disease, from a terrorist attack at UTC. It makes people violent, turns them into, I don't know. Not quite dead, not quite alive, just hungry and crazy. She shivered against him. There are hundreds of them outside. We can hear them. The fence won't hold forever. I know. They sat together against the wall, Archie's arm around his daughter's shoulders. Her friends, Kelly and Austin, sat nearby, both looking shell-shocked. Archie exchanged nods with them. They were good kids. He'd met them before at school functions and birthday parties back when the world was normal. Do you have food? His daughter asked. Water? They're rationing everything here. 1 bottle of water and 1 granola bar per person per day. No, I left everything. I just had to get to you. The woman who'd let him in appeared, carrying a first aid kit. Let me look at those cuts. They need to be cleaned or they'll get infected. Not that kind of infected, Archie said, trying for humor and failing. The woman didn't smile. She cleaned his wounds with antiseptic that burned like fire, then bandaged them with gauze and tape. Her hands were gentle and professional. You a nurse? Archie asked. Teacher. But I've learned more first aid in the last 6 hours than in my entire life. She finished with the bandage and sat back. I'm sorry about earlier. About them not wanting to let you in. People are scared. We've already had 2 people turn. One was bitten during the evacuation and hid it. Didn't tell anyone until it was too late. The other just got sick, fever and bleeding. We thought it was just stress or injury, but then they turned. We have them locked in a classroom now. We don't know what else to do with them. You can't keep them, Archie said. They'll break out eventually. And the smell, dead bodies, even animated ones, they smell. You'll have a sanitation problem. I know, But no one wants to be the one to... She didn't finish the sentence. No one wanted to be the executioner. What's the plan here? Archie asked. The fence won't hold. The infected are drawn to light and sound. You've basically turned this place into a beacon. We're hoping for rescue. The military is supposed to be establishing safe zones, places where survivors can be evacuated to. We just have to hold out until they get here. Archie had heard those same promises on the radio. They were lies, or at best hopeful wishes. The military couldn't contain this. No one could. The infection spread too fast, transformed people too quickly. By the time you identified an infected person, it was too late. But he didn't say that. These people needed hope, even false hope. So he nodded. How long can you hold out? Food and water for maybe 3 more days if we're careful. Generator fuel for 2 days. After that, she shrugged helplessly. 2 days. 72 hours before this place collapsed from within or was overrun from without. Archie looked around the gymnasium at the frightened faces, the children, the families. They were all trapped here, and they didn't even fully realize it yet. They thought this was temporary, a storm to wait out. They didn't understand that the storm was permanent, that the old world was gone and would never come back. His daughter fell asleep against his shoulder, exhausted beyond her body's ability to stay conscious. Archie held her and watched the gymnasium's makeshift community try to maintain normalcy. Someone had organized a meal distribution, passing out crackers and water bottles. Children were crying, and mothers tried to soothe them. A group of teenagers sat in a circle, sharing stories about what they'd seen, their voices hushed. In the corner, an elderly man prayed aloud, and several others joined him. The night stretched on. Archie didn't sleep. He couldn't. Every sound made him tense, waiting for the fence to come down, for the infected to pour in. But the fence held, for now. Around 3 in the morning, gunshots erupted from outside, sustained fire from multiple weapons. The gymnasium went silent, everyone listening. The shots continued for several minutes, then stopped. One of the men who'd been keeping watch on the roof came down, his face pale. There's fighting out there. Living people, I mean. 2 groups. They're shooting at each other over by the main gate. Over what? The teacher asked. I don't know. Territory, maybe? Supplies? Or maybe just because everyone's crazy now. The teacher, her name was Lisa, Archie learned, went to organize a meeting of the school's de facto leadership. Archie stayed with his daughter, not wanting to leave her even for a moment. But he listened to the discussions, the arguments about what to do. Some wanted to stay put, to wait for rescue. Others wanted to try to evacuate, to find somewhere safer. A few suggested trying to fight their way to the river, to escape by boat like Archie had done. No consensus emerged. Fear and exhaustion had fragmented the group into factions, each with their own ideas of survival, each certain they were right. Archie recognized the pattern. He'd seen it in kitchens during disasters, a grease fire or a serious injury. Some people froze, some panicked, some tried to take charge. Without strong leadership, the group would tear itself apart before the infected ever breached the walls. Day 2. Archie started counting now because time had become fluid and strange, marked only by the cycle of light and dark. Morning came with gray skies and the promise of rain. The infected outside the fence seemed more agitated during the day, responding to the light and movement within the school. Someone counted them, over 800 now, with more arriving every hour. The siege was tightening. Archie helped where he could, using his kitchen experience to stretch the food supplies, showing people how to ration water, explaining basic sanitation. These skills, learned over years of managing restaurant operations, translated unexpectedly well to survival. He organized a crew to collect rainwater when the afternoon showers came, positioning trash cans and buckets on the roof and in the playground. Every drop would matter. His daughter stayed close, rarely letting him out of sight. They talked about her mother, about memories from before the world ended, about all the plans they'd made for her future. College felt like a fantasy now, a child's dream from a simpler time. But Archie had her acceptance letter folded in his pocket, carried with him like a talisman. It represented hope, the belief that knowledge and education and planning mattered. He couldn't let go of that belief, even now. On the evening of day 2, the fence came down. It didn't happen all at once, but section by section, weakened by the constant pressure of hundreds of bodies pressing against it. The first breach occurred on the north side, a 10-foot section collapsing inward. The infected poured through, and the gymnasium erupted in screams. People ran in every direction, no coordination, pure panic. Archie grabbed his daughter and her friends and pushed toward the back exit, the same door he'd entered through. The woman Lisa was there, organizing an evacuation. "Everyone to the buses," she shouted. "We have 3 school buses in the back lot. Everyone get on the buses." But the back lot was already being overrun. The infected had broken through in multiple places now, and they converged on the school from all directions, drawn by the noise and movement. Archie saw people being pulled down, torn apart. He saw children separated from parents. He saw teachers trying to form defensive lines with makeshift weapons, baseball bats, pipes, even textbooks, and failing. His daughter pulled at his arm. "Dad, we have to go. We have to run." He looked at the chaos, at the impossible situation. The buses would never make it out. Too slow, too big, too easy to block. They needed something smaller, more agile. His truck, the truck was back at the marina, miles away. No good. But there had been cars in the parking lot. He'd seen them when he arrived. "The parking lot," he told his daughter. "We need to find a car and get out of here." They ran, Kelly and Austin following. The school's hallways were a crush of panicking people, everyone trying to escape at once. Archie pushed through, using his size and strength to clear a path. Someone fell in front of them, trampled by the crowd. He pulled them up, a young girl, maybe 10 years old, and lifted her onto his shoulders. "Hold on!" The front entrance was blocked by infected who'd broken through the glass. They poured into the building, their numbers endless. Archie turned, found a side door, kicked it open. They burst out into the night air just as rain began to fall, cold and hard. The parking lot was carnage. Cars were trying to leave, crashing into each other in their desperation, blocked by the infected who'd surrounded the vehicles. Archie saw a minivan tip over as too many infected climbed on it, saw the passengers inside screaming as the windows shattered. He turned away. "There!" Austin pointed. A pickup truck, red and fairly new, sat near the fence with its engine running. Its owner must have been trying to load supplies and had run back inside, or been killed. Archie didn't know and didn't care. It was transportation. They ran for it, Archie still carrying the little girl. His daughter reached it first, yanked the door open. The keys were in the ignition. Thank God for small miracles. Kelly and Austin piled into the back seat. Archie's daughter took the front. He set the little girl between them and slid behind the wheel. An infected man threw himself at the driver's side window, face mashed against the glass, teeth gnashing. Archie threw the truck in reverse and floored it. The truck shot backward, and the infected man fell away. Archie spun the wheel, dodged between 2 abandoned cars, and aimed for the parking lot exit. But the exit was blocked. A pileup of vehicles and infected and panicking survivors made it impassable. Archie saw no choice. He turned the truck toward the fence, what was left of it, and accelerated. The truck hit the chain link at 40 miles per hour. The impact threw everyone forward against their seatbelts, and metal screamed as the fence tore and collapsed under the truck's weight. They punched through into the open street beyond. In the rearview mirror, Archie saw the elementary school being consumed. Fires had started inside. Someone must have knocked over a lantern, or the generator had failed catastrophically. Flames licked from the windows, and smoke poured into the rainy sky. People were still trying to evacuate, running in all directions, but the infected were everywhere now. The school had become a slaughterhouse. Archie drove, not knowing where he was going, just away. Away from the school, away from the screaming, away from the death. The little girl was crying silently, her face buried in her daughter's shoulder. Kelly and Austin held each other in the back seat, both of them shaking. His daughter stared straight ahead, her face blank with shock. "Where are we going?" she finally asked. "I don't know. Somewhere safe." "There is nowhere safe." She was right, but he couldn't accept that. There had to be somewhere, some place where the infection hadn't spread, where they could rest and regroup and survive. The mountains, maybe. The Appalachians were full of remote areas, small towns, places that might have escaped the worst of it. Or maybe that was just more false hope. The truck's gas gauge showed 3/4 full, enough to get them out of Red Bank, at least, away from the immediate danger. Archie turned east, toward the rising foothills, away from the river and the city. The rain came down harder now, turning the road slick and treacherous. Lightning flashed, illuminating scenes of horror, wrecked cars, bodies in the street, infected wandering in the storm. They drove through the remains of civilization. Businesses burned, houses stood dark and violated. Every stoplight was dark, every street empty, except for the infected and the dead. The rain washed blood into the gutters, turning them into red rivers that flowed downhill toward the Tennessee River. Archie's daughter turned on the radio, cycling through static until she found a broadcast. A man's voice, calm and professional, like a news anchor reading from a script. "Recommend proceeding to designated safe zones in your area. A complete list of safe zones is available at..." The transmission cut to static, then came back. "CDC confirms the infection is spreading faster than initial models predicted. Latest estimates suggest 60% infection rate in affected areas within 72 hours of initial exposure. The virus, which has been preliminarily designated TG7, appears to..." Static again. Then nothing. 60% infection rate. Archie did the math in his head. Chattanooga had a metro population of about 500,000. 60% of that was 300,000 infected. 300,000 of those things, and that was just one city. The news had mentioned multiple outbreaks, multiple cities. How many were there nationwide? Worldwide? "Turn it off," he said. His daughter turned off the radio. They drove in silence, the windshield wipers beating a steady rhythm against the rain. The little girl had stopped crying and now just stared out the window with empty eyes. Archie wanted to ask her name, where her parents were, but he couldn't make himself say the words. The answer was obvious. Her parents were dead or turned or lost in the chaos. She was alone now, like so many others would be. The foothills rose around them as they climbed, the road twisting through residential developments and then into less developed areas. The infected were fewer here, though still present. In one front yard, Archie saw an entire family of them, still dressed in their Sunday clothes, wandering aimlessly around their property as rain soaked them. In another, a woman in a bathrobe sat on her porch steps, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, blood dried on her chin. She didn't move as they passed. "We need to find shelter," Austin said from the back seat. "We can't just drive all night." "He's right," Kelly added. "And we need food. Water. My God, I'm so thirsty." Archie realized they'd all left the elementary school with nothing. No supplies, no weapons, nothing but the clothes they wore. The truck had nothing in it either. He'd checked, just an empty coffee cup and some fast food trash. They were utterly unprepared for survival. But his daughter was alive. That was all that mattered. He'd found her, protected her. Everything else was secondary. A sign appeared in the headlights. "Lookout Mountain, 8 miles. Lookout Mountain." Archie knew it well. had taken his daughter there several times when she was younger. It was a tourist destination, famous for its scenic views and historic sites. Rock City, Ruby Falls, the Incline Railway. It was also remote, elevated, and less densely populated than the valley below. If anywhere might have escaped the worst of the infection, it would be up there. "Lookout Mountain," he said. "We'll go to Lookout Mountain. Find a house or a cabin, somewhere we can secure." They turned onto the winding road that led up the mountain's face. The ascent was steep, the road switching back and forth through thick forest. The rain made it treacherous, and twice Archie felt the truck's wheels lose traction on the wet asphalt. But they climbed steadily, leaving the valley and its horrors behind. Near the top, they passed the Incline Railway Station. Its parking lot was full of abandoned cars, and several bodies lay scattered around the entrance. The famous railway itself, which normally carried tourists up and down the mountainside, sat silent and dark. They kept going. The summit of Lookout Mountain was a small community unto itself. Shops, restaurants, homes, all catering to the tourist trade or housing the people who worked in it. In better times, it would have been charming. Now it was a ghost town. Every building was dark. The streets were empty. Rain pooled in the parking lots and ran off the mountain's edge in countless small waterfalls. Archie drove slowly through the main commercial area, looking for shelter. Most of the buildings were too exposed, too large, impossible to secure. He needed something smaller, more defensible. A house, preferably on the edge of the community where they'd have warning if the infected climbed up from below. He found what he was looking for on a side street, a small cabin-style home, single-story, set back from the road and surrounded by trees. No lights, no signs of occupancy. The driveway was empty. Archie pulled the truck in and parked. "Everyone stay in the truck," he ordered. "Let me check it out first." "Dad," his daughter started, "stay in the truck. Lock the doors. If anything happens, you drive away. Don't wait for me." He got out before she could argue, the cold rain immediately soaking through his thin t-shirt. He approached the cabin carefully, watching the windows for any movement. Nothing. He tried the front door. Locked. He circled around to the back, found a sliding glass door, also locked. He picked up a rock from the landscaping and smashed the glass. The sound was shockingly loud in the quiet rain. Archie froze, waiting to see if it would draw attention. Nothing moved in the darkness. He reached through the broken glass, unlocked the door from inside, and slid it open. The cabin's interior smelled of mildew and disuse, like a vacation property that hadn't been occupied in weeks. Archie found a light switch and flipped it. Nothing. No power, of course. He used his phone's flashlight, sweeping the beam across a small living room, a kitchen, a hallway leading to what he assumed were bedrooms. Everything looked normal, untouched by the chaos below. He checked each room methodically. 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, all empty. No bodies, no blood, no signs of violence. Just a quiet vacation cabin waiting for owners who would probably never return. The kitchen had some supplies, canned goods in the pantry, a case of bottled water under the sink. Not much, but something. Satisfied the cabin was safe, Archie went back to the truck. "It's clear. Come on." They all piled out, exhausted and soaked. The little girl clung to his daughter's hand as they entered the cabin. Austin immediately found the bathroom and drank straight from the tap, then realized the water might not be safe and spat it out. Kelly collapsed onto the couch, shaking with cold and shock. His daughter just stood in the middle of the living room, looking lost. Archie found candles in a drawer, lit them with matches from beside the unused fireplace. Their warm glow pushed back the darkness a little. He gathered everyone in the living room. "We'll stay here tonight," he said. "Get dry, rest. In the morning, we'll figure out next steps." "What next steps?" Kelly asked. "Where do we go? What do we do?" We survive, Archie said simply. That's what we do. He distributed the water bottles, one to each person, and opened cans of soup that they ate cold with spoons. It was the best meal any of them had tasted in days. After eating, his daughter took the little girl to one of the bedrooms, found dry clothes in a dresser that were too big but better than nothing. Austin and Kelly did the same. Archie stayed in the living room, keeping watch by the broken sliding door. The rain continued through the night, a steady drumming that should have been soothing, but instead just reminded Archie of all the people outside in it. The survivors trying to find shelter, the infected wandering mindlessly, the dead lying where they'd fallen. The world was drowning, and he'd saved 5 people. 5 out of thousands, millions. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But his daughter was safe. For tonight, that had to be enough. Day 3. The rain had stopped by morning, leaving everything dripping in gray. Archie woke stiff and sore from sleeping in a chair, his wounds aching beneath their bandages. The others were still asleep, their exhausted bodies demanding rest despite the danger. He let them sleep and went to explore the cabin more thoroughly. In a closet, he found a shotgun and a box of shells. The owner had apparently kept it for home defense. Archie checked the weapon, a standard pump-action 12-gauge, well-maintained. He loaded it, racked a shell into the chamber, and set it beside the front door. He also found a baseball bat in a sports equipment bag, some basic tools in the garage, and a camping first aid kit that was better stocked than what Lisa had used on him. The cabin had a wood-burning stove in addition to the fireplace. Archie found a stack of firewood on the covered back porch and brought some inside. Starting a fire felt risky. The smoke would be visible, but they needed heat and the ability to cook. He decided to risk it, building a small fire in the stove and opening the flue. The warmth was glorious. As the cabin heated up, the others began to wake. His daughter emerged first, her hair tangled, wearing clothes 3 sizes too big. She looked young and vulnerable in the morning light, and Archie's heart ached for what she'd lost. Her childhood, her innocence, her sense of safety. The world had taken all of it in a single day. "Morning," she said, her voice rough with sleep. "Morning, baby. How'd you sleep?" "I had nightmares. About the school, about Mrs. Patterson, about—" She stopped, shook her head. "How do we live with this? With seeing what we've seen? I don't know. One day at a time, I guess. 1 hour at a time." The little girl appeared, shadowing his daughter. Archie finally asked her name. "Emma," she whispered. Just Emma, nothing more. She was 7 years old and had been separated from her parents during the evacuation. She didn't know if they were alive or dead. Archie suspected he knew the answer, but kept his thoughts to himself. Kelly and Austin woke next. Austin was 16, lanky and awkward, with a shock of red hair and freckles. Kelly was the same age, athletic and normally confident, but now diminished by fear. They were good kids, both of them, and Archie was grateful his daughter had friends with her. They needed each other. He served breakfast, more cold canned food, the last of what the cabin offered. They ate in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After eating, they held a council of sorts, discussing what to do. "We can't stay here long," Archie said. "We have almost no food, no way to get more." "There must be other houses," Austin suggested. "Other cabins. We could search them for supplies. Risky." "We don't know who or what we'll find." "Everything's risky now," Kelly pointed out. "We risk dying from starvation or risk dying from the infected. Those seem like our only choices." She was right. Safety was an illusion. The best they could do was manage risk, make smart choices, and stay together. "Okay," Archie said. "We'll search the nearby houses. But carefully. 2 people stay here with Emma, 2 go searching. We rotate, stay in radio contact if—" He stopped. They had no radios, no communication equipment at all. We stay within sight of each other. Any sign of trouble, we retreat here. They decided Archie and Austin would do the first search while his daughter stayed with Kelly and Emma. Archie didn't like leaving her, but someone had to secure supplies. He took the baseball bat, giving Austin a large kitchen knife. Hardly adequate weapons, but better than nothing. The nearest cabin was 100 yards down the road, a larger two-story place with a deck overlooking the valley. Its front door was locked, but Archie broke a window and climbed through. The interior was a disaster. Furniture overturned, belongings scattered, bloodstains on the carpet. Someone had made a stand here and lost. They found bodies in the master bedroom, a couple in their 50s, both shot in the head, a pistol lying between them. Murder-suicide, probably. Rather than face transformation, they'd chosen to end it on their own terms. Archie felt a complicated mix of emotions: sadness, respect, horror. He covered the bodies with a sheet and moved on. The kitchen yielded results: canned goods, boxes of pasta, several large bottles of water, even a propane camping stove with fuel. They loaded everything into a large backpack they found in a closet. The house also had a decent first aid kit, some blankets, and a battery-powered radio. All of it went into the backpack. They checked 2 more cabins that morning. One was empty, ransacked by earlier scavengers. The other had a body in the bathtub, an elderly man who'd died from what looked like a heart attack. Natural causes, not the infection. Small mercies. The house yielded more supplies: food, water, medical items, even some ammunition that fit the shotgun. By noon, they'd tripled their supplies. Archie felt a small flicker of something that might have been hope. Maybe they could survive up here for a while. Maybe. A gunshot cracked through the air, echoing off the mountains. Then another. Then a sustained burst of automatic fire. Archie and Austin looked at each other, then ran back toward their cabin. They found his daughter standing in the front yard with Kelly and Emma, all of them looking down the mountain road. A pickup truck was speeding up the slope, its engine screaming. Behind it, a swarm of infected ran in pursuit. And behind them, another vehicle, a military Humvee with armed men firing from the windows. The pickup was heading straight toward them. "Inside!" Archie shouted. "Everyone inside now!" They ran into the cabin. Archie grabbed the shotgun and positioned himself by the front door. The pickup truck skidded to a stop in front of the cabin, and 2 men jumped out, both young, both terrified, both armed. They ran toward the cabin. "Please," one of them shouted, "let us in. They're right behind us." Archie hesitated. These could be dangerous men, criminals, looters, but they were also being chased by infected and armed soldiers. The enemy of his enemy, maybe. He made a decision. "Get in! Hurry!" The 2 men crashed through the door just as the infected reached the truck. The soldiers in the Humvee kept firing, cutting down infected left and right. But there were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, pouring up the mountain road like a flood. One of the men Archie had let in slammed the door and locked it. "Barricade!" he shouted. "We need to barricade!" They worked together, pulling furniture against the door and windows. The infected reached the cabin and began pounding on the walls, their moans filling the air. The Humvee's guns continued firing, the sound deafening. Then, abruptly, the shooting stopped. The Humvee's engine revved, and Archie heard it driving away, back down the mountain. The soldiers were leaving, abandoning them. "Fucking military," one of the men spat. "They were supposed to evacuate us. Instead, they tried to shoot us." "Why?" Archie asked. "We came from a quarantine zone. They said we were contaminated, that we couldn't leave. We ran for it. They chased us." The implications were clear. The military wasn't here to help. They were here to contain, to prevent the infected from spreading. And if that meant killing uninfected people who tried to flee quarantine zones, they'd do it. The infected continued battering at the cabin. The barricades held, but Archie could hear wood starting to splinter. They wouldn't hold long against this many. "The back door," his daughter said. "We can get out the back, get to the truck, and drive away." It was a good plan. The infected were concentrated at the front, drawn by the noise and movement. The back might still be clear. Archie grabbed the backpack of supplies, shouldered it. "Everyone ready?" They nodded. One of the newcomers, he said his name was Derek, offered to help cover their escape. He had a pistol with maybe half a magazine left. The other man, Carl, was unarmed but looked capable. They moved through the cabin to the back door. Archie opened it carefully, looked out. Half a dozen infected were in the backyard, but they were distracted by the commotion at the front. The truck was maybe 30 feet away. "On three," Archie whispered. "We run for the truck. Don't stop, don't look back. 1, 2, 3. They burst out of the cabin and sprinted for the truck. The infected in the backyard reacted immediately, turning and pursuing with that horrible single-minded focus. Austin reached the truck first, yanked the door open. Everyone piled in, too many people for the available seats. Emma ended up on his daughter's lap. Carl and Kelly squeezed into the back. Derek stood on the running board holding onto the roof rack. Archie started the engine and threw it in reverse, backing out of the driveway at speed. An infected man grabbed Derek's leg, nearly pulling him off. Derek kicked at it, the pistol in his other hand barking 3 times. The infected man's head exploded and he fell away. The cabin's front barricade finally gave way. Infected poured through the opening like water from a burst dam. At least 50 of them, probably more. They saw the truck and changed direction, running toward it. Archie spun the wheel, shifted to drive, and accelerated down the mountain road. The truck fishtailed on the wet asphalt, but he maintained control. In the rearview mirror, he watched the infected give chase, their bodies silhouetted against the gray sky. They'd lost the cabin, lost their shelter, but they were alive. For now, that was all that mattered. The truck raced down the mountain, every curve taken too fast, every straightaway pushed to the edge of control. Archie's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Behind them, the infected gave chase, though they quickly fell behind. Even the fastest infected couldn't match a vehicle's speed. But the threat wasn't gone, just delayed. "Where are we going?" his daughter asked, her voice tight with strain. "Away from the military, away from the quarantine zones. We need to find somewhere remote, somewhere they won't be patrolling." Derek, still clinging to the side of the truck, pounded on the roof. "Let me in! I can't hold on much longer." Archie slowed enough for Derek to climb into the truck bed. It was crowded and dangerous, but better than falling off at speed. Once Derek was secure, Archie accelerated again. The road twisted through forest and past scenic overlooks that now seemed like relics from another world. Tourist signs advertised attractions that would never welcome visitors again. Rock City, Ruby Falls, the Battles for Chattanooga Museum. All of it was obsolete, artifacts of a dead civilization. They descended from Lookout Mountain into Georgia, crossing the state line without ceremony. No border guards, no checkpoints, just a sign that said, "Welcome to Georgia," and nothing else. The infection didn't respect political boundaries. Neither could they. The truck's gas gauge was dropping toward half. They needed fuel, but every gas station they passed was either destroyed or crowded with infected. Carl suggested siphoning from abandoned cars, and Archie agreed. They found a pileup on the highway south of the mountain, a dozen cars wrecked together, and stopped. Derek and Carl stood guard while Austin helped Archie siphon gas. It was a slow, disgusting process, sucking on a hose until fuel flowed, trying not to swallow any, spitting out the taste of gasoline. They managed to fill the tank from 3 different vehicles, the manual pump action taking nearly 20 minutes. Every minute felt like hours, exposed and vulnerable. An infected woman stumbled out from between the wrecked cars, drawn by their noise. Derek shot her twice, and she fell. The sound of the shots echoed across the empty highway. How many more would that draw? They didn't wait to find out. Back in the truck, driving south with no real destination in mind. Just away. Always away. Day 4. They'd spent the night in the truck, parked in an overgrown field off a rural highway, taking turns keeping watch. No one slept well. Emma cried quietly for most of the night, and there was nothing anyone could do to comfort her. The world had taken everything from her, and she was too young to understand or process it. Morning brought fog and the sound of distant gunfire. Somewhere nearby, people were fighting, infected or living or both. Archie started the engine and drove away from the sound, deeper into rural Georgia. They passed through small towns that were dying or dead. Some showed signs of recent violence, burned buildings, bodies in streets, abandoned vehicles. Others were simply empty, evacuated or fled, leaving nothing but silence. In one town, Archie saw a hand-painted sign that read, "Quarantine, do not enter, infected inside." The message was clear enough. Carl suggested they look for a farm, somewhere self-sufficient where they could settle for more than a few hours. It made sense. A farm would have food, water from wells, probably animals and crops. If they could find one that was abandoned or secure it from its owners, they'd have a real chance at survival. They drove through the countryside, examining properties from the road. Most farms showed signs of habitation. Smoke from chimneys, vehicles in driveways, sometimes even people visible in windows or yards. These they avoided. The people who remained on their properties would be armed and territorial. The last thing Archie wanted was to get shot by a frightened farmer protecting his land. But not all farms were occupied. They found one around midday, a medium-sized property with a farmhouse, a barn, and several outbuildings. No smoke from the chimney, no vehicles in sight, no movement. They approached cautiously, Archie driving slowly up the long gravel driveway while everyone else watched for threats. The farmhouse door was open, hanging askew on its hinges. Bad sign. Archie parked the truck and got out with the shotgun ready. The others stayed in the vehicle, the new protocol they'd established. Never exit until the location was secured. The farmhouse was a horror show. A family had died here, father, mother, 2 children, all shot, probably by the father, judging by the pistol in his hand. The same story Archie had seen in the cabin on Lookout Mountain. Rather than risk infection, or maybe just unable to face what the world had become, they'd chosen to end it together. The bodies were several days old, starting to smell. Archie covered them with blankets and moved through the rest of the house. The farm had been well stocked before its tragedy. The pantry was full, the freezer packed with meat, the cellar loaded with preserved foods. There was a working well, a generator with full fuel tanks, propane for cooking, even a functioning septic system. It was perfect. It was a graveyard. Archie returned to the truck. "We're staying here, at least for a while." They buried the family that afternoon, using tools from the barn to dig graves in the backyard. No one said any prayers. No one knew what to say to a God who would allow this. They just dug and filled, and marked the graves with simple wooden crosses made from scrap lumber. After the burial, they began the work of surviving. Carl and Derek, they'd been mechanics before the end, brothers working at the same shop, got the generator running at minimal output, enough for lights and the refrigerator, but not enough to draw excessive attention. Austin and Kelly inventoried the supplies, making lists and calculating rationing schedules. His daughter took care of Emma, trying to provide comfort and stability to a child whose world had shattered. Archie fortified the property. He boarded windows, reinforced doors, set up early warning systems using cans and string. He moved the truck into the barn where it would be hidden from casual observation. He created escape routes and fallback positions. These were skills he'd never known he had, instincts drawn from some deep well of survival programming that evolution had baked into every human. As evening fell, they gathered in the farmhouse kitchen for a real meal, the first since the world ended. Carl cooked, showing surprising skill with the propane stove, and they ate canned vegetables and rice and even some meat from the freezer. It felt almost normal, almost like a camping trip or a strange family gathering. But the shotgun leaning against the wall and the boarded windows told a different story. "We can't stay here forever," Derek said, breaking the comfortable silence. "Eventually the supplies will run out. The generator fuel will be gone. We'll need to scavenge." "I know," Archie said. "But for now, this is good. This is safe. Let's take a few days to rest, to recover. Then we'll figure out the next steps." They talked late into the night, sharing their stories from before. Carl and Derek had families they'd been separated from, though they held little hope of reunion. Kelly's parents had been in Florida on vacation when the outbreak started. She had no idea if they'd made it back or if they were even alive. Austin's mother was a nurse who'd been working at Erlanger Hospital when everything went wrong. He knew, though he wouldn't say it, that she was almost certainly dead or turned. Only Archie and his daughter had found each other. That made them lucky. Impossibly, tragically lucky. Day 7. 3 days of relative peace on the farm. 3 days of routine, cooking, cleaning, maintaining the property, taking turns on watch. 3 days where they almost started to believe they might survive this. Then the first of the refugees arrived. A woman in her 30s, walking up the driveway with her hands raised, showing she meant no threat. She was thin, exhausted, and carrying nothing but a small bag. Derek was on watch and called for Archie. They met her at the property line, weapons ready but not overtly threatening. "Please," the woman said. "I've been walking for 3 days. I haven't eaten. I just need food and water. I'll leave after, I promise. I don't want to cause trouble." Archie studied her, looking for signs of infection. She seemed clean. No blood, no visible wounds, no fever that he could tell. Just exhausted and desperate. He made a decision that he'd spend the next days questioning. "You can stay tonight. We'll feed you. But you leave in the morning." Her name was Patricia, and her story was depressingly familiar. She'd been in Atlanta when the outbreak hit there. The city had collapsed in less than 48 hours, faster even than Chattanooga. She'd fled north, walking along rural roads, hiding from infected and the increasingly dangerous living alike. She had no family, no destination, just a vague hope that somewhere north would be safer. They fed her, gave her a bed in one of the upstairs rooms. She slept for 14 hours straight. And when morning came, Archie couldn't bring himself to turn her out. She was harmless, useful even. She'd been a teacher before and could help educate Emma, give the girl some semblance of structure. So Patricia stayed. 2 days later, 3 more arrived. A family, father, teenage son, and elderly grandmother. Same story, different details. Fleeing from the infection, wandering until they found the farm. Archie turned them away. They couldn't take in every refugee who showed up. They couldn't save everyone. The family left, walking back down the driveway. Archie watched them go and hated himself for it. But what choice did he have? Resources were finite. Space was limited. Every extra mouth meant less for the people already here. That night, the family returned. Or rather, 2 of them did. The father and son, now infected, their transformation recent enough that they still wore the same clothes from earlier. They'd been attacked on the road, bitten, and turned within hours. Now they'd followed their last memory back to the farm, drawn by some residual instinct or maybe just by the lights and sounds of living people. Derek shot them both as they tried to force their way through the gate. The grandmother was nowhere to be seen. Probably also turned, wandering off in a different direction. The incident shook the group. They'd been feeling safe, secure, almost comfortable. The attack reminded them that safety was temporary, security was an illusion. The infected were everywhere, and they were relentless. Carl proposed a new rule: no more refugees. Anyone who approached the farm would be turned away at gunpoint, no exceptions. It was harsh, but necessary. They couldn't afford mercy, not when mercy might get them all killed. The decision divided the group. Patricia argued for compassion, for helping others when possible. Derek and Carl were firm in their stance. Survival required hard choices. Archie's daughter stayed quiet, but he could see the conflict in her eyes. She wanted to help people, wanted to believe that humanity was worth saving, but she'd also seen what happened when you let your guard down. Archie sided with Carl and Derek. He hated himself for it, but he did it anyway. The farm was theirs now, and they'd defend it, against the infected, against desperate refugees, against anyone who threatened their survival. Day 12. A truck appeared on the road, moving slowly, clearly searching for something. Not infected, they didn't drive. Living people, potentially dangerous. Archie watched through binoculars from an upstairs window. The truck was a large pickup with a cab protector and what looked like supplies in the bed. 3 men were visible, all armed. They were examining properties, looking for something or someone. The truck turned into the farm's driveway. Archie gathered everyone. Armed men coming up the driveway. Could be hostile. Everyone armed and ready, but don't shoot unless I give the word. They took positions, Derek and Carl at windows covering the front approach, Austin at the back in case of a flanking movement, Kelly and his daughter with Emma in the basement. Archie stood at the front door with the shotgun, ready. The truck stopped 50 yards from the house. The men got out, all 3 carrying rifles. One of them, a big man with a shaved head, called out, "Anyone home? We're not looking for trouble, just want to talk." "What do you want?" Archie shouted back. "Name's Miller. We're from a settlement about 10 miles east of here. We're organizing survivors, pooling resources, wondering if you folks want to join up." "We're fine on our own." "You sure?" "There's safety in numbers. We've got 40 people, plenty of supplies, and real defenses. The infected are getting more active. Bigger groups, more aggressive. You might not be able to hold out here much longer." Archie considered. A larger group would mean better security, more resources, shared labor. But it would also mean giving up autonomy, trusting strangers, potentially putting his daughter in danger. "Thanks, but we're staying here." Miller shrugged. "Your choice, but you should know. We're asking all the settlements in the area to contribute to a common defense. Food, ammunition, manpower. The infected are massing, we think getting ready for a big push. We need to work together." "What happens if we don't contribute?" Miller's expression hardened. "Then you're on your own. And when the infected come, don't expect any help from us." It was a threat disguised as a warning. Join us or be abandoned. Classic strongman tactics. Archie had seen it before in kitchens. Head chefs who demanded absolute loyalty and punished anyone who didn't fall in line. He hadn't liked it then, and he didn't like it now. "We'll take our chances," Archie said. Miller nodded slowly. "All right, but when things go bad, and they will, remember you had a chance." He and his men got back in their truck and drove away. After they left, the group debated the encounter. Patricia thought they should have agreed to join the settlement. Safety in numbers, she repeated. Derek didn't trust Miller or his offer. Sounded too much like a protection racket. Carl was torn. Austin and Kelly didn't voice opinions. Emma was too young to understand. Archie's daughter pulled him aside. "Dad, what if they're right? What if we can't hold out alone? Maybe they are right. But I don't trust them. And I'm not putting you in a position where your safety depends on strangers. Isn't that what we're doing here? We're living with strangers." She was right. Patricia, Carl, Derek, they were strangers. He'd let them in because they'd needed help, or because they'd been useful, or because he'd been too tired to turn them away. But he didn't really know them, didn't know what they'd do if things got desperate. That's different, he said, though he wasn't sure it was. Day 15. The infected arrived in force. It started just after dawn. Archie was on watch, drinking instant coffee and watching the sun rise over the fields. Beautiful morning, cool and clear. The kind of morning that made you forget, just for a moment, that the world had ended. Then he saw them. They came from the east, moving through the fields in a mass. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, their bodies dark shapes against the golden wheat. They moved with purpose, not the aimless wandering of individual infected, but a directed migration. Heading west, heading directly toward the farm. Archie shouted the alarm. Everyone scrambled to defensive positions. They'd planned for this, drilled for it, but the reality was more terrifying than any drill. The infected weren't just a few dozen they could pick off or avoid. This was a horde, an army of the dead. "We need to leave," Patricia said, her voice high with panic. "We can't fight that many." "We leave. We're on foot," Derek countered. "The truck can't outrun them on these roads and we'll be exposed. Better to fort up." The debate was rendered moot as the first infected reached the property line. They flowed over the fences like water, mindless and unstoppable. Archie started shooting, the shotgun booming, each shell taking down 1 or 2 infected. But for every one that fell, 10 more kept coming. Derek and Carl fired from the windows, their pistols cracking steadily. Austin joined them with a rifle they'd found in the farmhouse. But it wasn't enough. The numbers were too great. The infected reached the house and began battering at the doors and walls. Wood splintered. Windows shattered despite the boards. The house shook with the impact of hundreds of bodies pressing against it. "Fall back to the basement!" Archie shouted. They retreated down the stairs carrying what supplies they could grab. Emma was crying, Patricia was praying, and everyone else was just trying not to panic. The basement was concrete, more solid than the wood frame house above. But it was also a trap. If the infected breached the basement door, there would be nowhere to run. The sounds from above were apocalyptic, furniture being destroyed, floors creaking and groaning under the weight, glass shattering, and underneath it all, that constant moaning, hundreds of voices creating a sound like wind or waves or some natural disaster given voice. "The tunnel," his daughter said suddenly. "Dad, remember? You said there was a tunnel." Archie had almost forgotten. During his initial exploration of the property, he'd found an old storm shelter with a tunnel that led out to the barn. It was narrow, probably built during the Cold War as a fallout shelter, but it was an escape route. A way out that the infected didn't know about. They moved through the basement to the shelter entrance, a heavy metal door that took Derek and Carl together to open. The tunnel beyond was dark, cramped, smelling of earth and mold, but it led away from the death above them. One by one, they crawled through. Archie went last, pulling the metal door shut behind him and jamming it with a pipe he'd found. It wouldn't hold forever, but it might buy them time. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, though it was probably only 50 yards. They emerged in the barn through a hidden entrance behind some old hay bales. The barn was still intact, the infected having focused on the house and ignored the outbuilding. The truck sat where Archie had left it, keys in the ignition. They loaded into it, cramming in tighter than ever. Archie started the engine, threw open the barn doors, and drove. The horde was so dense that driving through them was like driving through water. Bodies bumped and rolled over the hood. The truck's tires crushed those that fell underneath. Blood splattered the windshield until Archie could barely see. He just kept driving, following the driveway by memory, pushing through until they reached the road. Once on the road, he accelerated, leaving the farm and the horde behind. In the rearview mirror, he watched the farmhouse collapse, its structure finally giving way under the weight of the infected. 3 weeks of safety, of hope, gone in less than an hour. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. They drove aimlessly for hours, burning through fuel, putting distance between themselves and the horde. When the tank gauge read near empty, Archie pulled off onto a side road and parked. They were somewhere in northern Georgia, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by forest and empty fields. "Now what?" Carl asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. "We find another place," Archie said, though he could hear the defeat in his own voice. "We keep moving, keep surviving. For how long? Until the next horde? Until we run out of gas or food or ammunition? Until one of us gets bit?" Derek's voice was bitter. "Face it, we're just delaying the inevitable." Archie wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. Because Derek was right. They were doomed. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually. The infected were everywhere, growing in numbers while the survivors dwindled. Every day meant less food, less fuel, less hope. But his daughter was alive. That had to count for something. Day 23. They'd been wandering for 8 days now, never staying more than a night in one place, scavenging, hiding, running. The truck was on its last drops of fuel. Their supplies were almost gone. Everyone was exhausted, pushed beyond the limits of physical and mental endurance. They'd lost Patricia 3 days ago. She'd gone to gather water from a stream and simply vanished. They'd searched for hours but found no trace. Either she'd run off, or the infected had taken her quietly, or she'd just given up and walked into the forest to die alone. Archie didn't know and couldn't afford to keep looking. Carl had been bitten yesterday. He'd hidden it, wrapped the wound on his arm and said nothing. But this morning he'd woken with a fever, and when Derek checked the bandage, they all saw the truth. The bite was infected, not with bacteria, but with the virus. Carl was turning. They held a council to decide what to do. Kill him now and spare him the transformation? Let him turn and then deal with it? Carl made the choice for them. He took Derek's pistol, walked into the woods, and shot himself. They heard the single gunshot echo through the trees. Derek went to check, came back pale and shaking, and said his brother was dead. They buried him in a shallow grave, marking it with a stick. Another life ended, another loss added to the growing list. Day 26. The truck finally gave out, engine seizing up from lack of oil or damage or just exhaustion. They abandoned it on the side of a rural highway and continued on foot. Walking was harder than driving, slower and more dangerous. They had to hide whenever they heard sounds, uncertain if they came from infected or hostile survivors. They had to ration water more strictly because they couldn't cover enough distance to reach reliable sources. They had to carry everything they needed, and their supplies grew heavier with each mile. Emma was struggling. 7 years old was too young for this kind of hardship. She'd developed a cough that worried Archie, and she moved slower each day. His daughter carried her sometimes, but that just meant his daughter was exhausted too. Kelly sprained her ankle jumping over a fence. Austin developed a nasty infected cut on his hand. Derek was increasingly withdrawn, mourning his brother and questioning why he'd survived when Carl hadn't. The group was breaking down, physically and psychologically. On day 28, they saw signs pointing to Chattanooga. Somehow, despite all their wandering, they'd circled back toward the city that had started it all, back toward where Archie's nightmare began. "We should head back toward Lookout Mountain," Derek suggested. "Maybe loop around and head west, try to find somewhere less populated." But Archie was staring at the signs, at that word, Chattanooga. His daughter was alive, yes, but she'd been here when it started. She was supposed to go to college in Knoxville. Her whole life had been ahead of her, and it had been taken away by whatever happened in that UTC lab. By whoever had released the virus? By terrorists, the news had said. Though did it even matter anymore who was responsible? He pulled the acceptance letter from his pocket. He'd carried it this whole time, through every escape and every desperate moment. The paper was wrinkled, stained with blood and sweat, but the words were still legible. "Dear applicant, we are pleased to inform you..." What a joke. Pleased to inform her of what? That her future was canceled? That her dreams meant nothing? That the world had ended before she'd even had a chance to live? Dad? His daughter touched his arm. What are you thinking? I'm thinking we've been running for a month. And what do we have to show for it? We're no safer. We have less. We've lost people. And for what? For survival. For staying alive. Is this alive? Really? Or are we just slower to die than everyone else? She didn't answer, couldn't answer, because she knew he was right. Day 30. They'd made camp in an abandoned gas station just outside Chattanooga's remains. The city was visible from their position. Smoke still rose from some sections, though the massive fires had burned out weeks ago. The infection had consumed everything. Millions had lived here once. Now it was a graveyard. They were almost out of food, almost out of water. Emma's cough had gotten worse, developing into something that sounded like pneumonia. Kelly's ankle wasn't healing properly. She might have torn ligaments or tendons. Austin's infected hand was red and swollen despite their best attempts at treatment. They needed medicine, real medicine, the kind you couldn't scavenge from ransacked pharmacies. Derek had stopped talking entirely. He'd sit for hours just staring at nothing, his brother's pistol in his hands, clearly contemplating following Carl into death. His daughter was the only one still fighting, still insisting they could make it. There has to be somewhere safe, she kept saying. The government has to be doing something. There have to be real shelters, real evacuation centers. We just have to keep looking. Archie didn't have the heart to tell her that the government was gone, that any evacuation centers had been overrun weeks ago, that there was nowhere safe left in the world. Instead, he just held her and let her hope. Day 31. Emma died in her sleep. The infection in her lungs had been too much for her small body to fight without antibiotics or proper care. She just stopped breathing sometime in the early morning hours. His daughter found her cold and still and screamed. They buried Emma next to the gas station, another shallow grave, another marker made of sticks. His daughter read a prayer, even though Archie had stopped believing in any god who would allow this. Derek said nothing, just stared at the small grave with dead eyes. That afternoon, Kelly tried to walk on her bad ankle and collapsed. The joint was purple and grotesquely swollen. Without proper medical treatment, she'd never walk normally again. She was crying, not from pain but from understanding. She was now a liability, someone who would slow them down, someone who would get them all killed. "Just leave me," she said through her tears. "I can't keep up." "You need to leave me." They didn't leave her, but Archie wondered how long that would last. How long before they had to make the terrible calculation of who was worth saving and who wasn't. Day 32. They decided to head toward Lookout Mountain, though none of them said why. It was just a direction, a destination, somewhere to point their exhausted bodies. The mountain loomed ahead of them, and they began the long walk up its slopes. Infected were everywhere on the approach roads, thousands of them, wandering in the ruins of civilization. Archie's group had to move carefully, hiding often, taking long detours. It took hours to cover what should have been a 30-minute walk. Austin's hand had developed gangrene. They could smell it, a sickly, sweet rot that hung around him like a cloud. He needed a hospital, surgery, probably amputation, none of which they could provide. He was dying, and they all knew it. He knew it too. But he kept walking, kept putting one foot in front of the other, determined to reach the mountain before he gave up. They climbed, step by painful step, the group ascending toward Lookout Mountain's summit. Kelly crawled part of the way, unable to put weight on her ankle. Derek helped her, showing more life than he had in days. Austin lagged behind, his infected hand cradled against his chest, leaving a trail of pus and blood. Archie and his daughter led the way, moving slowly to let the others keep up. The acceptance letter was still in his pocket, its presence a constant reminder of everything they'd lost. He'd been so proud when she got it, so excited for her future. She was going to study engineering, was going to build things, create things, make the world better. And now the world didn't need engineers. It didn't need anything except survivors, and even those it was grinding down to nothing. They reached the summit as the sun began to set. The view from the top should have been beautiful. The Tennessee Valley spread out below them, the river winding through it, mountains rising in the distance. But all Archie could see was smoke and ruin. The city was dead. The valley was dead. The world was dead. A massive horde of infected was climbing the mountain behind them. Thousands of them, drawn by the sound of their movement or some instinct Archie couldn't understand. They'd be surrounded within the hour. "We can't outrun them," Derek said, his voice eerily calm. "Not with Kelly and Austin in this condition." "Then we find somewhere to ford up," his daughter insisted. "We've survived this long. We can—" "Stop!" Archie cut her off. "Just stop. Look around, really look. There is nowhere to ford up. There's no more running. We're done." The truth of it hung in the air between them. After 32 days of fighting, of surviving, of hoping against hope, they'd reached the end. Not because they'd given up, but because there was simply nowhere left to go. Derek pulled out his pistol, Carl's pistol. He'd carried it ever since his brother died. He checked the magazine, counted bullets. 6 rounds, he said. 6 of us. He looked at the group, and everyone understood what he was suggesting. Kelly nodded first. "I don't want to turn into one of those things. I don't want to be eaten alive." Austin agreed. Better to choose when and how. Better to die human. Patricia would have argued for fighting to the last breath, but Patricia was gone. Carl would have tried to find a third option, but Carl was dead. Emma had never had a choice in any of this. Archie looked at his daughter, saw her face pale with horror and grief, saw her trying to find words to argue, to protest, to insist there had to be another way. But she couldn't find those words, because she was smart enough to see the situation clearly, to understand that sometimes there are no good choices, only terrible ones. "I'm not going to let those things touch you," Archie said to her. "Your mom would never forgive me if I let you suffer like that." She started crying, great heaving sobs that shook her whole body. He held her, feeling her pain as if it were his own. In a way it was. Every parent's nightmare, surviving your child, except they weren't going to survive each other. They were going to die together, here on this mountain, surrounded by monsters. "I'm scared, Dad." "Me too, baby, me too." The infected were getting closer. Archie could see them now, a dark mass moving through the twilight, their moans carrying on the wind. So many of them, more than he'd ever seen in one place. They'd be here in minutes. He pulled the acceptance letter from his pocket one last time, read it even though he'd memorized every word. The university was probably destroyed now, the professors dead or turned, the other students who would have been her classmates all gone. But for a moment, he let himself imagine a different world where she got to go, where she got to live her dreams, where the future hadn't been stolen. He folded the letter carefully and put it back in his pocket, over his heart. Let whoever found his body, if anyone ever did, see it and know that he died trying to reach his daughter, trying to give her a life worth living. "We should do it now," Derek said quietly, "before they get here, while we still have the choice." They stood in a circle on the summit of Lookout Mountain, the 6 of them, all that remained of their little family of survivors. The sun had set completely now, and stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. Beautiful stars, indifferent to the tragedy unfolding below them. Derek went first. He pressed the pistol to his temple, looked at each of them one last time, and pulled the trigger. The shot echoed across the mountain. He fell instantly, dead before he hit the ground. Kelly was next. She was shaking so badly Austin had to steady her hand, help her hold the weapon. She closed her eyes and fired. Her body collapsed beside Derek's. Austin took the pistol with his good hand, the one that wasn't rotting and useless. He looked at Archie and his daughter. "Thank you," he said, "for trying, for not giving up on us." Then he pulled the trigger. 3 rounds left, 3 people. The infected were close now. Archie could smell them, could hear the scrape of their feet on stone, could feel the ground vibrating with their approach. His daughter picked up the pistol with shaking hands. "I can't do this." "Dad, I can't. You don't have to. Give it to me. I'll do it." "Both of us? You're going to... I'm not leaving you alone." Not even for a second. She handed him the pistol. Archie held it, feeling its weight, this instrument of death that had become their only mercy. He thought about all the plans he'd made, all the promises he'd kept and broken, all the roads that had led to this moment. He'd worked so hard, sacrificed so much, done everything right, and none of it had mattered. The world had ended anyway, but he'd found her. After the world ended, after everything fell apart, he'd found his daughter. He'd kept her safe as long as he could. He'd loved her every moment. That had to count for something. The infected reached the summit, hundreds of them, surrounding the group, closing in with inevitable hunger. No more time for goodbyes or last words. Just this final moment of choosing their own end, rather than having it forced upon them. Archie put his arm around his daughter's shoulders, pulled her close. He raised the pistol. She pressed her face against his chest, and he could feel her heart racing, could feel her breathing quick and shallow with fear. "I love you," he whispered. "I love you too, Dad." The infected were so close now he could see their faces, or what remained of them. Dozens of mouths opening in hunger, dozens of hands reaching. He had seconds at most. He pressed the pistol to his daughter's head, his hand steady despite the tears streaming down his face. This was the last thing he could do for her, save her from being torn apart, from becoming one of them, from suffering. One last act of love in a world where love meant nothing anymore. He started to squeeze the trigger. Something made him stop. Not hope. Hope was long dead. Not belief in rescue. That had died with Emma. Just a thought, simple and clear. His daughter deserved to make her own choice. She was an adult, or as close as mattered now. This decision should be hers. "Baby," he said, his voice breaking, "if you want me to, I will. But tell me what you want." She pulled back, looked up at him with eyes full of tears and terror and something else, determination. "Together," she said, "we do it together." The infected were within arm's reach now. Archie could smell their rot, could see the hunger in their dead eyes. 5 of them, 10, 20, all converging on this last moment of human life on the summit. He handed his daughter the pistol. She took it, her hand steadier than his now. She held it between them, pressed against both their hearts. Her finger found the trigger, and his hand covered hers, helping her hold it steady. "On 3?" she asked. "On 3?" The infected lunged. Multiple bodies crashed into them from all sides. Archie felt cold hands grabbing his shoulders, his arms, pulling him down. He held tight to his daughter, kept his hand over hers on the pistol. The infected were tearing at them, teeth seeking flesh, hunger overwhelming everything else. His daughter counted 1. Pain exploded in Archie's shoulder as teeth sank in. He screamed but kept holding the pistol. 2! More infected piled on, a crushing weight, dozens of them fighting for access to the last living humans on the mountain. Archie felt his grip weakening, felt himself being pulled away from his daughter. Number. Not like this. Not separated. Together. They'd die together. The pistol fired. The sound was muffled by all the bodies, but Archie felt the impact, felt the bullet punch through both of them where they stood pressed against each other. His daughter gasped, and her hand went slack. The pistol fell from her fingers and clattered to the ground. Archie collapsed, his daughter in his arms. The infected were everywhere, tearing at them, but he barely felt it. His chest was on fire where the bullet had gone through, and he could feel blood pumping out with each heartbeat. He'd been shot through the heart, or near enough. He had seconds. His daughter was still conscious, her eyes finding his. The bullet had gone through her too, though he couldn't tell where. There was so much blood. She tried to speak, but no words came out, just a wet, gasping sound. "I'm sorry," he managed to whisper. "I'm so sorry." She squeezed his hand once, weakly, then her eyes closed, and she went still. The infected were feeding now, tearing flesh from their bodies. Archie felt it distantly, the way you might feel rain when you're already soaked through. His vision was going dark at the edges, his body shutting down from blood loss. This was it. The end. The acceptance letter crinkled against his chest, right over his torn and bleeding heart. He'd carried it all this way, through everything, believing it meant something. Believing that somehow his daughter's future still mattered, that education and plans and dreams hadn't died with the old world. Maybe it had meant something. Maybe just having it, carrying it, believing in it. Maybe that was enough. Maybe hope didn't need to be logical or practical to have value. Maybe it just needed to exist, even in the face of inevitable death. Or maybe it was all meaningless. Maybe they'd died for nothing, achieved nothing, survived 32 days just to die anyway. Maybe the letter was just paper, the dreams just delusions, and hope just another lie people told themselves to keep moving forward. Archie would never know. His consciousness was fading, the world going gray and then black. He could no longer feel the infected tearing at him, could no longer feel pain or fear or grief, just a growing numbness, a sense of everything slipping away. His last thought, as darkness took him completely, was of his daughter's face that morning when she'd shown him the acceptance letter. The joy in her eyes, the pride, the excitement for everything that was coming. That moment, at least, had been real. That moment, they'd both been happy. That moment, the future had been bright and full of promise. Then, even that memory faded, and Archie was gone. The infected continued feeding, reducing 2 more human lives to nothing but meat and bone. When they finished, they wandered away, drawn by some other stimulus, some other potential prey. They left behind only remains, bodies that had been people, that had been a father and daughter, that had loved and fought and survived for as long as they could. The acceptance letter stayed in Archie's pocket, gradually soaking through with blood. By morning, the words would be illegible, the paper disintegrating. But for now, for this last night, the letter remained. A final testament to dreams that would never be realized, futures that would never come to pass, and all the small hopes that die when the world ends. The stars continued to shine overhead, indifferent and eternal. Somewhere in the darkness, others were still surviving, still fighting, still hoping. But here on Lookout Mountain, surrounded by the ruins of Chattanooga and the corpses of civilization, Archie's story ended. He'd tried to reach his daughter, he'd succeeded, had found her against all odds, had kept her safe as long as he could, and when safety became impossible, he'd given her the only gift he had left, a death of her own choosing, a death with dignity, a death while she was still human. It was over. They were gone. And the world, already broken beyond repair, continued its slow spiral toward whatever came after the end of everything. Now let's move on to the next story. The diesel engine rumbled beneath him like a living thing, steady and familiar, as the big rig rolled south on Interstate 35 toward Laredo. Moses kept his hands at 10 and 2, the steering wheel worn smooth from 23 years of cross-country hauls. The vinyl seat had molded to his body shape, the torn section near his left thigh patched with duct tape that he replaced every few months. His thermos sat in the cup holder, half full of coffee gone lukewarm. The cab smelled like old cigarettes, though he'd quit 5 years ago, and the Pine air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 3:47 p.m. If traffic stayed light through Laredo, he could drop the load at the warehouse by 6, maybe grab dinner at that taqueria on San Bernardo before crossing into Nuevo Laredo. His wife would have already started cooking, but she never minded when he showed up late. 28 years of marriage had taught her that schedules meant nothing when you drove for a living. The CB radio crackled with static. Moses reached over and adjusted the squelch, catching the tail end of someone's transmission. "Confirmed at the university. They're saying—" The signal dissolved into white noise. He turned the dial, hunting for the channel where the regulars usually talked. Tuesday afternoon meant most of the long haulers would be somewhere between Dallas and the border, sharing information about way stations, traffic, and which truck stops had the best food. Breaker, this is Iron Horse. Anybody got eyes on 35 south of San Antonio?" Moses recognized the voice. Tommy Rodriguez, a livestock hauler who ran cattle from Oklahoma to the border ranches. They'd shared coffee at dozens of truck stops over the years, the kind of friendship built on brief encounters and CB radio conversations across hundreds of miles. Moses picked up the mic. "This is Shepard. I'm about 40 miles north of Laredo." "Road's clear, Tommy. What's going on?" "Static?" Then Tommy's voice came back tighter than usual. "You hear anything about something at the university down there? TAMIU?" "Negative. What kind of something?" "Don't know the details. There's chatter on the emergency channels. Some kind of lab incident, possible chemical release. Cops are telling people to stay away from the campus area." Moses frowned. Texas A&M International University sat on the northern edge of Laredo, not far from the main truck routes. He'd driven past it 1,000 times. How bad? Nobody's saying, but I got a buddy works dispatch for the fire department, and he said they sent every available unit. Hazmat, the whole deal. Another voice broke in, older, gravelly. "This is Gearjammer. I'm at the Pilot on 35, mile marker 18. Place is packed, lot of drivers waiting to see what's what before heading south." Moses did the math. Mile marker 18 put Gearjammer at the truck stop just north of Laredo proper, the last major stop before the city. He'd been planning to fuel up there anyway. Shepard copies. "I'll be there in 30. Anything else weird going on?" "Negative. Just rumors and a lot of nervous people watching the news." Moses clipped the mic back to the dashboard. The highway stretched ahead, flat scrubland on both sides broken by the occasional cluster of buildings or billboard. Heat shimmered off the asphalt. In the distance, he could see the hazy outline of Laredo's water tower. His phone sat in the center console, and for a moment he considered calling home. But his wife would worry if he called in the middle of the day, especially if he mentioned some vague chemical spill. Better to wait until he knew more, until he was sure there was actually something to worry about. She had enough stress dealing with her mother's declining health. The old woman had moved in with them 6 months ago, and the house felt crowded in ways that had nothing to do with physical space. The radio crackled again, multiple voices overlapping, too garbled to make out individual words. Moses caught fragments. "Quarantine. Won't let anyone through. Military." He turned up the volume and leaned closer. The cacophony resolved into distinct transmissions, drivers talking over each other with the urgency of people trying to share information faster than it could be processed. "I-35 is blocked at the University Boulevard exit. Saw ambulances, maybe 20 of them heading toward the campus. My wife says the local news is saying it's a containment situation." "What the hell does that mean, containment?" Moses's hands tightened on the wheel. The sun glinted off the chrome of his mirrors. In 23 years of driving, he'd seen plenty of highway incidents, pile-ups in ice storms, hazmat spills that shut down roads for hours. Once, a propane tanker had jackknifed near Austin, and they'd evacuated everything within a mile radius. But something about the tone in these voices felt different. These were men who'd seen everything the road could throw at them, and they sounded rattled. The mile markers ticked by. 22, 20, 18. The pilot truck stop came into view, a sprawling complex of fuel pumps, parking spaces, and a main building that housed a restaurant, showers, and a small store. The lot was fuller than Moses had ever seen it. Trucks lined up 3 deep in some spots, drivers standing in clusters near their rigs, talking and gesturing. Some had their CB antennas extended to full height. Others stood with phones pressed to their ears. Moses pulled into an empty space near the back of the lot, setting the air brakes with a hiss of compressed air. The engine ticked as it cooled. He climbed down from the cab, his knees protesting. 51 years old, and his body kept score of every mile, every hour hunched over the wheel. The air felt thick, humid in the way that South Texas afternoons always did in late summer. The smell of diesel fuel mixed with the chalky dust that seemed to coat everything this close to the border. Moses stretched, feeling his spine crack, and walked toward the main building. A group of drivers stood near the entrance, and Moses recognized several faces. Tommy Rodriguez was there, a short, heavy-set man with a Dallas Cowboys cap pushed back on his head. Next to him stood Gear Jammer, real name Walter something, a gaunt man in his 60s with forearms covered in faded tattoos. "Moses," Tommy called out, waving him over. "You hear the latest?" "Just what was on the radio." "Lab breach, containment situation. What else?" Walter spat tobacco juice onto the pavement. "News says it's a biohazard, some kind of research accident at the university. They're evacuating buildings within a quarter-mile of the campus." "What kind of research?" "Nobody's saying, but I got a nephew works security at the university, and he texted me about an hour ago. Said people were getting sick, like fast, fever, vomiting, the works." Then he stopped answering his phone. A younger driver Moses didn't recognize spoke up. "My girlfriend lives in Laredo. She says hospitals are swamped, people showing up with bite marks, violent behavior. Police scanner is going crazy." "Bite marks?" Moses frowned. "What, like animal attacks?" "That's what I thought. But she said it's people biting people. Sounds like some kind of drug thing, you know, like that bath salts crap from a few years back." Tommy shook his head. "I don't know, man. Something feels off about this. The way they're locking down the whole area, bringing in the National Guard, that's not standard procedure for a drug problem." Moses's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a text from his wife. "Are you close?" Saw something on the news about Laredo. He typed back quickly, "At truck stop north of the city. Might be delayed. Don't worry, everything's fine. We'll call soon." The lie felt necessary. What was he supposed to say? That drivers were swapping rumors about people biting each other and hospitals overflowing? That his nephew wasn't answering his phone? She'd panic, and he didn't have enough information yet to justify that. A man emerged from the main building, walking fast, his face pale. He went straight to a Freightliner parked near the fuel pumps and climbed into the cab. The engine roared to life, and the truck pulled out of the lot, accelerating toward the northbound on-ramp. "That's the third one in the last hour," Walter said. "Guys are turning around, heading back north. Some of them are saying, 'Screw the deliveries, they're going home.'" "Can you blame them?" Tommy asked. "If this is some kind of outbreak—" "We don't know what it is," Moses interrupted. "Could be nothing. Could be blown out of proportion. I've got a load that needs to be in the warehouse by end of business today. I'm not turning around because of rumors." But even as he said it, he felt the uncertainty gnawing at him. His family was 15 miles south across the border. His daughter worked at a clinic in Nuevo Laredo. His son was in his last year of high school. If something was really wrong, if there was an actual danger, he needed to know. He needed to get to them. I'm going to grab some food and see what I can find out, Moses said. Anybody want anything? I'm good, Tommy said. But hey, if you hear anything solid, let me know. I've got a decision to make about whether I'm running this load or heading home to Oklahoma. Moses nodded and walked into the building. The interior was fluorescent bright, the air conditioning cranked high enough to make him shiver after the heat outside. The restaurant area was crowded, every booth and table occupied. A TV mounted in the corner showed a local news broadcast, the volume turned up. Moses grabbed a coffee from the self-serve station and found a spot near the TV where he could hear. The anchor, a woman in a blue blazer, spoke with practiced calm, but her eyes looked strained. To repeat, authorities are asking residents in the northern Laredo area to remain indoors while emergency crews respond to what officials are calling a containment situation at Texas A&M International University. Details remain limited, but sources confirm that a research laboratory on campus experienced a breach earlier this afternoon. The feed cut to a helicopter shot of the campus. Even from the air, Moses could see the chaos. Emergency vehicles clustered around a modern-looking building, their lights flashing. People ran across parking lots. A section of the campus appeared to be cordoned off with yellow tape. Reports of individuals experiencing severe symptoms including fever, aggression, and altered mental states. Several patients have been transported to local hospitals, which are now asking people to seek emergency care only for life-threatening conditions. The image changed again, this time to a press conference. A man in a suit stood behind a podium marked with the seal of the city of Laredo. He looked exhausted, sweat visible on his forehead despite the indoor setting. "We want to assure the public that the situation is under control," he said, reading from prepared notes. "The CDC has been notified and is sending a team. In the meantime, we're working with state and federal partners to ensure public safety. We're asking people to avoid the area around TAMIU and to report any unusual symptoms to their healthcare providers immediately." A reporter's voice, off camera. "Can you confirm reports of violent behavior among those affected?" The man's jaw tightened. "We're still gathering information. What I can tell you is that some individuals have exhibited aggressive tendencies, which may be a symptom of the exposure. Law enforcement is equipped to handle these situations, and we ask that the public remain calm and follow all official instructions." What was released from the lab? What kind of research was being conducted? I'm not at liberty to discuss the specific nature of the research at this time. That information will be made available as the investigation progresses. Moses sipped his coffee, the bitter taste barely registering. The officials' non-answers told him more than any direct statement could have. They didn't know what was happening, or they knew and weren't saying. Either way, it was bad. A commotion near the entrance made him turn. Two drivers were arguing, their voices loud enough to cut through the ambient noise. One was a big man with a shaved head, the other thin and jittery, maybe in his early 30s. "I'm telling you," my dispatcher said to turn around. "They're not letting trucks through anyway." "Because you're a coward. I've got bills to pay, and I'm not losing money because of some overblown CDC panic." "Did you see the news? People are attacking each other. My buddy sent me a video from inside the city. It's like a riot." "It's always like a riot in Laredo. That's nothing new." A woman's scream cut through the argument. Everyone in the restaurant froze. The sound had come from outside, high-pitched and terrified, followed by shouting. Moses set down his coffee and moved toward the door. Other people followed, a mass exodus that bottlenecked at the entrance. Outside, the late afternoon sun seemed too bright, the shadows too sharp. It took Moses a moment to process what he was seeing. Near the fuel pumps, a driver was on the ground, pinned beneath another man. The attacker wore the uniform of a truck stop employee, the polo shirt and khakis that marked him as staff. But his movements were wrong, jerky, aggressive. He had the driver's arm in his mouth, and even from 30 feet away, Moses could see blood. The driver screamed again, trying to shove his attacker off. Other people ran toward them, shouting. One man grabbed the attacker by the shoulders and tried to pull him away. The attacker released the driver's arm and twisted, impossibly fast, lunging at his would-be rescuer. The two went down in a tangle. More screaming, people running. Moses stood frozen, his brain trying to reconcile what his eyes showed him with anything that made sense. This wasn't a fight. This was something else, something primal and mindless. The first driver, the one who'd been bitten, scrambled to his feet. His arm hung limp, blood streaming from ragged wounds. He stumbled toward the building, his face sheet white. "Help me," he gasped. He just bit me." Tommy appeared at Moses' side. "Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening?" The attacker, the truck stop employee, had gotten up. Blood covered his mouth and chin. His eyes were vacant, unfocused, but his head turned slowly, scanning. He locked onto movement, a woman running for her car, and sprinted after her with horrifying speed. "Get inside," someone yelled. "Lock the doors." But it was too late for that. More people were emerging from around the side of the building. A cook, still wearing his apron. A mechanic in grease-stained coveralls. A driver Moses recognized from the parking lot. A man named Hiram who'd been leaning against his truck smoking a cigarette not 20 minutes ago. They moved like the truck stop employee. That same jerky, predatory gait. Their eyes empty, their mouths slack, some of them smeared with blood. Hiram had been Moses' friend for nearly a decade. They'd shared countless meals, swapped stories about their families, helped each other through breakdowns and bad weather. But the thing wearing Hiram's face wasn't Hiram anymore. It was something that moved in Hiram's body, using his muscles, his mass, his momentum to close the distance to another driver. The driver didn't have time to run. Hiram tackled him with the force of a linebacker, and they both went down hard on the pavement. Moses heard the impact, bone on concrete. Hiram's hands grabbed the driver's throat while his mouth dove for the man's face. The driver thrashed, his legs kicking, his hands trying to pry Hiram's grip loose. Blood spurted. The driver's screams turned wet, then stopped. Moses' legs finally unlocked. He stumbled backward, bumping into someone. The crowd at the door had reversed course, everyone trying to get away from the fuel pumps, from the spreading violence. But there was nowhere to go. The attackers were everywhere. A woman fell, and two of them were on her before she could regain her feet. "The trucks!" Tommy shouted. "Get to the trucks!" Moses ran. His boots pounded the pavement. Behind him, he could hear more screaming. The sounds of flesh tearing, people dying. The smell hit him. Copper-sharp blood mixed with something worse, something that reminded him of meat left too long in summer heat. His rig sat where he'd left it, the cab door unlocked. He grabbed the handle and hauled himself up, his hands shaking so badly he almost couldn't grip the metal. Once inside, he slammed the door and hit the lock button. The mechanical click sounded impossibly loud. Through the windshield, he could see the lot descending into chaos. People running between trucks, the attackers pursuing. Some drivers made it to their rigs, others didn't. A man climbed halfway up into his cab before one of those things grabbed his leg and pulled him down. His hands scrabbled at the door frame, fingernails tearing, and then he was gone, dragged beneath the truck. Moses' hand shook as he reached for the ignition. He needed to start the engine, needed to get out of here. But his eyes stayed locked on the scene outside, his mind struggling to process the impossible reality. The first driver who'd been bitten, the one with the torn arm, had collapsed near the building entrance. As Moses watched, the man began to convulse. His back arched, his hands clawing at his throat. Foam or blood, Moses couldn't tell from this distance, bubbled from his mouth. The seizure lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then the man went still, dead. He had to be dead. No one moved like that and lived. But after a moment, the body stirred. The man's fingers twitched, His head turned, and even though Moses couldn't see his eyes from here, he knew they'd be empty. The same emptiness he'd seen in Hiram's face. The newly changed attacker climbed to his feet and immediately focused on the nearest living person, a woman trying to hide behind a fuel pump. He walked toward her with that distinctive jerky gait. She screamed and ran. He followed. Moses's brain finally caught up with his survival instinct. He turned the key. The diesel engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life. The familiar vibration traveled through the cab, grounding him in something real, something he understood. He released the air brakes and put the truck in gear. The rig lurched forward. In his mirrors, he saw other trucks starting to move, a stampede of multi-ton vehicles desperate to escape. Someone's trailer clipped a fuel pump. Another truck jackknifed, trying to make too tight a turn. Moses forced himself to drive slowly, precisely. Panic would get him killed. He steered around abandoned cars, around bodies, don't think about the bodies, toward the exit that would take him back to the highway. An attacker ran at his truck from the side. Moses saw him in the mirror, a man in jeans and a blood-soaked t-shirt. The thing jumped, trying to grab the door handle, his fingers scraping against the metal. But Moses was already accelerating, and the attacker couldn't keep up. He fell behind, immediately changing targets to a pickup truck that was stuck in traffic. The exit ramp appeared ahead. Moses swung the rig wide, the trailer following the arc. Other trucks converged on the same escape route, creating a bottleneck. He had to stop, the brake pedal firm under his boot, while a Peterbilt maneuvered through the gap between two abandoned cars. In the rearview mirror, the truck stop looked like a war zone. Bodies on the ground, trucks with their doors hanging open, fuel leaking from damaged pumps, creating rainbow slicks on the pavement, and those things, those changed people, swarming over anything that moved. The Peterbilt cleared the exit. Moses pressed the accelerator, guiding his rig through the gap. The trailer scraped against a concrete barrier with a shriek of metal, but he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The highway opened up before him, and he pushed the engine, the transmission, harder than he'd ever pushed them. North or south? That was the choice. North meant safety, distance from whatever nightmare had just erupted. South meant Laredo, meant crossing into Nuevo Laredo, meant his family. His phone buzzed. He grabbed it with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. A text from his wife. "They're saying on the news to stay away from Laredo. Where are you?" His thumbs moved across the screen, typing while his eyes flicked between the phone and the road. "I'm safe. North of the city. What about you?" The 3 dots appeared, indicating she was typing. Then, "We're fine. But there are police everywhere. They're blocking some streets. Your daughter called. The clinic sent everyone home. She's scared." Moses's chest tightened. His daughter was 24, smart and capable, studying to be a nurse practitioner. But she was still his daughter, and the thought of her scared, of her in danger, made his hands grip the steering wheel hard enough that his knuckles went white. He passed an exit. Another mile marker. The city of Laredo sprawled in the distance, the downtown buildings visible against the horizon. Somewhere in there, the infection was spreading. Had it reached the border? Had it crossed? The CB radio erupted with voices, all talking at once. "Don't go to the hospitals. They're overrun. I saw a cop eating someone. Military is setting up checkpoints. They're not letting anyone leave. My daughter is in Laredo. I have to get to her." Moses grabbed the mic. "This is Shepard. Anybody got information about the border crossings? Are they still open?" Static, then a response. "This is Nighthawk. I'm at the World Trade Bridge. It's closed. Military has it blocked on both sides. Same with the other crossings. Nobody in or out." "What about pedestrian crossings?" "Negative. They're all shut down. Laredo is under quarantine." The word hit Moses like a physical blow. Quarantine. His family was on the other side of that border, 15 miles and a world away. The international bridges that connected Laredo and Nuevo Laredo, that let commerce and people flow between countries, were closed. His wife, his daughter, his son, they were trapped. Or he was trapped. Perspective depended on which side of the line you stood. The highway stretched ahead. In his rearview mirror, Moses could see smoke rising from the direction of the truck stop. More trucks were on the road now, all heading north, fleeing. The southbound lanes were nearly empty. Moses eased his foot off the accelerator. The truck slowed. He checked the mirrors, looking for a turnaround. There was an overpass ahead with a crossover median, the kind emergency vehicles used. "What are you doing?" he muttered to himself. "You saw what happened back there. You know what this is," but he also knew he couldn't leave. Not while his family was somewhere in this chaos, not while there was still a chance. His phone rang, his wife's number. He answered on the first ring, switching to speaker so he could keep both hands on the wheel. "Moses? Did you get my texts?" "I got them. Are you all home? All three of you?" "Yes. We're locked in the house. The news says there's been some kind of biological attack. They're evacuating parts of Laredo, but nothing on our side of the border yet. But people are panicking. Your daughter says people at the clinic were acting crazy, trying to attack the nurses." "Listen to me," Moses interrupted, his voice as steady as he could make it. "I need you to do exactly what I say. Get away from the border. Pack a bag, just essentials, and take your mother and the kids somewhere safe. Your sister's place in Monterey, maybe. Just go." "What? Moses, what's happening? Where are you?" "I'm in Texas. There's—" He paused, trying to find words for something that had no rational explanation. "There's something wrong. People are getting sick, and when they get sick, they attack others. It's spreading fast. The bridges are closed, so I can't get to you right now, but I'm going to find a way. In the meantime, you need to leave." "Sick how? Like a flu?" "Not like a flu. Like they're not themselves anymore, like they're—" He stopped, the word forming in his mind but refusing to come out of his mouth, because saying it would make it real. Zombies. The word existed in movies and video games, not in the real world where Moses drove trucks and paid his bills and worried about normal things like his mother-in-law's health and whether his son would get into college. But he'd seen Hiram tear into that other driver. He'd seen the truck stop employee move with inhuman aggression. He'd watched a man die and come back as something else. "Like they're dangerous," he finally said. "Please, just trust me and go." "Okay," she said, and he could hear the fear in her voice, but also the decision. 28 years of marriage meant she knew when he was serious. "Okay, I'll pack. We'll leave in an hour. But Moses, what about you?" "I'm going to get to you. I don't know how yet, but I will. Keep your phone charged. I'll call you as soon as I can. Be careful. I love you. I love you too." The call ended. Moses set the phone down and stared at the road ahead. The crossover was coming up. He could turn around, head north, save himself, get away from this nightmare while there was still time. Instead, he took the crossover. The big rig rumbled over the dirt median, the suspension groaning. He pulled onto the southbound lanes, now heading back toward Laredo. The CB radio crackled. Tommy's voice, "Shepard, this is Iron Horse." "Where are you going, man? Road south is suicide." Moses keyed the mic. "I've got family in Nuevo Laredo. I have to get to them. The borders are closed. You can't cross. Then I'll find another way." "Moses." Tommy's voice softened. "Look, I understand. But you saw what happened at the truck stop. Whatever this is, it's spreading. Best thing you can do is get clear, regroup, figure out a plan when things calm down." "Things aren't going to calm down," Moses said. "I've been watching the news. I've heard the CB chatter. This isn't a localized incident. This is everywhere, and I'm not running away from my family." He clipped the mic back and focused on driving. The highway was eerily empty now. A few cars passed going the opposite direction, their drivers hunched over steering wheels, not even glancing at the truck. An ambulance screamed by, lights flashing, heading north. Moses caught a glimpse of movement in the back, someone or something thrashing against restraints. Mile marker 15, the city limits. Buildings appeared on both sides of the highway, strip malls and gas stations, and the sprawl of South Texas urban development. At first glance, everything looked normal. Cars on the road, streetlights functioning. The sun still shining like this was just another Tuesday afternoon. Then Moses noticed the details. A storefront with its windows smashed, a car abandoned in the middle of an intersection, the driver's door hanging open. A group of people running down a sidewalk, not jogging for exercise but sprinting, fleeing. He passed a fire station. The bay doors were open, but the trucks were gone. A police car sat in a McDonald's parking lot, empty, the driver's door ajar. The restaurant's door had been broken, glass scattered across the pavement. The CB radio came alive again, different voices now, closer to the city. Stay out of the downtown area, it's completely overrun. Hospital on Bustamante is on fire, I can see smoke from the bridge. They shot someone at the checkpoint. Doesn't matter if you're sick or not. They're not letting anyone through. Moses turned off I-35 at the University Boulevard exit, his mind working through the geography. The main international bridges were out of the question if they were blocked by military. But there were other ways to cross. The river itself was shallow in many places, fordable if you knew where to look. There were railroad bridges, pedestrian paths, places where the border was more concept than barrier. First, though, he needed to secure the truck. He couldn't take the rig with him, not if he was going to cross on foot or in a smaller vehicle. He needed to find a safe place to park it, gather supplies, and plan his next move. A shopping center appeared on his right, one of those big box complexes with a Walmart, a Home Depot, and various smaller stores. The parking lot was half full, cars scattered randomly as if their drivers had abandoned them in a hurry. Moses guided the truck into the lot, looking for a space large enough to accommodate the rig. He found a spot near the back, away from the main buildings. The area was quieter here, fewer people visible. He set the air brakes and killed the engine. For a moment, he just sat, listening to the tick of cooling metal, trying to process what he was about to do. His eyes fell on the toolbox mounted behind the seat. He'd customized this rig over the years, adding everything he needed to handle repairs on the road. Wrenches, screwdrivers, a hydraulic jack, tie-down straps, and, pushed to the back behind the other tools, a tire iron. Heavy steel, 2 feet long, meant for loosening lug nuts on truck tires. Moses pulled out the tire iron and hefted it. The weight felt solid, real. He'd used this tool 1,000 times for its intended purpose. Now he was holding it and thinking about using it to defend himself, to hurt other people. Except they weren't people anymore, were they? That's what his rational mind kept trying to tell him, even as every other part of him rebelled against the idea. He grabbed a backpack from behind the seat and started filling it. Water bottles from the small cooler he kept stocked. A box of granola bars, a flashlight, his first aid kit, a rain jacket, everything a trucker carried for emergencies, suddenly inadequate for the emergency he faced. His phone had a quarter battery left. He plugged it into the charger and waited for it to power up enough to make a call. While it charged, he checked the CB radio one more time. The chatter had gotten worse, people screaming, calls for help that went unanswered. Someone weeping, saying over and over that his daughter was gone. She'd turned into one of them. Another voice, cold and mechanical, repeating coordinates and asking for military assistance. Moses turned down the volume until it was barely audible. He couldn't listen to that anymore. Couldn't let it into his head, or he'd lose the focus he needed to keep moving. His phone showed enough charge. He called his wife. She answered on the second ring. Moses? Where are you? I'm in Laredo. I'm going to try to cross. Are you packed? Yes, but we can't leave yet. Your mother, she's having trouble breathing. I think it's her heart. She needs her medication, but the pharmacy near us is closed, and I don't want to go looking in this chaos. Can't you get the medication from somewhere else? I'm trying. I've called 3 different pharmacies. 2 didn't answer, and the third said they're closed due to civil unrest. Moses, it's getting bad here too. We're hearing sirens constantly. Some of our neighbors left an hour ago. Others are boarding up their windows. Moses closed his eyes. His mother-in-law had congestive heart failure. Without her medication, she could die. But if they stayed, if the infection crossed the border, how much medication does she have left? Maybe 2 days worth, 3 if we stretch it. Okay, here's what we do. You get that medication however you can. Break into a pharmacy if you have to. Then you leave. Go to your sister's place in Monterey, like I said. I'll meet you there. How are you going to cross? They're saying anyone trying to cross illegally will be shot. I'll figure something out. I've crossed that river 100 times fishing. I know places. Just get yourself and the kids safe, and I'll find you. He could hear voices in the background, his son asking something, his mother-in-law coughing. His wife's voice became muffled, like she'd covered the phone with her hand to speak to them. Then she came back. Okay, we'll go to my sister's. But Moses, please be careful. I don't know what I'd do if... I'll be fine. I'm a tough old trucker, remember? This isn't the first tight spot I've been in. The lie sounded hollow even to his own ears. He'd been in tight spots before. Blizzards that shut down entire states. Mechanical failures in the middle of nowhere. Close calls with drunk drivers. But none of that compared to this. None of it involved the basic rules of reality breaking down. I love you, she said. I love you too. Tell the kids I love them. I'll see you soon. He ended the call before she could respond, before his voice cracked and betrayed how scared he was. Then he sat for a moment longer, staring at the phone screen, at the photo he'd set as his wallpaper. His whole family at his son's birthday party last year, all of them smiling, everyone together. That had been 4 months ago. 4 months, and the world had been normal, predictable, safe. He shoved the phone in his pocket and grabbed the backpack and tire iron. Time to move. The cab door opened with a squeal of hinges. Moses climbed down, his boots hitting pavement. The parking lot smelled like hot asphalt and something chemical, maybe from the stores. In the distance, toward the center of Laredo, a column of black smoke rose into the sky. He started walking toward the Home Depot. If he was going to cross the border on foot, he needed better supplies. Food, water purification tablets if they had them, maybe better weapons. The tire iron was better than nothing, but not by much. The store's automatic doors had been propped open, no power apparently. Moses paused at the threshold, listening. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in a dim twilight glow. The aisles stretched away into shadow. "Hello?" he called out. His voice echoed off the high ceiling. No response. He stepped inside, tire iron held ready. The store had been ransacked. Shelves knocked over, merchandise scattered across the floor. He walked down the main aisle, his boots crunching on broken glass and plastic packaging. The camping section had been hit hard, but Moses managed to find a few useful items. A camp stove and fuel canisters, a water filter, a tarp. He added them to his backpack, the weight growing uncomfortable but manageable. Movement caught his eye. At the far end of the aisle, near the garden section, something shifted in the shadows. Moses froze, gripping the tire iron tighter. A figure emerged, male, maybe 30s, wearing the orange apron of a Home Depot employee. But the man's movements were wrong. That same jerky gait Moses had seen at the truck stop. His face was pale, streaked with something dark that might have been blood or dirt. His eyes were empty. Dead. fixed on Moses with an intensity that had nothing to do with intelligence and everything to do with hunger. The man, the thing, let out a sound, not quite a growl, not quite a moan, something throat and wet. Then it started moving toward Moses, picking up speed, arms reaching. Moses ran. He turned and sprinted back toward the entrance, his backpack bouncing against his spine, the tire iron clutched in one hand. Behind him, he heard footsteps, rapid and getting closer. The thing was fast, faster than it should have been. He burst through the entrance into sunlight. The parking lot stretched before him, his truck visible in the distance. But between him and safety, he saw more of them. 3 people stumbling between cars, their movements that telltale combination of clumsiness and purpose. They hadn't seen him yet, too focused on something else. Another person, a woman trying to get into a locked car, screaming for help. Moses veered left, heading for the narrow space between the Home Depot and a smaller store. Behind him, the employee from inside the store was still coming, relentless. Moses's lungs burned. His legs, used to hours of sitting, protested the sudden exertion. The alley between buildings was narrow, cluttered with pallets and dumpsters. Moses squeezed through, his backpack catching on a metal corner and tearing with a sound like ripping fabric. He didn't stop to check what he'd lost. He emerged on the far side of the shopping complex, a delivery area with loading docks and parked trucks. A semi sat with its trailer doors open, boxes spilled across the pavement. Moses ran to it, looking for any kind of cover, anything he could use. The sound of running footsteps echoed in the alley he'd just left. They were coming. He needed to hide or fight, and hiding seemed impossible. Moses positioned himself behind the trailer, tire iron raised. His heart hammered so hard he could feel it in his throat. Sweat dripped into his eyes. Every instinct screamed at him to run. Keep running. Don't stop. The Home Depot employee burst from the alley, moving at a dead sprint. He had to think of it as it, had to divorce the thing from the human it had been. Locked onto Moses immediately. No hesitation, no intelligence, just pure predatory focus. It closed the distance in seconds. Moses swung the tire iron with everything he had. The metal connected with the side of the thing's head with a sound like a hammer hitting meat. The impact jarred up Moses's arms, making his shoulders ache. The thing stumbled sideways more from momentum than injury. Blood oozed from a split in its scalp, but it didn't go down. It didn't even seem to feel pain. It turned back toward Moses, that empty-eyed stare unbroken, and lunged again. Moses swung again. This time he aimed lower, catching the thing in the rib cage. He felt bones crack under the impact. The thing fell, rolling on the pavement. Moses didn't wait to see if it would get up. He brought the tire iron down on its head, once, twice, 3 times, until the skull caved in and the body stopped moving. He stepped back, gasping, the tire iron slick with blood in his hands. The body lay in a spreading pool of dark fluid. Moses stared at it, his mind cycling through denial and horror and the sick realization that he'd just killed someone. Number, not someone. Something. The person who'd worked at Home Depot, who'd had a life and family and hopes, that person was already dead. This had been the disease piloting a corpse. Moses forced himself to look away. He couldn't afford to break down, not now. He wiped the tire iron on the cleanest part of the thing's apron and shoved the horror into a box in the back of his mind, the same place he kept the memory of his father's funeral, of the time he'd seen a 4-car pileup on I-40 where nobody survived. He needed to keep moving, get to the river, find a crossing point, reach his family. The backpack had torn worse than he thought, the camp stove lost somewhere in his flight. He still had the water filter, the tarp, the food. It would have to be enough. Moses made his way carefully through the delivery area, checking around every corner before committing to movement. The sun had started its descent toward the horizon, the light taking on that golden quality of late afternoon. In a few hours, it would be dark, and he needed to be across the border by then. Moving through Laredo at night with those things hunting was a death sentence. He reached his truck without further incident, though he could hear sounds in the distance. Screams, crashes, the occasional pop of gunfire. The city was eating itself. Moses climbed into the cab one last time and grabbed the few remaining supplies he'd left behind. A road atlas. His wallet, not that money would matter much anymore. A photo album his wife had made him keep in the truck, pictures of the kids at various ages. He tucked the album into his backpack. If he didn't make it, maybe someone would find it, and know that someone had cared about these people, that they'd mattered. The sun cast long shadows across the parking lot as Moses started walking south. He stayed away from main roads, cutting through neighborhoods and alleys, moving as quietly as he could. The smell of smoke grew stronger. Twice he had to hide while groups of those things passed, drawn by sounds he couldn't identify. He watched them move, studying their behavior with the same attention he'd once used to diagnose engine problems. They were attracted to noise. That much was obvious. Any loud sound, a car alarm, breaking glass, shouting, would bring them running. But they also seemed to have some kind of visual tracking. If one spotted movement, it would pursue with single-minded focus. Their speed varied. Some moved slowly, almost shuffling. Others could run. Moses couldn't identify the pattern that determined which was which. One thing was certain: they didn't stop. Even when injured, even when missing limbs or carrying wounds that should have been fatal, they kept coming. The only way to stop them was to destroy the brain. Moses had seen this at the truck stop, had confirmed it with the Home Depot employee. Head trauma that would kill a living person didn't always stop them, but enough damage to the brain did. He memorized this information, filed it away with the other survival knowledge he'd accumulated over years on the road. How to identify black ice, how to handle a tire blowout at 70 miles per hour, how to survive in a world where the dead walked. The neighborhood he was passing through looked middle class, houses with yards and chain-link fences. Some houses still had cars in the driveways, while others were obviously abandoned, doors standing open, possessions scattered across lawns. Moses kept to the shadows, using parked cars and hedges for cover. A dog barked somewhere, the sound frantic and scared. Then the barking cut off abruptly. Moses didn't let himself think about what that meant. He consulted his mental map of the area. The Rio Grande was maybe 3 miles south of his current position. He knew a place where the river ran shallow, where fishermen would wade across during low water to access better spots on the Mexican side. The Border Patrol occasionally watched those areas, but with the chaos, maybe the surveillance had broken down. Maybe. A lot of maybes in his plan. Too many. His phone buzzed. A text from his daughter. "Dad, where are you? Mom says you're trying to cross. Please be safe. I love you." He stopped in the shadow of a burned-out car and typed back, "I love you too, Mika. Take care of your mother and brother. I'll see you soon." Simple words, carrying the weight of everything he couldn't say. That he was terrified. That every step felt like walking toward his own death. That he might not make it, might end up as one of those things shuffling mindlessly through the streets. But he didn't say any of that. He just sent the message and kept walking. The sun touched the horizon. The shadows lengthened and merged, turning the world into a patchwork of light and dark. Moses picked up his pace. He needed to reach the river before full nightfall. He crossed a street and entered another neighborhood, this one more industrial. Warehouses and small manufacturing facilities lined the road. A chain-link fence topped with barbed wire ran along one side. Through the fence, Moses could see the river in the distance, a ribbon of brown water reflecting the dying light. He followed the fence, looking for a gap. The barbed wire would be a problem, but not insurmountable. He'd crossed worse obstacles. The fence was more about marking territory than preventing crossing, especially this far from the official checkpoints. A sound made him freeze. Voices, human voices speaking in rapid Spanish. Moses crouched behind a dumpster and peered around the edge. 3 men stood near a gap in the fence, arguing. They looked rough, dressed in stained work clothes, carrying improvised weapons. One had a baseball bat, another held a machete, the third gripped a length of pipe. "Told you we should have left yesterday. And go where? The whole city is... At least in Nuevo Laredo we'd be with family." They were trying to cross, same as Moses. He watched as they slipped through the gap in the fence and started down the slope toward the river. The water was maybe a quarter-mile away, across scrubland and brush. Moses waited until they were out of sight, then approached the fence. The gap was narrow, the chain link bent and cut, leaving jagged metal edges. He squeezed through carefully, feeling the metal scrape against his backpack. The tear in the fabric widened, and he heard something fall, the tarp tumbling to the ground. He considered going back for it, decided against it. Every second counted now. The scrubland was rough terrain, uneven ground covered in thorny brush and scattered trash. Moses picked his way carefully, trying not to make noise. Ahead, he could see the 3 men who'd crossed before him, silhouettes against the darkening sky. Then he heard the sound. A motor, growing louder. Helicopter. Moses looked up and saw the aircraft approaching from the north, a spotlight sweeping the ground. Military had to be, looking for people trying to cross. The 3 men scattered, trying to find cover in the sparse vegetation. The spotlight swept across them, bright as daylight, pinning them in its beam. A voice boomed from loudspeakers, first in English, then in Spanish. "Stay where you are. Do not attempt to cross the river. Return to the American side immediately." One of the men raised his hands, shouting something Moses couldn't hear over the helicopter noise. The other 2 started running toward the river, gunfire. Not from the helicopter, but from somewhere on the ground. Muzzle flashes lit up the gathering darkness near the riverbank. The 2 running men went down. The 3rd man, the one with his hands raised, stumbled backward and then started running in the opposite direction, back toward the fence. The helicopter spotlight swept on, hunting for more targets. Moses pressed himself flat against the ground, his face in the dirt, praying the light would pass over him. The beam crossed the area where he lay, illuminating every rock and bush in stark detail. Moses didn't breathe, didn't move. The light moved on. The helicopter continued its patrol, heading east along the border. The gunfire had stopped. In the distance, Moses could see vehicle lights, probably border patrol or military positions. The man who'd run back toward the fence passed within 20 feet of Moses, breathing hard, crying. He disappeared into the darkness, heading back toward Laredo. Moses lay still for long minutes, listening. The helicopter grew more distant. The vehicle lights remained stationary, marking the locations of checkpoints or guard posts. The bodies of the 2 men who'd been shot lay motionless near the river. He couldn't cross here. The border was locked down tight, the military serious about shooting anyone who tried. His plan had been naive, built on desperation, rather than reality. Moses rolled onto his back and stared at the sky. The first stars were visible, pinpricks in the deepening blue. Somewhere across that river, 15 miles away, his family was packing, getting ready to flee to Monterrey. He'd told them he would meet them there, had promised, but he couldn't cross here, couldn't cross anywhere near Laredo, apparently. The military had the entire border region locked down. He needed a new plan. Moses pulled out his phone. The battery was at 40%. He opened the map application and studied the border region. Laredo sat directly across from Nuevo Laredo, the 2 cities joined by international bridges. But the border extended for hundreds of miles in both directions, most of it rural, some of it barely monitored even in normal times. If he could get out of the Laredo area, travel east or west along the border, he might find a place less heavily guarded. It would take time, maybe days, but it was the only option he could see. He zoomed in on the map, looking for towns, roads, anything that might help. About 50 miles east was a small town called Zapata. River crossing there would be less watched, maybe. Or west, toward Eagle Pass. Both were risky, both required traveling through potentially infected territory, but staying here was death. A sound made him tense. Shuffling footsteps, multiple sources, coming from the direction of the fence. Moses turned his head slowly and saw shapes moving in the darkness. 5, 6, maybe more. Those things, they must have been drawn by the gunfire, the helicopter noise, the commotion. They moved in that distinctive way, jerky and purposeful, spreading out across the scrubland. Hunting. Moses slowly, carefully, got to his feet. He moved in a crouch, trying to keep low, trying not to make any sound that would attract attention. The tire iron was still in his hand, slick with dried blood that flaked off when he adjusted his grip. One of the things passed within 10 feet of him, close enough that Moses could smell it. That same scent he'd noticed at the truck stop, meat starting to rot in summer heat. The thing's head swiveled back and forth, searching. Its hands opened and closed spasmodically. Moses held his breath. The thing moved on, its attention caught by something else. Maybe the bodies of the shot men near the river. He waited until the things had moved past, then started working his way back toward the fence. Every step was measured, calculated. Don't step on anything that would crack or rustle. Don't move too fast. Be invisible. It took 15 minutes to cover the distance back to the fence. 15 minutes that felt like hours, every second weighted with the possibility of discovery. But he made it. He slipped through the gap in the chain link and found himself back on the industrial side. The neighborhood felt different now, darker, not just from the sunset, but from something else. An emptiness. Moses realized he couldn't hear the sounds of the city anymore. No distant sirens, no gunfire, no screams. Just silence, broken occasionally by the scrape of movement in the shadows. He needed to find shelter before full dark, needed to rest, think, plan his next move. His body ached from the day's exertion, the adrenaline fading to leave him shaky and exhausted. A warehouse nearby had its bay doors partially open. Moses approached cautiously, tire iron ready. He ducked under the door and found himself in a vast space filled with industrial shelving and stacked pallets. The smell was cardboard and dust, neutral and safe. He moved deeper into the warehouse, away from the entrance. Found a spot behind some crates where he could see the door, but remain hidden. He shrugged off his backpack and sat, his back against the wall, the tire iron across his lap. His phone showed missed calls, 3 from his wife. He called back. She answered immediately. "Moses? Thank God. I've been trying to reach you for an hour. Are you across?" "No. The border is locked down. Military is shooting anyone who tries to cross." Silence. Then, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to find another way. It'll take longer, but I'll get there." "Are you ready to leave?" "We're leaving now." "I found a pharmacy that was already broken into, got your mother's medication. We're taking the back roads to avoid the main highways. Should be in Monterey by morning if we don't hit any trouble." "Good. That's good. When you get there, text me the address. I'll head that way as soon as I can cross." The news is saying the infection has spread to Mexico now. There are reports from Monterey, from Mexico City. Moses, this isn't just Laredo. This is everywhere. He'd suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed made it real in a way that hurt. Everywhere. The whole world turning into what he'd seen at the truck stop, what he'd glimpsed in the streets of Laredo. "Then we stick together," he said. "Family. That's what matters. You get to your sisters, I'll get there, and we figure out the rest together." "I'm scared." "I know. I am too. but we're going to be okay. We've been through hard times before. Remember when I lost my job in '09 and we thought we'd lose the house? We made it through that. We'll make it through this. This is different, Moses. I know, but the principle is the same. We don't give up. We keep fighting. We survive. He heard his son's voice in the background asking something. His wife spoke to him, muffled, then came back on the line. We need to go. The car is packed. Your son wants to talk to you. Put him on. A pause, shuffling sounds, then his son's voice. Dad? Hey, buddy. You taking care of your mom and sister? Yeah. Dad, what's happening? Is it really zombies? Leave it to a 17-year-old to cut through the euphemisms and denial. Something like that. I don't understand it all, but yeah, something's making people sick, and when they get sick, they attack others. So you need to be smart, okay? Stay with your mom, do what she says, and don't take any chances. Are you going to be okay? I'm going to be fine. I've survived everything the road has thrown at me. This is just one more thing. I love you, Dad. I love you too, son. Now give the phone back to your mom. More shuffling, then his wife again. We're leaving now. Be safe. Call me when you get there. You too. Please, Moses, be safe. The call ended. Moses sat in the darkness of the warehouse, his phone screen the only light. The battery was down to 35%. He needed to conserve power, use it only when necessary. He put the phone away and closed his eyes. His body screamed for sleep, but his mind wouldn't stop racing. Images from the day played on repeat. Hiram tearing into that trucker. The Home Depot employee's skull caving under the tire iron. Those 3 men cut down trying to cross the river. This morning, he'd been a truck driver worried about delivery schedules and whether his mother-in-law's medication needed adjusting. Now he was hiding in a warehouse, covered in blood that wasn't his, planning how to survive in a world that had stopped making sense. He must have dozed because he jerked awake to the sound of something moving in the warehouse. Footsteps, slow and uneven. Moses grabbed the tire iron and pressed himself deeper into the shadows. The footsteps came closer. A figure emerged from between the shelving units, silhouetted against the faint light from the doorway. It moved with that telltale jerky gait. One of them. Moses held perfectly still. The thing paused, its head turning, looking, listening. It took a step toward Moses's hiding spot. Then, from outside, came the sound of breaking glass. The thing's head snapped toward the noise. It changed direction immediately, moving toward the warehouse entrance with surprising speed. Within seconds, it had disappeared through the bay door, drawn by the sound. Moses let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He needed to move, find a more secure location. This warehouse was too exposed, too easy for those things to wander into. He gathered his backpack and crept toward a door at the back of the warehouse. It opened onto a hallway lined with offices. He tried several doors until he found one that was unlocked. A small office, maybe belonging to a supervisor. It had a desk, a filing cabinet, a window that looked out onto the parking lot. Moses locked the door from the inside and wedged the desk against it for good measure. Then he checked the window. It was high enough off the ground that nothing could easily get through, and the parking lot outside appeared empty. This would work, for tonight at least. He set his backpack down and took inventory. A few granola bars, 3 bottles of water, the water filter, his first aid kit, the tire iron, his phone and charger, a flashlight with batteries that might last a few hours. Not enough. Not nearly enough for the journey he was planning, but it would have to do. Moses sat on the floor, his back against the wall, and tried to think. Zapata was 50 miles east. No way he could walk that far, not through territory crawling with infected. He needed transportation. His truck was back at the shopping center, but driving a big rig would attract too much attention. Something smaller, quieter, a car or a motorcycle, tomorrow. He'd worry about that tomorrow. Right now, he needed sleep. Real sleep, not the fitful dozing that had left him groggy and disoriented. He set his phone's alarm for dawn, then closed his eyes. Sleep came eventually, bringing dreams of empty highways and hungry faces and a border bridge that stretched forever, always receding no matter how far he walked. Morning arrived gray and cool, the sun hidden behind clouds. Moses woke stiff and sore, every muscle complaining. He ate a granola bar and drank half a bottle of water, then checked his phone. 2 texts from his wife. The first, sent at midnight, made it to Monterey. Your sister's neighborhood is quiet so far, some roadblocks getting into the city, but they let us through. The second, sent at 5 a.m. Still here. Everything okay? Call when you can. He called. She answered on the first ring, her voice thick with sleep. I'm okay, he said before she could ask. Found a place to hole up last night. I'm going to try to find a vehicle today, then start working my way along the border to find a crossing point. Be careful. The news is showing footage from all over. It's spreading so fast, Moses. They're saying most major cities are under quarantine. Monterey too? Not yet, but people are leaving. Your sister says half her neighbors packed up and left during the night. She's talking about going to the mountains. Her husband's family has property up there. Maybe that's a good idea. Get away from the population centers. What about you? How will you find us? I'll find you. Just keep your phone charged and text me if you move. I'm not giving up. I'm going to get to you. They talked for a few more minutes, Moses describing in careful detail where he was and what his plans were, trying to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. Then they said their goodbyes, and Moses forced himself to stand, to move, to start the day's impossible task. He left the office and made his way through the warehouse, checking corners, listening for any sign of movement. The building was empty. Outside, the morning was quiet. No traffic sounds, no voices, just wind and the distant caw of crows. The parking lot held several vehicles. Moses checked each one, looking for keys left in ignitions or under floor mats. The third car, a Honda Accord, had keys tucked behind the sun visor. Moses climbed in, adjusted the seat, and turned the key. The engine turned over but didn't catch. He tried again. Nothing. The fuel gauge read empty. He moved to the next vehicle, a Ford pickup. No keys. The one after that, a Chevy sedan, had keys but a dead battery. The fourth vehicle was a small Toyota with half a tank of gas and keys in the ignition. The engine started on the first try. Moses sat in the driver's seat and felt the vibration of the engine, so different from his truck but familiar enough. He'd driven thousands of different vehicles over the years, moving them at warehouses, helping friends with repairs. He knew cars. He adjusted the mirrors and seat, then drove slowly out of the parking lot. The streets were eerily empty. Abandoned cars lined the roads, some with doors hanging open, others crashed into poles or other vehicles. Papers and trash blew across the pavement. A few buildings were on fire, smoke rising into the gray sky. Moses headed east, following signs for Highway 59. That would take him towards Zapata and, hopefully, a crossing point. He drove carefully, avoiding debris and bodies. So many bodies. Some lay where they'd fallen, others moved, those things shambling between abandoned cars, drawn by the sound of his engine. He didn't stop, couldn't stop. Every mile took him farther from Laredo, farther from the epicenter of the outbreak. The city fell away, replaced by rural landscape. Flat scrub land, the occasional cluster of buildings, mile after mile of emptiness. The gas gauge dropped steadily. He'd need to refuel, but that meant finding a gas station with power or figuring out how to siphon from abandoned vehicles. Another skill he'd need to learn or remember. He'd done it once, years ago, helping a stranded driver. The mechanics were simple enough if you had a hose. Around mid-morning, he passed through a small town. The streets were empty, but he could see movement in some buildings, faces in windows. People who'd barricaded themselves inside, waiting for rescue that might never come. One person, an older man, stood on a porch holding a shotgun. He watched Moses drive past, the gun never wavering. Moses kept his hands visible on the wheel, made no threatening moves. The man let him pass. 10 miles later, Moses saw the roadblock. 3 vehicles parked across the highway, armed men standing behind them. Not military, too disorganized, wearing civilian clothes. Moses slowed the car, trying to decide if he should turn around or try to talk his way through. One of the men waved, a gesture that was half greeting, half command to stop. Moses pulled up about 20 feet from the barricade and rolled down his window. "That's far enough," one of the men called out. He was middle-aged, heavy-set, wearing jeans and a hunting jacket. A rifle hung from a strap over his shoulder. "Where you headed?" "East," Moses said, trying to get away from Laredo. "Aren't we all? You bit? You sick?" "No, I'm fine." "How do we know that?" "I guess you don't. But I'm not looking for trouble, just trying to get through." The men conferred, their voices too low for Moses to hear. Then the spokesman called out again. "We're not letting anyone through without checking. Get out of the car." Slowly. Moses complied, keeping his hands where they could see them. 2 of the men approached while the others kept their weapons trained on him. They patted him down, checked his arms and neck for bite marks. "He's clean," one of them said. "Car's running on fumes," another observed, looking at the fuel gauge. "Won't get you much farther." "I know," Moses said. "I was hoping to find gas somewhere down the road." The spokesman nodded. "There's a station about 15 miles ahead. Power's out, but you can probably siphon from the underground tanks if you've got a pump. After that, you're on your own. We're holding this line, not letting anything through from the west. Too many of those things coming out of Laredo." "Fair enough. Can I go?" "Yeah. But if you come back this way, you're not getting through. We can't risk it. So wherever you're going, make sure it's not back here." Moses got back in the car and drove slowly around the barricade. In his rearview mirror, he saw the men resetting their position, watching him disappear down the highway. The gas station appeared exactly where they'd said. A small, run-down place that probably barely survived even before the outbreak. Moses pulled up to the pumps and got out. The place was deserted, the convenience store's door propped open by a garbage can. He searched the store first, looking for anything useful. Most of the shelves were empty, already looted, but in a back room he found a few bottles of water, some candy bars, and, most importantly, a length of rubber tubing and a hand pump that might work for siphoning. The underground tanks were accessible through service ports near the pumps. Moses had seen attendants use these to check fuel levels. He pried off the cover and fed the tube down into the tank. The pump was manual, requiring him to squeeze a bulb to create suction. It took several minutes, but eventually gas flowed through the tube into the Toyota's tank. While the car filled, Moses kept watch. The highway stretched empty in both directions. But he could see smoke on the western horizon, back toward Laredo. The city was burning. He filled the tank and then filled 2 plastic bottles he'd found in the store just in case. Every drop of fuel was precious now. There would be no more supply chains, no tanker trucks refilling stations. The gas that existed in tanks and vehicles was all there would ever be. Moses got back in the car and continued east. The clouds had broken up, revealing patches of blue sky. The day was warming up. Under other circumstances, it would have been pleasant driving weather. He passed more small towns, all of them showing signs of chaos, burned buildings, bodies in the streets. Occasionally he'd see people, survivors watching from windows or rooftops, but no one flagged him down. Everyone was suspicious, keeping to themselves. Around noon, he reached the outskirts of Zapata. The town was bigger than the ones he'd passed, maybe a few thousand people. It sat on the northern shore of a reservoir formed by damming the Rio Grande. Moses could see the water glinting in the distance. The town looked relatively intact, less burning, fewer visible bodies. Maybe the outbreak hadn't hit as hard here, or maybe the residents had organized a better defense. Moses drove slowly through the streets, looking for the river access. He found it near the dam, a boat ramp and small marina. Several pickup trucks were parked nearby, and Moses could see people loading boats with supplies. They moved with purpose, but without panic. He parked and got out. An older man, maybe 60, was securing a tarp over boxes in the back of a pickup. He glanced at Moses but didn't speak. "Is the crossing open?" Moses asked. The man laughed, a bitter sound. "Nothing's open. Border Patrol is gone, but the Mexican military has the other side locked down. They're shooting anyone who tries to cross. Saw it myself yesterday." "They're shooting people trying to escape?" "They're trying to contain the outbreak." "Can't blame them, I guess. But yeah, they're shooting." He finished tying down the tarp and looked at Moses directly. "You got family over there?" "Wife and kids. They're in Monterrey. Long way from here." "I know." The man studied him for a moment, then seemed to come to a decision. "Look, I'll tell you what I told the last guy who came through asking about crossings. Your best bet is to go north into the ranch country, then cut east toward the Gulf. There are places along the river, way out in the middle of nowhere, where maybe you could get across. No guarantees, but it's better than trying here where they've got it locked down tight." "How far north?" 50, 60 miles. Look for the small roads, the ones that service the ranches. Avoid towns. Most of them are overrun by now anyway. And if you see military, run. They're not taking chances anymore." Moses thanked him and returned to his car. 50 or 60 miles north, then east toward the Gulf. He pulled out his phone and checked the map, trying to calculate distances, trying to figure out how long this would take. Days, minimum, maybe weeks. His phone battery was at 20%. He'd been charging it in the car, but the drain was faster than the charge. He needed to conserve it, use it only for essential communication. He drove north, following the older man's advice. The road took him away from the reservoir, back into scrubland and ranch country. Fences lined both sides, marking property lines. Cattle grazed in some fields, unattended. Others lay dead, the victims of predators or infection or simple neglect. The sun passed its zenith and started its descent. Moses kept driving, his eyes scanning for any sign of danger. He passed through one tiny town, barely more than a crossroads, and saw no one. The buildings looked abandoned, doors and windows open. Something had happened here, but whatever it was had already played out. Around mid-afternoon, the car started making a concerning noise. A knock from the engine, rhythmic and growing louder. Moses recognized it immediately. Rod bearing. The engine was on its way to seizing. He nursed the car for another 5 miles before it finally died, coasting to a stop on the shoulder. Moses tried the ignition, but the engine wouldn't turn over. Dead. The car had gotten him 50-some miles from Laredo, and now it was done. He gathered his backpack, the tire iron, the bottles of gas he'd filled. Everything else he left. The afternoon was warm, the sun beating down. Walking would be slow, dangerous, exposed, but he had no choice. Moses started north on foot, following the highway. His truck driving muscles, designed for sitting and occasional climbing, protested the steady walk. He paced himself, taking breaks in the shade of occasional trees, rationing his water. By sunset, he'd covered maybe 10 miles. His feet ached. His shoulders hurt from the backpack's weight. He found an abandoned ranch house and broke in through a back window. The house was empty, ransacked, but it had walls and a roof. He barricaded the front door with furniture and checked every room. No food, no water, Nothing useful, but it was shelter. He'd learned that lesson at the warehouse. Never sleep in the open if you could avoid it. He ate his last granola bar and drank the rest of his water. Tomorrow he'd need to find more supplies. His first aid kit had some water purification tablets, but they wouldn't help if he couldn't find water to purify. Night fell. Moses sat in a dark bedroom, the window cracked open so he could hear anything approaching. The countryside was quieter than the city had been. Animal sounds, coyotes, cattle, the rustle of wind through grass. No human sounds, no traffic, no voices, no signs of civilization. He tried to sleep but couldn't. His mind kept replaying the last 2 days. The truck stop, the things that had once been Hiram and the Home Depot employee and countless others, the bodies on the border, that man with the shotgun watching him pass, the armed checkpoint. All of it felt like a fever dream, too surreal to be real. But it was real. The blood still on his tire iron proved that. The ache in his muscles from running and fighting proved it. The emptiness of this house, of the roads, of the world, proved it. Sometime past midnight, he heard movement outside, footsteps on the porch. Moses grabbed his tire iron and moved to the window, peering out carefully. 3 shapes moved in the darkness, too dark to see details, but their movements marked them as infected. They wandered aimlessly, bumping into the porch railing, one of them pawing at the door. They'd found his trail, or maybe they'd just wandered here by chance. Moses held still, barely breathing. The door was barricaded, the windows intact. Unless they were smarter than he thought, they couldn't get in. After what felt like hours, the shapes moved on. Moses watched them disappear into the darkness, heading toward the road. When he was sure they were gone, he allowed himself to relax. Morning would come eventually. He just had to survive until then. Dawn broke clear and cold. Moses drank from a cattle trough behind the house, using one of his purification tablets even though the water looked clean. Bacteria could kill you just as dead as infected, and he couldn't afford to get sick. He walked north until he found a ranch road heading east. The map on his phone showed this would eventually intersect with a larger highway that ran toward the Gulf. He needed to cover another 30 or 40 miles to reach the coast, then figure out how to get across the river mouth where it met the Gulf of Mexico. The walking was brutal. His boots, designed for climbing in and out of a truck cab, weren't made for long-distance hiking. Blisters formed on his heels. His water ran out by midday. The sun beat down relentlessly, and there was no shade on this open ranch road. He found a windmill pumping water into a stock tank. The water was clean enough, straight from underground. He filled his bottles and drank until his stomach hurt, then filled them again. A small blessing. The road meandered through ranch land, following the path of least resistance rather than any logical route. Moses saw no one, no living people, no infected, just emptiness. The ranches had been abandoned, gates left open, equipment sitting idle. Late afternoon, he reached a small store at a crossroads. The windows were smashed, the interior looted, but he found a few cans of food that had rolled under shelving, soup, beans, vegetables. He opened one with his knife and ate it cold, the taste barely registering. Fuel for his body, nothing more. His phone showed 3% battery. He turned it off, saving what little power remained for an emergency. He'd text his wife when he crossed, not before. No point in running down the battery with messages that couldn't help either of them. The sun set. Moses found a spot in a grove of trees and made a cold camp. No fire, nothing that would draw attention. He wrapped himself in his torn tarp and tried to sleep, the night sounds of rural Texas filling the darkness. Days blurred together. Walking, scavenging, hiding from the occasional infected that wandered across his path. He learned their patterns, their behaviors. They were drawn to sound and movement, but they didn't hunt intelligently. If you stayed still and quiet, they'd often pass by without noticing. If you moved carefully, avoided sudden gestures, you could sometimes slip past them. He saw other survivors once, a group traveling in pickup trucks. They didn't stop, didn't acknowledge him. Everyone was on their own now, trust a luxury no one could afford. The landscape gradually changed. The flat ranch land gave way to gentler hills, more vegetation. Signs indicated he was approaching the coast. The air smelled different, salt mixing with the dust. On the 5th day since leaving Laredo, Moses reached the Gulf. The highway ended at a small coastal town, more a cluster of buildings than an actual community. The town was deserted, but boats still bobbed in a small marina. Moses walked down to the water's edge. The Gulf stretched before him, gray-green water meeting gray sky. Across the mouth of the Rio Grande, maybe 2 miles away, he could see the Mexican shore, so close. After all the miles, all the days, he was finally looking at the other side, but 2 miles of water might as well have been 200. He couldn't swim that far, not with the currents, not carrying supplies. He needed a boat. The marina held maybe a dozen small craft. Moses checked each one, looking for keys or a way to hot-wire the ignition. Most were locked, their controls protected. But one small fishing boat had an old motor without fancy electronics. Moses studied it, his mechanical knowledge translating from truck engines to outboard motors. The principles were the same: fuel, spark, compression. He found tools in a marina shed and spent the afternoon working on the motor. It needed cleaning, needed fresh fuel, needed a new spark plug he didn't have. He improvised, cleaning the existing plug, jerry-rigging connections. As the sun started to set, he pulled the starter cord. The motor coughed, sputtered, then caught. The sound was shockingly loud in the evening quiet. Moses let it run for a minute, making sure it would stay running, then killed it. Tomorrow. He'd cross tomorrow, in daylight, when he could see both shores. He spent the night in one of the marina buildings, barricading himself in an office. His phone had died completely, no power left. He'd have to find a way to charge it once he crossed. If he crossed. Morning arrived with fog, the Gulf hidden behind a gray curtain. Moses waited for the sun to burn it off, eating his last can of food, checking and rechecking his supplies. Everything he had in the world fit in his backpack. Everything he'd been for 51 years reduced to a tire iron and a few bottles of water. By mid-morning, the fog had lifted enough to see the opposite shore. Moses loaded his backpack into the boat, set the tire iron within easy reach, and pulled the starter cord. The motor caught on the third pull. He untied the mooring lines and pushed away from the dock. The boat wallowed in the water, heavy and ungainly. Moses found the throttle and opened it slowly, feeling the boat accelerate. The shore fell away behind him. The water spread out in all directions. The crossing should have taken maybe 20 minutes at a steady pace. But the river current fought him, pushing the boat sideways, threatening to carry him past the point where he needed to land. Moses fought the steering, his hands aching from gripping the tiller, the small motor straining. Halfway across, the motor started missing. A sputter, a cough, then back to normal. It happened again a minute later, lasting longer. The motor was dying, the careful repairs insufficient. Moses pushed the throttle wide open, coaxing every bit of power he could from the failing engine. The Mexican shore grew closer. He could see buildings, a small dock, vegetation, 300 yards, 200. The motor died with a final sputter. Moses grabbed the oars mounted on the gunnels and started rowing. The current was stronger here, where river and gulf mixed. Each stroke felt like moving a mountain. His shoulders burned. His hands, soft from years of steering wheels rather than manual labor, blistered and bled. 100 yards, 50. A sound reached him across the water. Gunfire. Moses looked up and saw figures on the shore. Soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Mexican military. They were shooting, but not at him. At something else, something moving between the buildings. Moses rowed harder. The boat ground onto the sandy bottom 20 feet from shore. He grabbed his backpack and the tire iron and waded through the shallows, the cold water soaking his boots. The soldiers saw him. One raised his rifle, shouting something in Spanish. Moses raised his hands, the tire iron and backpack falling. "No estoy infectado," él gritó. "I'm not infected. Mi familia está en Monterrey." The soldier kept his rifle trained on Moses but didn't fire. Another soldier, an officer maybe, approached. He looked exhausted, his uniform dirty, his face unshaven. "You're American," he said in accented English. "Yes, I'm trying to get to Monterrey. My family is there. Monterrey is closed. Everywhere is closed. I don't care. I'm getting to them." The officer studied him for a long moment. Behind him, more gunfire. The soldiers were fighting something, infected probably, drawn by the boat motor or the shooting or just bad luck. "We can't let you through," the officer said. "Orders. Then shoot me." But I'm not going back. The officer glanced over his shoulder at his men fighting, at the chaos that was clearly spreading even here in this isolated coastal outpost. When he looked back at Moses, something had changed in his expression. A recognition, maybe, of the futility of enforcing rules in a world where rules no longer mattered. "We never saw you," the officer said quietly. "You understand? We never saw you." He turned and walked back to his men, leaving Moses standing in the shallows. Moses grabbed his backpack and tire iron and ran, away from the shore, away from the soldiers, into the vegetation. He heard shouting behind him, gunfire, but none of it directed at him. The officer had given him a chance, maybe the last act of compassion in a world running short on it. He ran until he couldn't run anymore, then walked, then stumbled. The coastal scrubland gave way to denser growth. He found a road, unpaved, heading west, toward Monterrey, toward his family. His phone was dead, so he had no way to call them, no way to tell them he'd made it across, but he'd find them. Monterrey was a big city, but he had an address, his sister-in-law's place. He'd walk if he had to. He'd already walked so far. What was another 100 miles? Days passed. Moses lost count. He walked roads and trails, avoiding towns where he could, scavenging when he had to. The infection was here too. He saw evidence of it. Bodies, burned buildings, abandoned vehicles. But the density was less than Laredo. Or maybe he'd just gotten better at avoiding danger. He found a bicycle in an abandoned house. The tires were flat, but there was a pump. He patched the tubes with duct tape from a garage and got them holding air, barely. The bike made travel faster, his truck driver legs finding new muscles to complain about. More days. The landscape changed, became more mountainous. Monterrey sat in a valley surrounded by distinctive peaks. Moses recognized them from family visits. Close now. So close. He found a main highway and followed it, the bicycle carrying him past vehicles frozen in an exodus that had failed. The city appeared in the distance, sprawled across the valley floor. Smoke rose from multiple locations, but the city stood, hadn't collapsed entirely. Moses had an address. His sister-in-law lived in a neighborhood on the eastern edge of the city near the mountains. He navigated by memory and by the position of the peaks, working his way through suburbs and industrial areas. The streets were quiet but not empty. He saw people, survivors, watching from windows and rooftops, a few checkpoints, neighbors banding together for protection. Moses avoided them, took back roads, stayed out of sight. He found the neighborhood as night fell. Middle-class houses, walled yards, the kind of place his wife's sister had been proud to afford. He found the street, counted houses, and stopped in front of a blue house with a tile roof. The gate was locked. Moses rang the bell, not caring anymore about noise or attention. He leaned on the bell, the sound echoing in the quiet street. Lights came on, movement behind the curtains. Then the door opened, and his wife stood there, backlit, looking at him like she was seeing a ghost. Moses? He couldn't speak. could only nod. She ran to the gate, fumbled with the lock, threw it open. Then her arms were around him, and he was holding her, feeling her solid warmth, her realness. She was crying, or maybe he was. He couldn't tell. His daughter appeared, then his son. Both of them hugging him, talking over each other, asking questions he couldn't answer yet. His mother-in-law watched from the doorway, leaning on a walker, but alive. They were all alive. They pulled him inside, locked the gate behind him. The house was crowded, his wife's sister's family and neighbors who'd banded together. Maybe 15 people total. They'd fortified the house, boarded windows, stockpiled supplies. They were surviving. Moses sat at the kitchen table while his wife cleaned his wounds, his feet raw and infected, his hands blistered, cuts and scrapes he hadn't even noticed. She worked in silence, her tears falling on his hands as she wrapped bandages. "I told you I'd find you," he said. "I know. I never doubted. That was a lie. They'd both doubted. But they'd both kept going anyway, and somehow, impossibly, he'd made it." His son brought him food. His daughter charged his phone. His mother-in-law blessed him in Spanish, her voice weak but sincere. The neighbors welcomed him, this stranger who'd crossed a continent dying to reach his family. They told him what had been happening while he traveled, the infection spreading worldwide, governments collapsing, the military trying to establish safe zones, mostly failing. Monterrey was holding on, barely, neighborhoods organizing their own defense. Food was scarce, water was rationed, people died every day, but they were alive. This house, these people, they were alive. Moses slept for 16 hours straight, his body finally allowing itself to shut down. When he woke, his wife was sitting beside the bed, watching him. "What do we do now?" she asked. "We survive," he said. "Same as we've been doing. We find food, we find water, we protect this house and these people. We don't give up." "For how long?" "As long as it takes." She took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his. "I'm glad you're here." "Me too." That night Moses stood on the roof with some of the other men, taking a watch shift. The city spread out below, pockets of light showing where generators ran, where other groups had organized. In the distance he could hear gunfire, screams, the sounds of a world still dying. But here, in this house, his family slept safely. He'd crossed a border, a river, 100 miles of nightmare to reach them. He'd fought and killed and survived when he shouldn't have. He thought about the truck stop, about Hiram, about the 3 men shot trying to cross the river, about all the people who hadn't made it, who'd died or turned or simply been left behind. He thought about his truck, sitting in a Laredo parking lot, probably stripped or burned by now. 23 years of his life tied to that rig, and he'd walked away without looking back. The world he'd known was gone. The job, the routine, the predictable rhythm of routes and deliveries and going home. All of it ash and memory now. But he was alive. His family was alive. And tomorrow he'd wake up and face whatever came next, because that's what you did. You survived. A sound made him turn, movement in the street below. Moses grabbed his rifle, borrowed from his brother-in-law, and aimed it at the shadows. 3 figures stumbled into view, moving with that distinctive gait. Infected. They wandered past the house, heading somewhere else, drawn by some sound or instinct. Moses kept the rifle trained on them until they disappeared. Then he resumed his watch, scanning the darkness, ready for whatever the night would bring. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out, expecting a message from his wife. But it was from Tommy, the livestock hauler, sent hours ago when Moses's phone had still been dead. "Made it to Oklahoma, family safe, heard the world's ending. You good?" Moses typed back, "Yeah, I'm good. Made it to family. Stay safe out there." He didn't know if Tommy would ever see the message. Didn't know if cell service would last much longer, but he sent it anyway, one driver to another, a connection across the miles. The night wore on. Moses stayed alert, watching, waiting. This wasn't the ending he'd imagined when he'd driven south from Dallas 2 days and a lifetime ago. But it was the ending he'd gotten, and he'd learned something in his journey across the apocalypse. Endings didn't matter, only surviving to see the next day. The city's lights flickered. Somewhere, a generator ran out of fuel. Somewhere else, people were fighting for their lives. And here, on this roof, Moses stood guard over sleeping family, a tire iron and a rifle within reach, ready for whatever came next. He'd driven trucks across America for 23 years. Now he was a survivor in a broken world. The transition had taken 2 weeks and cost him everything except what truly mattered. He'd make it work. He always had. Dawn approached, the sky lightening in the east. Moses's watch shift ended. He climbed down from the roof and went inside, where his wife had coffee brewing on a camp stove. They sat together in the kitchen, drinking in silence, listening to the house wake up around them. "I love you," she said. "I love you too." Simple words, the same words they'd exchanged for 28 years. But in this new world, they meant something different, something deeper. They meant survival. They meant family. They meant not giving up no matter how dark things got. Moses finished his coffee and checked his rifle. Time to reinforce the barricades, to organize the day's water run, to plan the next scavenging trip. The work never stopped, but neither did he. A truck driver from Laredo, a father, a husband, a survivor. That's who he was now. That's who he'd always been, really. He'd just never had to prove it until the world fell apart. Outside, the city woke to another day of struggle. Inside, Moses took his wife's hand and got ready to face it, together, like they'd always done, like they always would. Now let's move on to the next story. Hiram's hands moved with the precision of 32 years on the line, fingers finding bolts and fittings without conscious thought. The pneumatic wrench kicked against his palm in rhythmic bursts. 3 seconds per assembly, 4 assemblies per minute, 240 per hour. He'd done the math so many times it lived in his bones now. The cattle feed mixer components passed before him in endless procession, each frame arriving at his station already mounted with the primary drive shaft, waiting for him to marry the gear housing to the motor mount. Torque to spec, check alignment, send it down. The factory floor roared with the sound of progress, of American manufacturing still clinging to life in the Texas Panhandle, while so much had moved overseas. The morning shift at the Amarillo AgTech plant started at 5:30, which meant Hiram's alarm went off at 4:40. He'd wake in the dark bedroom of the small house on Paramount Street, Linda still sleeping beside him after 41 years of marriage, and he'd dress by the bathroom light to keep from disturbing her. Same routine every workday, button-up shirt, work jeans with reinforced knees, steel-toed boots that had been resoled twice. The coffee maker was on a timer, so by the time he reached the kitchen, the smell would already be pulling him forward, promising enough caffeine to face another day of repetitive motion and industrial noise. This particular morning, it was a Tuesday in late September, still warm, but with that first whisper of autumn cooling the pre-dawn air, Hiram had poured his coffee into the battered steel thermos and grabbed the lunch Linda had packed the night before. She always put in more than he needed, 2 thick sandwiches, an apple, chips, cookies. "You work too hard to go hungry?" she'd say whenever he protested. Inside the blue insulated lunchbox today was something else too, something that made him smile when he saw it tucked beside the sandwich bags. A birthday party invitation, printed on cardstock with dinosaurs around the border. His grandson's 7th birthday, this coming Saturday. The boy had been talking about it for weeks. Wanted a chocolate cake shaped like a T-Rex. Canyon was only 15 miles south, an easy drive on the weekend. Hiram had already bought the present, a remote control truck with working headlights. It sat wrapped in his closet, waiting. He'd driven to the plant in his truck, an old Silverado that burned oil but ran strong. The sky was starting to lighten as he pulled into the employee lot, and he could see other workers heading toward the main entrance, lunchboxes in hand, shoulders already set in that particular posture of men about to clock in. Inside, the locker room smelled of metal and old sweat and industrial soap. Hiram stowed his lunchbox in his locker, changed into his safety vest, grabbed his hard hat. The routine was comfortable in its familiarity. On the floor, the line was already humming, warm-up protocols complete. Hiram took his place at Station 12, nodded to the men around him. To his right was Merle, 28 years on the job, a broad man with thick forearms and gray stubble who always seemed to have an opinion about football. To the left was Tommy, younger guy, maybe early 30s, who listened to podcasts through earbuds turned low enough to keep the floor supervisor off his back. Across the line was Davis, quiet but reliable, married to a nurse at the hospital. "Ready for another day in paradise?" Merle said, his standard greeting, and Hiram just grunted in reply because some questions didn't really need answering. The first hour passed the way first hours always did. Find the rhythm, let muscle memory take over, let the mind wander while the hands worked. Hiram thought about the weekend, about his grandson's party, about whether he'd have time to mow the lawn before Saturday. Linda wanted to bring potato salad and her famous brownies. He needed to remember to pick up wrapping paper, the kind with cowboys on it, because the boy was going through a Wild West phase in addition to the dinosaur obsession. Around 7, during a brief slowdown when a forklift blocked the feeder line, Tommy pulled out one earbud and said, "You guys hearing about this thing at the university?" "What thing?" Merle asked, pulling a rag from his pocket to wipe grease from his wrench. "Some kind of attack. Up at West Texas A&M. Something about a research facility." "Shooting?" Davis asked, his voice tight. There'd been too many of those in recent years, campuses turning into war zones. "Don't know. News is being weird about it, just saying there was an incident, emergency response, campus locked down." Hiram frowned. Canyon was home to West Texas A&M. His daughter worked in the administration building there, handling student records. His grandkids lived 3 blocks from campus. When was this? Overnight, I think. Happened early this morning, maybe around 3 or 4. The line started moving again, and the conversation died as hands returned to work. But something cold had settled into Hiram's chest. He told himself it was probably nothing. A fire alarm, a gas leak. Universities were always having some kind of emergency that turned out to be precautionary. He'd text his daughter on lunch break, make sure everything was okay. The morning wore on. More components moving past, more assemblies completed. The factory's fluorescent lights cast everything in stark white brightness, washing out the world beyond the loading dock doors where morning sun slanted across concrete. The air tasted of metal dust and lubricant, and the temperature climbed as machinery heated up and bodies worked. By 8:30, Hiram's shirt was sticking to his back, despite the industrial fans circulating air through the vast space. That's when the radio chatter started changing. The floor supervisor, a lean man named Rodriguez with a clipboard permanently attached to his hand, wore a radio on his belt tuned to the facility management frequency. Normally, it crackled with mundane logistics, shipment arrivals, maintenance requests, break schedules, but around 8:40, the radio's tone shifted. Even over the factory noise, Hiram could hear the urgency in the voices when Rodriguez keyed up. Words filtered through. Hospital, overflow, CDC, containment. Rodriguez moved quickly down the line, stopping to talk to the shift manager. They both kept glancing at their phones, at the radio, at the workers. Something in their body language made Hiram's hands slow on the wrench. "Something's up," Merle said, loud enough to carry over the machinery. Tommy had both earbuds out now, phone in hand. Holy shit. They're saying there's people attacking each other. In Canyon, near the university. What kind of attack? Davis asked. Like, biting people. Multiple reports. Police are overwhelmed. Hiram's chest tightened further. He pulled his own phone from his pocket. Breaking protocol. They weren't supposed to have phones on the floor during shift, but nobody was paying attention to that rule right now. 3 missed calls from his daughter, 2 voicemails. His fingers felt thick and clumsy as he tried to unlock the screen. Before he could dial, the overhead PA system crackled to life. Attention all personnel. We are monitoring reports of a public safety incident in Canyon and surrounding areas. At this time, management is evaluating whether to continue operations. Please remain at your stations until further notice. Bullshit, somebody down the line said. Several workers were already moving away from their posts, heading for the break room where there was a TV. Hiram followed, phone pressed to his ear as his daughter's voicemail played. Her voice came through tight and scared. Dad, don't try to come here. Something's wrong. Really wrong. There are people. Dad, they're not people anymore. Something's happening to them. The university is locked down, but I don't think... The message cut off. The second voicemail was worse. Just breathing, heavy and panicked, and then screaming in the background. Then nothing. The break room TV was tuned to a local news channel. 20 or 30 workers crowded around, watching footage that didn't make sense. Shaky cell phone videos showed people, normal-looking people in normal clothes, attacking others with a frenzy that seemed inhuman. The attacks weren't coordinated or strategic. They were animalistic. Victims went down under multiple attackers, and the news anchor's voice struggled to maintain professional composure while describing scenes of unprecedented violence and mass hysteria. This is a fucking riot, someone said. Look at their faces, Tommy said, pointing at the screen. That's not right. That's not normal. He was correct. Even through the poor video quality, Hiram could see that the attackers moved with a jerking, uncoordinated violence. Their faces were wrong, slack and empty except for a terrible hunger, and the sounds they made, captured on the cell phone audio, weren't human sounds. They were moans, groans, wet and rattling. We need to go home, Davis said. We need to get to our families. Rodriguez appeared in the doorway. Everybody back to stations, now. You seeing this? Merle gestured at the TV. You seeing what's happening? Management says we continue operations until... Fuck management, someone else said. My kids are in school in Canyon. The TV feed cut to the anchor desk, where a woman was touching her earpiece, listening to something. Her face went pale. We're getting reports that this incident is not isolated to Canyon. We have confirmed reports of similar attacks in other parts of Amarillo. Emergency services are asking everyone to remain calm and stay indoors if possible. Do not approach anyone displaying aggressive behavior. Do not... She stopped, listened again. We're now hearing that the hospitals are unable to handle the volume of patients and that several medical facilities have gone into lockdown. If you or someone you know has been bitten or injured, do not go to the emergency room. Call 911 and wait for... The TV flickered, then went black. In the silence that followed, Hiram could hear the factory machinery still running, still churning out components for farmers who probably weren't going to be ordering equipment anymore. He tried calling his daughter again. The call wouldn't connect. Network busy. He tried his wife. Same thing. Tried his daughter's cell again, her work number, his son-in-law. Nothing. Lines are jammed, Tommy said, staring at his own phone. Rodriguez's radio crackled. A voice came through, male, stressed. Losing containment at Facility 7. Repeat, we have... Static. Infected getting through the... More static. Then screaming, brief and sharp, before the transmission cut out. Facility 7 was one of the company's warehouses on the east side of town. "That's it," Hiram said. "I'm going." He pushed past Rodriguez, past the other workers, back toward the locker room. Behind him, he could hear others making the same decision, the sound of boots on concrete, voices raised in fear and determination. His hands shook as he spun the combination on his locker, grabbed his lunchbox, his keys. The birthday invitation fell out when he picked up the lunchbox, and he bent to retrieve it carefully, tucking it back inside. He'd promised he'd be there. His grandson was counting on it. The parking lot was already filling with workers heading for their vehicles, engines starting, tires squealing. Someone was yelling about roads being blocked. Hiram climbed into his truck and keyed the ignition. The Silverado's engine caught and rumbled. He threw it into reverse, started backing out. That's when he saw the first one. A woman came stumbling around the corner of the main building, her movements wrong, legs stiff and dragging. She wore what looked like office clothes, a skirt and blouse, but the blouse was torn and soaked with blood down the front. Her face was gray pale, lips pulled back from her teeth, and her eyes were clouded and white, like cataracts had spread across them in hours instead of years. She lurched toward the nearest worker, a young guy Hiram recognized from the welding department. The guy didn't see her coming, too focused on his phone. She grabbed him from behind, and he spun in surprise. "Hey, what?" She bit into his neck, just lunged forward and sank her teeth into the flesh below his jaw, and when she pulled back, blood sprayed in a hot arc across the asphalt. The guy screamed, a high, terrible sound, and fell backward. She went down with him, still biting, tearing. For a moment, everything froze. The workers in the lot just stared, brains unable to process what they were seeing. Then someone shouted, and chaos erupted. People running, truck doors slamming, more figures appearing from between buildings, stumbling forward with that same wrong gait, drawn by the noise and movement. Hiram saw 3 of them converge on a man trying to get into his car, saw them pull him down, saw more coming from the direction of the main road, a whole group of them, maybe a dozen, all with that dead-eyed stare and blood on their clothes. "Go!" someone was screaming. "Go, go, go!" Hiram floored the accelerator, his truck shooting forward. He had to swerve around abandoned vehicles, around people running blindly. One of those things, he couldn't think of them as people, not anymore, stepped directly into his path. He had a split-second choice, brake or hit it. He hit it. The impact was solid and sickening, a body going under the front bumper and then bouncing against the undercarriage. The truck lurched but kept moving. He reached the parking lot exit and turned onto the access road, tires smoking. In his rearview mirror, he could see the plant devolving into nightmare. Workers fighting, workers falling, workers rising again with that wrong, stiff-legged walk. The access road connected to Interstate 40, the main east-west artery through Amarillo. Normally it was busy with traffic, trucks hauling goods across the country, commuters heading to work. Now it was gridlock, cars packed bumper to bumper, some still moving at a crawl, others abandoned. Hiram could see people on foot, weaving between vehicles, some running, some stumbling, some standing still as if in shock. He needed to go south. Canyon was south on Highway 87, but to reach 87 he had to get through this mess. He pulled into the right lane, trying to squeeze past an SUV. The driver of the SUV was slumped over the wheel, not moving. When Hiram's truck drew alongside, he could see why. The driver's window was broken, glass littering the interior, and someone, was half through the window, wedged in place, still trying to reach the body inside. The attacker's lower half was outside, legs kicking uselessly. Its upper half was buried in the vehicle, and Hiram could hear the wet sounds of feeding. He looked away, swallowed bile, kept driving. The shoulder offered slightly better progress. He bumped up onto it, his truck bouncing over debris. Other drivers had the same idea, creating a new lane of desperation. A pickup ahead of him clipped another vehicle and spun out. Hiram barely braked in time, his bumper kissing the other truck's tailgate. A man ran between the stopped cars, looking back over his shoulder. He was middle-aged, overweight, wearing a suit that was torn at the shoulder. Blood ran down his arm. Behind him came 3 of the infected, moving with that relentless, stumbling gait. Not fast, but steady. The man tried to climb onto the hood of a car. His hand slipped on the metal. The infected reached him, pulled him down. His screams were brief. Hiram forced himself to keep moving. He couldn't help. Stopping meant dying. Every instinct screamed at him to flee, but he had to go toward the danger, toward Canyon, toward his family. The truck crept forward, inch by inch, mile by mile. The exit for Highway 87 was 2 miles ahead, 2 miles through hell. Smoke rose from somewhere to the north, black and thick, probably a vehicle fire or a building. The radio gave only static now, all stations either offline or overwhelmed. Hiram tried his phone again, still no connection. The cellular network had either collapsed or was so overloaded it might as well have collapsed. A woman appeared at his passenger window, pounding on the glass. She was young, maybe early 20s, with terror bright in her eyes. "Please," she screamed, "please let me in." Hiram hesitated for a fatal second. In that second, one of the infected came around the back of his truck. It grabbed the woman by her hair and yanked her backward. She fell against the truck bed, clawing at the metal. The infected bent over her, and Hiram jerked his eyes away, hit the gas. The truck lurched forward into a gap between vehicles. He was shaking now, hands white-knuckled on the wheel. His breath came in short gasps. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening. It was like something from a movie, from nightmares, not from a Tuesday morning in Texas. But it was happening. All around him, the world was tearing itself apart. More smoke ahead. A semi-truck had jackknifed across 2 lanes, and the trailer was on fire. People scrambled over it, trying to get past. Hiram watched one man climb onto the trailer's roof and then drop down the other side. Smart. Maybe. Or maybe just delayed death. The infected were everywhere now, scattered among the stopped vehicles, drawn by the concentration of people. Hiram saw one pulling a body through a minivan's sliding door, saw another clawing at a windshield, leaving smears of blood across the glass, saw a group of them converging on an overturned car where someone was trapped inside, screaming for help. He reached the Highway 87 exit. The ramp was blocked by a multi-vehicle collision. Cars piled up, metal twisted, glass everywhere. No way through. Hiram slammed his palm against the steering wheel. Come on! He'd have to find another route. Maybe surface streets. Maybe cut through neighborhoods. Canyon was south. If he could just keep heading south, he'd get there. He'd find his daughter, his grandkids. He'd get them somewhere safe. Safe. Was anywhere safe now? He took the next exit instead, dropping down onto a surface street that ran parallel to the highway. It was less packed, but not empty. Cars moved in fits and starts, drivers honking, trying to navigate around obstacles. A city bus sat sideways across an intersection, and Hiram could see bodies inside through the windows, shapes moving with that now familiar wrongness. At the plant, back when things had still been almost normal, he'd heard Rodriguez on the radio talking about infection, about containment. The word had stuck with him, infection, like a disease. But diseases didn't kill people and make them attack others. Diseases didn't turn victims into predators. This was something else, something worse. He needed to think, needed to plan. Panic would kill him as surely as those things would. Hiram had worked with his hands his whole life, solved mechanical problems through logic and patience. Approached this the same way. What did he know? What did he need? What tools did he have? What he knew. Something had infected people, probably starting at the university research facility. The infection spread fast, maybe through bites or blood. Victims died and then came back, attacking others. They were drawn to movement and sound. They weren't smart, but they were relentless. What he needed: to reach Canyon, to find his family, to get somewhere defensible and wait this out until the government or military or someone brought things under control. What tools did he have? A truck with half a tank of gas? A lunchbox with food? His work vest and hard hat, his steel-toed boots? And back at the plant in his locker. Shit, his locker. He'd left his personal tools there. The good ones, the ones he'd accumulated over 30-plus years. Socket sets, wrenches, pliers, a pry bar. Nothing that couldn't be replaced, but it felt like a loss anyway. Number, focus. He had the truck. He had himself. He had years of knowing how to fix things, how to jury-rig solutions, how to make do with less than ideal conditions. That would have to be enough. The surface street took him through a residential area. Houses with small yards, chain-link fences, cars and driveways. Some of the homes looked normal, curtains drawn, no signs of disturbance. Others had front doors standing open. One had a body sprawled on the lawn, unmoving. Hiram didn't slow down to see if it was truly dead or just waiting to get up again. A dog barked frantically from behind a fence, running back and forth as Hiram's truck passed. The sound felt wrong, too normal for what was happening. But then he heard another sound underneath it, a low, wet moaning. One of the infected stood on the other side of the fence from the dog, swaying in place, arms reaching through the gaps in the chain link. The dog snapped at it, all bravado and fury, not understanding that the thing beyond the fence wasn't afraid. Hiram drove on. Canyon was still miles away. Every block he covered felt like a victory and a descent deeper into hell. He passed a convenience store with its windows smashed, people inside looting, while others attacked them. Past a school where buses sat empty in the lot, and something moved behind the darkened windows of the building. Past an overturned ambulance, its lights still flashing, no sign of the crew. His phone buzzed. Signal. Weak, but there. He grabbed it immediately, nearly dropping it in his haste. A text message from Linda. "Where are you? News says don't go out. Are you okay?" He pulled over, hands shaking too badly to text while driving. "On my way to get kids," he typed, "then coming home. Lock all doors and windows. Don't let anyone in. I love you." The message sent. 3 dots appeared, showing she was typing. Then, "Please be safe. I love you too." More dots. "Something's wrong with the Hendersons. They tried to break in. I hear them outside." Ice flooded Hiram's veins. The Hendersons were their next-door neighbors. Retired couple, friendly, the kind who brought over cookies at Christmas. "Don't open the door," he typed. "Stay inside." "I'll be there as soon as I can." "Hurry," she sent back. He threw the truck into drive and hit the gas. The tires spun on loose gravel before catching. He needed to get his family, get back to Linda, get everyone somewhere secure. Maybe they could hole up in the house, board the windows, ride this out. How long could it last? Days? A week? The military would mobilize. The government would contain it. They had to. But even as he thought it, he looked around at the chaos spreading through Amarillo and felt doubt eat at him. This wasn't a localized incident. This was everywhere, all at once. And it was moving fast. Another mile, another street. The urban landscape gave way to slightly more open spaces, businesses with parking lots, fast food restaurants with drive-thrus. A McDonald's had a cluster of the infected outside, drawn by someone trapped inside. They pawed at the glass doors, oblivious to the futility. One wore the McDonald's uniform, a name tag still pinned to its chest, blood coating its mouth and chin. The traffic thinned out here. Fewer cars on the road, but also fewer escape routes. Hiram pushed the truck faster. The Silverado's engine growled, that familiar sound a small comfort in a world gone mad. He knew this truck, knew its quirks, its strengths, its weaknesses. The transmission slipped sometimes in third gear. The brakes pulled slightly to the left. The oil consumption meant he kept a spare quart behind the seat. These were problems he understood, problems he could fix. Not like this. Not like dead people walking. He saw the highway sign for Canyon, 8 miles. 8 miles that might as well have been 100. He pressed harder on the gas. The speedometer climbed, 60, 65. Too fast for surface streets, but speed meant survival right now. A figure lurched into the road ahead. Hiram's foot moved toward the brake, then stopped. He knew what would happen if he stopped. The truck hit the infected at 63 miles per hour, and the body went up and over, a sickening crunch and then a thud as it landed behind him. He checked the mirror. The thing was trying to get up, one leg bent at an impossible angle but still moving, still trying. They didn't feel pain. They didn't care about injury. They just kept coming until something stopped them permanently. Hiram filed that information away. Might be useful later. The road opened up as he left the city proper behind. Fields on either side, scattered buildings, the landscape of the Texas Panhandle stretching flat and wide under a sky that was cloudless and blue and indifferent to the suffering below. Ahead, maybe a mile distant, he could see smoke rising from what had to be canyon, dark columns of it, multiple sources. His phone rang, actual rang, not just a text. He grabbed it, saw his daughter's name. "Baby girl," he said, answering. "Baby, I'm coming." "I'm almost there." "Dad." Her voice was ragged, hoarse. "Dad, don't come. It's too late." "What?" "Number. I'm 5 minutes away. Get the kids ready. We're—" "Dad, listen." She was crying. "They're in the house." They got in through the garage. We tried to run, but... A crash in the background, splintering wood. "David's dead." "Oh God, he's dead," and he got back up and he... "Lock yourself in a room, barricade the door. I'm almost there." "The kids." Her voice broke completely. "They got the kids, Dad. They got my babies, and I couldn't stop them. They were so fast, and the kids were screaming, and..." Hiram's vision blurred. "No. No, baby, no. I can hear them coming. They know I'm in here." She was whispering now. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I'm so sorry. Don't give up. Please, I'm coming. I love you. Tell Mom I love her. Tell her..." A scream, high and sharp. The sound of a door breaking. Then sounds that Hiram would hear in his nightmares forever if he lived long enough to have nightmares. Tearing. Wet, awful tearing. And underneath it, his daughter's screams fading into gurgles and then silence. "Baby?" His voice was small, broken. "Baby, please." The call didn't disconnect. He could still hear sounds on the other end. Movement. That low moaning. Then heavy breathing close to the phone, and a voice, his daughter's voice, but wrong, hollow, made a sound that wasn't words. He ended the call, pulled the truck over, sat there with his hands on the wheel, staring at nothing. His mind felt fractured, unable to hold the reality of what he'd just heard. His daughter, his grandkids, gone. Not just dead, but turned into those things. Those hungry, mindless things. The birthday invitation was still in his lunchbox. Saturday, chocolate cake shaped like a T-Rex. He should have left earlier. Should have ignored Rodriguez, ignored protocol, run for the parking lot the moment he saw the news. Should have been faster, smarter, better. But he'd hesitated, and now his family was gone. And it was his fault. Number. No, that wasn't right. This wasn't his fault. This was... What was this? Where had it come from? The university research facility. Something had happened there. Something had been released or created or gone wrong. And it had spread like wildfire through Canyon, through Amarillo, probably through the whole region by now. Maybe the whole country, maybe the world. The thought was too big to hold. He pushed it aside and tried to think. Linda was still alive, still at home. The Hendersons were outside but hadn't gotten in yet. He could get back there, could secure the house, could... What? Survive? For how long? He didn't know, but he had to try. Hiram put the truck in drive and started a three-point turn. Going back to Amarillo meant going back into the chaos, but staying here meant dying. Canyon was lost. His daughter's house was a death trap. There was nothing he could do for them now except make sure he didn't join them. The return trip was worse. The situation had deteriorated even in the 30 minutes he'd been driving. Fires burned unchecked. The infected had multiplied or spread or both, and they clogged the streets in groups, packs, herds. Hiram had to take side roads, residential streets, cut through parking lots. Twice he had to reverse and find another route when he encountered blockages too dense to push through. His phone rang again. Not his daughter this time. He knew she wouldn't be calling again, not as herself, but Linda. He answered, said, "I'm coming." 20 minutes, 30. Stay inside. They broke the window, she said. The Hendersons. They broke the window in the spare bedroom and I heard them come inside. I'm in the bathroom with the door locked, but... Hiram, I can hear them in the hall. They're right outside. Can you get to the bedroom window? Get out that way? I don't know. I'm scared to open the door. You have to. You have to try. I'm coming, but I'm not close enough. Hurry, she whispered. The line went dead. Not disconnected. The phone was still active, but Linda had gone quiet. Hiram pushed the accelerator to the floor. The truck roared, engine redlining. He blew through a stop sign, nearly hit a car, swerved back into his lane. Paramount Street was 10 minutes away under normal conditions. He could make it in 5 if he didn't stop, didn't slow, didn't let anything get in his way. The truck's temperature gauge was climbing, pushing toward the red. The engine had a slight knock now, a sound he'd never heard before. He was pushing too hard, demanding too much. But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except reaching Linda. 7 blocks from home, he came to a barrier that wouldn't move. A dump truck had rolled onto its side, completely blocking the intersection. Cars piled up behind it, some crashed, some simply abandoned. Bodies lay scattered among them. Some were still, some weren't. Hiram yanked the wheel, jumped the curb, drove across someone's lawn. The truck bounced through a flower bed, knocked over a mailbox, crashed through a wooden fence. The backyard beyond was empty. He drove through it, through the back fence on the other side, emerged on the next street over, 5 blocks now. He could see smoke rising from somewhere close. Couldn't tell if it was his street or nearby. His heart hammered so hard his vision pulsed with each beat. The truck's engine was screaming. The temperature gauge had gone full red. Didn't matter. Keep going. 3 blocks. 2. He turned onto Paramount and saw his house halfway down on the left. Saw the Hendersons' house next to it. Saw the small crowd of infected on his lawn, clustered around the front door. They were trying to get in, clawing at the wood, moaning. More of them emerged from the side yard. They must have followed the Hendersons through. Must have been drawn by Linda's movements inside. The bedroom window was broken, just like she'd said. The curtains hung out, torn and stained. Hiram didn't slow down. He aimed the truck at the cluster of infected and hit them at 40 miles per hour. Bodies went flying. The truck's bumper crumpled. The windshield starred where a body hit and rolled over the hood. He kept his foot on the gas, drove right up onto the lawn, skidded to a stop 5 feet from his front porch. He was out of the truck before it fully stopped, leaving the engine running. The infected he'd hit were down but moving, already trying to rise. More were coming from the Hendersons' yard, drawn by the noise. He didn't have a weapon, nothing but his hands and his boots. The front door was still intact, still locked. Hiram fumbled for his keys, got the door open, slammed it shut behind him. The living room was dark, curtains drawn. He could hear sounds from deeper in the house, moaning, movement. "Linda!" he shouted. "Linda, I'm here!" No answer. He moved toward the hallway. The spare bedroom door was open. The window shattered just as she'd described. Two of the infected were in the bedroom, pawing at the walls like they'd lost track of their prey. They turned when they heard him, their faces slack and gray. One was wearing what remained of Henderson's fishing vest. The other was Henderson's wife, her church dress torn and bloodied. They came at him with arms outstretched. Hiram backed away, grabbed a lamp from the side table, swung it like a club. The base caught the male Henderson in the head with a solid crack. The thing stumbled but didn't fall, didn't even seem hurt, just adjusted its trajectory and kept coming. Hiram threw the lamp, turned, ran for the master bedroom. The door was closed. He tried the handle, locked. "Linda!" He pounded on the wood. "Open up!" Behind him, the infected from the spare room entered the hallway. More were coming through the broken window, drawn by the noise. He could hear them climbing inside, hear glass crunching under their feet. "Linda, please!" The lock clicked. The door opened a crack and Linda's face appeared, pale and terrified. Hiram pushed inside, slammed the door shut, through the lock. His wife fell into his arms, sobbing. "They were in the hall," she gasped. "I heard them, but I couldn't. I didn't know if it was you or—" "It's okay, I'm here now." He held her tight, felt her shaking against him. The door shuddered as something hit it from the other side. Once, twice. The old wood creaked, but held. He looked around the bedroom, window facing the backyard, intact. Dresser, bed, closet. Not much in the way of weapons or barricading material. They couldn't stay here long, but they had a moment, a brief, precious moment to breathe. "The kids?" Linda whispered. She already knew. He could see it in her eyes, but she needed to hear him say it. "They're gone," Hiram said. "All of them. I'm sorry." She made a sound that wasn't quite a scream, wasn't quite a sob, something that came from deeper than either. He held her while she made it, while the infected pounded on the door, while the world outside continued its collapse. 41 years they'd been married, 41 years of ordinary life, of work and bills and grandkids' birthdays and Sunday dinners. All of it was gone now, swept away by whatever madness had been unleashed from that research facility. But they were alive. For now, they were alive, and that meant there was still a chance, still something to fight for. The door was starting to crack. The cheap hollow core wouldn't last long. Hiram pulled back from Linda, wiped his eyes, made himself think. "We need to move. Can't stay here. Where can we go?" Good question. The truck was outside, surrounded by infected. The house wasn't secure. The neighbors were either dead or infected themselves. The whole city was falling apart, but there had to be somewhere. Somewhere defensible, somewhere with supplies. "Grocery store," he said. "Big one on the south side, concrete walls, limited entrances. If we can get inside, barricade it." "How do we get there?" "The truck's still running. We go out the window, get in fast, drive straight through whatever's in the way." Linda looked at the bedroom window, at the yard beyond where more infected were appearing, drawn by the noise and activity. "We'll never make it." "We will." He tried to sound confident, tried to project certainty he didn't feel. "I'll go first. Create a distraction. You follow right behind me." She grabbed his arm. Don't leave me. I'm not leaving you. I'm never leaving you." He kissed her forehead. "But we have to be smart. We have to move fast." The bedroom door cracked again, louder this time. Wood splintered near the handle. Hands pushed through the gap, fingers grasping blindly. Hiram moved to the window, unlocked it, slid it open. The screen came off easily. He dropped it outside. The yard had maybe half a dozen of the infected wandering through it. Between the window and the truck, maybe 30 feet, there were 4 of them. Bad odds, but not impossible. He climbed out onto the sill, lowered himself to the ground. The infected noticed immediately, turned toward him, moaned, started walking his direction. He looked back at Linda framed in the window. Count to 3, then follow me. Hiram, I love you." He ran. Not toward the truck, but away from it, angling across the yard toward the shed. The infected followed. He was faster than them, his legs pumping, boots digging into the grass. But there were more than he'd thought. They emerged from around the house, from the neighbor's yard, drawn by movement. 10 of them, 15, too many. He reached the shed, grabbed the door handle, yanked it open. Inside was all his yard equipment, tools, supplies. He grabbed a shovel, good heavy one, wooden handle, steel blade, turned as the first infected reached him. He swung. The shovel blade caught it in the neck with a meaty thunk. The thing went down. He pulled the shovel free, swung again at the next one, caught it in the head. The impact jarred his arms, but the infected dropped. More coming. Too many. He backed toward the truck, shovel raised. Linda was climbing out the window now, running across the yard. One of the infected moved to intercept her. Hiram shouted, drawing its attention. It turned toward him instead. Linda reached the truck, yanked open the passenger door, climbed inside. "Come on!" she screamed. Hiram was surrounded, 6 of them closing in from all sides. He couldn't fight them all. The shovel was heavy, his arms already tired. He made a choice, dropped the shovel, ran straight at the 2 blocking his path to the truck, hit them like a linebacker, knocked them aside, felt hands grabbing at his clothes. Something tore, his shirt ripping. He stumbled, caught himself, kept moving. The driver's door was still open. He dove inside, yanked it shut. Hands slammed against the glass immediately, leaving smears. Faces pressed close, mouths working. He threw the truck into reverse, hit the gas. The infected behind the truck went down, disappeared under the bumper. He felt the sickening crunch of bodies being crushed. Forward now. Through the yard, back onto the street. The truck's engine was making terrible sounds, grinding and knocking. The temperature gauge was maxed out. Steam wisped from under the hood, but it was still moving, still carrying them. "You okay?" he asked Linda. She nodded, unable to speak. Her eyes were locked on the nightmare passing outside the windows. The grocery store was on the south side, maybe 3 miles away. 3 miles through a city that had become a killing field. Hiram gripped the wheel and drove. The truck shuddered, lurched, but kept going. The streets were less crowded now, most of the population either dead, infected, or hiding. Bodies everywhere, cars abandoned, buildings burning. The smoke was thick enough to sting his eyes. They passed a police car parked sideways across the road, lights still flashing. No sign of the officer. They passed a church with its doors standing open and infected wandering through the parking lot. They passed an elementary school that looked dark and empty except for small shapes visible through windows, moving with that telltale wrongness. The truck's engine seized, just locked up with a final grinding shriek and died. They rolled to a stop in the middle of the street, 3 blocks from the grocery store. Hiram turned the key. Nothing. The Silverado was done. 32 years of faithful service, and it had carried them as far as it could. "We walk from here," he said. They got out, and the world was louder without the truck's noise to buffer it. Screams in the distance, sirens, the crackle of fires, and underneath it all, that constant moaning, coming from every direction. The infected were everywhere. Not thick here, not yet, but present, scattered, hunting. Hiram took Linda's hand. They walked quickly, trying not to run. Running attracted attention, but moving with purpose. Every shadow seemed to hide something. Every sound made them flinch. They passed bodies in the street, some clearly dead, others that might just be waiting to reanimate. A man stumbled out of a house ahead of them, clutching his stomach. Blood soaked his shirt. He saw them, reached out. "Help!" he gasped. "Please help me." Hiram and Linda both stepped back. The man looked alive, looked human, but the blood... "Were you bitten?" I think so, I don't remember. Please, I just need—" He coughed, spattering blood, collapsed to his knees, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsed. "Run!" Hiram said. They ran. Behind them, the man's convulsions stopped. A moment of silence. Then that sound, that low moan, as he started to rise again. The grocery store appeared ahead. A large building, regional chain serving this part of Amarillo. The parking lot was chaos. Cars everywhere, some crashed, some abandoned mid-escape. Shopping carts scattered like debris, and bodies. So many bodies. But the store itself looked mostly intact. A few windows broken near the entrance, but the main structure solid. Hiram could see movement inside, either survivors or infected. No way to know until they got closer. They crossed the parking lot, stepping over and around obstacles. An infected woman in yoga pants stumbled after them but was too slow, too far away to catch up. They reached the entrance. The automatic doors were jammed open. Inside was dark, except for emergency lighting casting everything in dim red. "Hello?" Hiram called. His voice echoed through the store, movement in the aisles. A shape appeared, then another. But these moved differently, cautiously, aware, human. "Don't come in here," a voice said. Male, young, scared. "Store's ours. We got here first." "We just need supplies," Hiram said. "We won't cause trouble." I said, "Get out." Something glinted in the shadows. A gun. "We got guns. We'll shoot." "Please," Linda said. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. Concrete exploded near their feet where the bullet hit. Hiram grabbed Linda, pulled her back toward the exit. Another shot, this one closer. The shooter wasn't trying to hit them yet, but the message was clear. They backed out into the parking lot. The infected woman in yoga pants had gotten closer, almost within reach now. Hiram pushed her aside, and she fell sprawling. He and Linda ran, putting distance between themselves and the store, between themselves and the armed survivors who'd claimed it first. "What do we do?" Linda gasped. Hiram looked around, trying to think. The sun was getting lower, afternoon stretching toward evening. Dark was coming, and dark would make everything worse. They needed shelter, supplies, a plan. But every option seemed closed off. Wait, the plant. The AgTech facility where he'd worked for 32 years. It would be overrun by now, infected workers still wandering the floor. But Hiram knew that building inside and out. Knew every office, every storage room, every access point. And more importantly, there was a maintenance office on the second floor with a steel door and reinforced walls, built that way because it housed expensive equipment and tools. If they could reach it, barricade themselves inside. "I know a place," he said. "It's not perfect, but it's something." They started walking. The plant was back north, back toward where they'd fled from, back into the heart of the chaos. But they didn't have a choice. The streets had grown more dangerous even in the time they'd been moving. More infected, fewer survivors. Whatever had caused this, the infection, the outbreak, whatever it was, had spread completely through Amarillo now. The city was lost. They moved quietly, keeping to cover when possible. A group of infected passed nearby, 5 of them shuffling down the middle of the street like a grotesque parade. Hiram and Linda pressed against a building, holding their breath until they passed. A car drove by, going fast, windows up. The driver didn't slow, didn't look at them, just focused on escape. Where were they going? Was anywhere safe? The light was failing, shadows lengthened. The fires around the city became more visible, orange glows against the darkening sky. Hiram's legs ached, his back hurt. He wasn't a young man anymore, 63 years old, too old for this shit, but he kept moving. Linda held onto his arm, silent now, conserving energy. They reached an industrial area, familiar territory. Hiram had driven these streets twice a day for decades. That warehouse on the corner, he delivered parts there. That office building. He knew the guy who managed it, played poker with him sometimes. All of it felt distant now, like memories from another life. The plant appeared ahead, its angular buildings and smokestacks silhouetted against the sunset. The parking lot was still full of vehicles, exactly as they'd been abandoned during the chaos. Hiram's own parking spot, number 43, assigned to him for over a decade, held someone else's car now. Weird thing to notice, weird thing to care about. They approached carefully. The main entrance stood open, glass doors shattered. Beyond was darkness. Hiram paused, listening. Could hear that sound from inside, moaning, multiple sources. The facility had fallen, just as he'd expected. Side entrance, he whispered. Loading dock, less visible. They circled around the building. The loading dock was at the rear, 3 bays with metal roll-up doors. One door was partially open, raised maybe 3 feet. Enough space to slip under. Hiram got down, peered into the space beyond. Dark. Couldn't see much, but it was quiet. He crawled under, emerged in the loading area. Pallets of materials, forklifts parked along the wall, the smell of cardboard and plastic. Empty. Linda came through behind him, and he helped her up. The interior door leading from the loading area to the main facility was closed. Hiram tried it. Locked. Good. That meant anything inside the main floor couldn't get to them easily. He pulled out his phone, used the flashlight function to illuminate the space, found a pry bar among the tools on a nearby shelf. Always useful. We need to get to the second floor, he whispered. Stairs are on the far side. They moved through the loading area toward the far wall where a door marked Stairs Emergency Exit was visible. It opened easily, revealing a concrete stairwell. They climbed. At the top was another door, another lock. Hiram used the pry bar, leveraging against the door frame. The lock was cheap, designed to keep people out during normal times. It broke after several hard yanks. The second-floor hallway was dark but empty. Offices on either side, the maintenance room at the end. Hiram led the way, pry bar in hand, ready to swing at anything that moved. But nothing did. The offices were abandoned, computers still on in some, the normal detritus of workday life scattered around. Someone had been eating lunch at their desk when things went bad. A sandwich sat half-finished, bread dried out now. The maintenance room door was steel, just as he remembered. No window, reinforced frame. The lock was better than the stairwells, would take real work to break. But Hiram knew something others wouldn't. He reached up to the top of the doorframe, felt around, found the emergency key taped there. Old security habit from years past, against regulations but convenient. He'd used it dozens of times when the maintenance supervisor forgot to bring his key ring. The key still worked. The door swung open. Inside was a small space, maybe 12 by 15 feet, packed with shelving units holding spare parts, tools, cleaning supplies, a desk in one corner with a computer, a small window high on one wall, too small for a person to fit through but letting in the last of the evening light, and most importantly, thick walls and that solid door. We'll be safe here, Hiram said, for tonight at least. Linda sank into the desk chair, her strength finally giving out. She put her face in her hands and cried, really cried, for the first time since they'd left the house. Hiram knelt beside her, held her, let her grief out. His own tears came too, hot and bitter. His daughter, his grandkids, the grandson's birthday party that would never happen. The world that had existed this morning was gone. But crying solved nothing. After a few minutes, Hiram wiped his eyes and stood. They needed to secure this room, take inventory, figure out next steps. Survival meant action, not grief. Grief could come later, if there was a later. He checked the door, solid, good lock. Checked the window, too high and small to be a vulnerability. Moved the desk to block the door as additional security. That would slow anything trying to get in. Inventory. The shelving held mostly industrial supplies. spare drive shafts, bearings, bolts by the thousands, a few bottles of lubricant and cleaning solution, tools, wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, useful, a first aid kit, thank God, with bandages and antiseptic, a case of bottled water, dusty but sealed, probably left over from some long-ago purchase, a box of protein bars, equally old, expiration date 2 years past, but they'd risk it. Not much, but more than nothing. They could last a few days here if they were careful. And then what? The phone was back out, checking for signal. 1 bar, intermittent. He tried calling 911 first, just to see. The line was dead, not even a busy signal. Tried the police non-emergency number, same. Tried numbers for friends, distant relatives, anyone. Nothing worked except texts, and those were spotty. He texted his brother in Oklahoma, "Amarillo is gone. Infections spread everywhere. We're holed up for now. Don't come here, stay away from cities." No idea if it would send or be received, but he had to try. Linda had stopped crying, was sitting quietly, staring at nothing. Shock, probably. Hiram gave her water, made her drink, opened one of the protein bars, made her eat half, even though she protested she wasn't hungry. The body needed fuel whether the mind wanted it or not. Outside, the last light faded. Darkness fell across Amarillo. They sat in the maintenance room with the lights off, not wanting to draw attention. Through the small window, they could see the orange glow of fires scattered across the city, could hear distant sounds, screams, crashes, that ever-present moaning. "How did this happen?" Linda whispered. "I don't know." Hiram sat beside her on the floor, their backs against the wall. "Something at the university. Some kind of accident or... I don't know. Is it everywhere? Or just here?" "I don't know that either." They sat in silence. Hiram thought about his grandson's birthday invitation, still in his lunchbox back in the truck. The truck that had died in the street, miles from here. He'd never make that party, never see the boy blow out candles or tear open the wrapping on that remote control truck. Never have another Sunday dinner with the whole family gathered around Linda's table. All of it was gone, snuffed out in a handful of hours. But the living still had to live, had to eat, drink, sleep, had to keep moving forward until they couldn't anymore. "Get some rest," he told Linda. "I'll keep watch." "I can't sleep." "Try." She lay down on the floor, using a rolled-up shop rag as a pillow. Hiram sat with his back against the door, the pry bar across his lap, and listened to the sounds of civilization ending outside. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered. Farther off, a car alarm wailed until it ran down. The infected moved through the building below. He could hear them bumping into things, their feet dragging on concrete. But none came upstairs. Not yet. He must have dozed eventually because he jerked awake to find pale dawn light coming through the window. His back screamed where he'd slept crooked against the door. Linda was still asleep, curled on her side. Outside, the world looked gray and dead. Hiram stood slowly, joints popping. Moved to the window to see what he could see. The plant's parking lot stretched below, vehicles still scattered where they'd been abandoned. Bodies lay among them, some clearly dead, others potentially waiting to reanimate. As he watched, one of the dead bodies stirred, sat up, looked around with blank eyes, then stood and began that familiar stumbling walk. The infection didn't just kill, it reanimated. Even people who'd been dead for hours came back. Hiram wondered how long that lasted. Would every corpse in Amarillo eventually rise? Were the cemeteries disgorging their dead? The thought was too big, too horrible. He pushed it aside. More immediate concerns, food and water. They had enough for a few days, maybe a week if they rationed severely. Then what? They'd have to leave this room, venture out to scavenge, and that meant risk. Risk of infected, risk of other survivors who might be desperate enough to kill for supplies. Linda woke, groaning. Is it morning? Yeah. She sat up, looked at him, and he saw the moment when the previous day's events came back to her, saw her face crumple before she forced it back under control. What do we do? Survive. One day at a time. They ate another protein bar, shared a bottle of water. Hiram tried his phone again. No signal at all now. The network had either collapsed completely or the cell towers had lost power. He turned the phone off to conserve battery. No point keeping it on if it didn't work. The computer on the desk was still powered. The building's backup generators must be running. Hiram powered on the monitor, found the desktop still logged in to the maintenance supervisor's account. He opened a browser, tried to load news sites. Most wouldn't connect. Those that did load showed terrifying headlines. Mass casualty event spreading across multiple states. CDC issues emergency advisory. Martial law declared in major cities. Avoid all contact with infected individuals. One article had video. Hiram clicked it, watched shakily filmed footage of military forces trying to contain infected in Dallas. The soldiers were shooting, but there were too many infected, overwhelming their positions. The video cut off abruptly. Another site claimed the infection had started from a research facility in Canyon, working on experimental treatments for dementia. Something about prions and protein folding and accidental contamination. The science was beyond Hiram, but the result was clear enough. They'd made something they couldn't control, and it had gotten out. The whole country? Linda read over his shoulder. Looks like it. Maybe the whole world. Hard to tell. Most sites aren't loading. They spent the morning monitoring what information they could find, trying to understand the scope of the disaster. It was bad. Worse than bad. Civilization hadn't just stumbled. It had fallen completely in less than 24 hours. The speed was unprecedented. Normal diseases had incubation periods, allowed time for response. This spread so fast and killed so efficiently that containment had been impossible. By midday, even the sites that had been loading stopped working. The internet was going down, backbone infrastructure failing as power grids collapsed, and maintenance personnel either died or fled. Soon, they'd have no information except what they could see with their own eyes. The question became, what next? Stay in this room until supplies ran out? Try to make it out of the city, head for somewhere less populated? Try to find other survivors and band together? We can't stay here forever, Linda said. Eventually we'll run out of food. I know. So what's the plan? Hiram thought about it. Thought about what he knew, what resources they had, what skills he possessed. He was a mechanic, an assembler, a man who solved problems with his hands and his knowledge of how things fit together. So treat this like a mechanical problem. What was the goal? Survival? What were the constraints? Limited supplies? Hostile environment? No rescue coming? What were the available resources? This building? The tools and equipment within it? His knowledge of the facility's layout? We fortify, he said. Make this floor secure. Block the stairwell so nothing can get up here. Then we scavenge the building floor by floor. There's a break room downstairs with vending machines, storage areas with supplies. Maybe the offices have stuff people left behind. We gather everything useful, bring it up here, create a stockpile. What about those things downstairs? We'll have to deal with them. But I know this building. I know how to move through it, where to go, what to avoid. We can do this. We have to do this. Linda nodded slowly. Okay. How do we start? First, we secure the stairwell. They spent the afternoon working. The stairwell door, at this level, was flimsy, wouldn't stop determined infected, so they reinforced it. Used the desk and filing cabinets from nearby offices to create a barricade. Found spare lumber in a storage closet, old wooden pallets, 2x4s. and Hiram used screws and the power drill from the maintenance room to build a brace that wedged the door shut. Then they dragged more furniture to pile against it. By the time they were done, nothing short of sustained battering would break through. The other stairwell, there were two in the building, was at the far end of the hall. They did the same there, building barriers, creating a defensive position. It was exhausting work, made worse by the need to be quiet. Every sound might draw infected attention. They moved slowly, carefully, trying not to make noise. By evening, they'd secured both stairwells and barricaded the hallway entrances. The second floor was now isolated, accessible only by climbing the outside fire escape, and that was visible from their window. If anything tried to come up that way, they'd see it. Dinner was another old protein bar and more water. They were going through supplies faster than Hiram liked, but the work had burned calories and they needed the energy. Tomorrow they'd venture downstairs, into the manufacturing floor, and see what they could scavenge. That night was quieter. Fewer sounds from outside, fewer fires visible. Either things were dying down or all the survivors had already died or fled. Hiram took first watch again, letting Linda sleep. Around midnight, he heard sounds at the base of one stairwell. Something trying to get up, bumping against the blocked door. The barricade held. After a while, the sounds stopped. Day 3 dawned cloudy, threatening rain. Hiram woke stiff and sore, every muscle protesting. He was too old for this. Too old to be sleeping on floors and moving furniture and fighting for survival. But age didn't matter. Only survival mattered. They prepared for the scavenging run. Hiram took the pry bar and a hammer, tucked a screwdriver into his belt. Linda carried a wrench, heavy enough to serve as a weapon. They both wore their work boots, the steel toes offering some protection. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. The plan was simple. Go down the fire escape, the outside metal stairway that zigzagged down the building's exterior. Reach the loading dock, slip inside, grab whatever they could from the break room, and get back upstairs. Quick in, quick out. Minimize exposure. The fire escape access was through a door marked Emergency Exit. Hiram pushed it open slowly, checked outside. Empty. The stairs were metal grating, would make noise when they walked on them, but couldn't be helped. They descended carefully, one step at a time, trying to be quiet. At ground level, they could see the loading dock entrance where they'd come in yesterday. The partial roll-up door was still raised, but there were infected in the loading area now, 3 of them, wandering aimlessly between pallets. One was wearing a plant uniform, name tag still visible. Rodriguez, the floor supervisor. His throat had been torn out and his eyes were white and vacant. Hiram felt sick. He'd known Rodriguez for years. Decent guy, tried his best in a tough job. Now he was this thing. They couldn't get past 3 of them, not without weapons better than a pry bar. They'd have to go around, find another entrance. The main doors were out, too exposed, too many infected visible through the shattered glass. But there was a service entrance on the west side, usually kept locked, but Hiram knew which window beside it could be pried open. They circled the building, staying low, moving slowly. The infected didn't have great perception, but movement caught their attention. As long as they were quiet and careful, they could avoid detection. The service entrance was clear. Hiram worked the window, prying it up with a screech of metal on metal that made them both freeze. Inside, nothing stirred. He climbed through, helped Linda in behind him. They were in a hallway that connected the administrative offices to the manufacturing floor. Doors on either side, all closed. At the end was the break room, a large space with tables, vending machines, microwaves, and a wall of lockers where workers stored their lunches. Hiram moved toward it, pry bar ready. Halfway down the hall, a door to his left burst open. One of the infected stumbled out, a woman in business attire, her face gray and slack. She lunged at him. He swung the pry bar, caught her in the shoulder. She barely flinched, grabbed his arm. He smelled her, the stench of decay and old blood. He yanked free, swung again, this time catching her in the head. The impact made a wet crunch. She went down but was already trying to rise. Linda brought her wrench down on the infected woman's head, once, twice. The skull caved in. The woman stopped moving. They both stood there, breathing hard. Hiram's hands shook. He'd just killed someone. Or killed the thing that used to be someone. The distinction felt important, but was too complex to process right now. "Keep moving," Linda said, her voice tight. The break room was ahead. They reached it, pushed through the door. Inside was chaos. Tables overturned, chairs scattered, blood on the floor. But it was empty of infected, and the vending machines were intact. Hiram used the pry bar to force open the first machine. Chips, candy, crackers. He and Linda stuffed their pockets, grabbed armfuls. The second machine held drinks, soda, water, energy drinks. They took what they could carry. The lockers along the wall held lunch boxes, and they rifled through them, taking anything that wasn't spoiled. Found half a dozen sandwiches still wrapped, fruit, more chips. Someone's lunch bag had homemade cookies. Hiram thought about his own lunchbox, still in the dead truck, and pushed the thought aside. They were overloaded now, arms full of supplies. Time to go. They backtracked through the hallway, climbed out the window, hurried around the building to the fire escape. Started up. On the second level, Linda's foot slipped. She grabbed the railing, but the food she'd been carrying spilled, cans and packages tumbling down the metal stairs with tremendous noise. Both of them froze. The moaning started immediately. From around the building, from inside, from everywhere, the infected had heard. "Go!" Hiram shoved Linda up the stairs. They climbed as fast as they could, supplies forgotten, focused only on reaching safety. Below, infected appeared, drawn by the sound. They shambled toward the fire escape, began climbing. They were slow but relentless. Hiram and Linda reached the top, yanked open the door, stumbled into the second-floor hallway, slammed the door behind them. It wouldn't lock from the inside, no way to secure it. The infected would be able to open it. "Barricade!" Hiram shouted. They ran to the maintenance room, grabbed the filing cabinets they'd moved earlier, dragged them to the fire escape door, shoved them against it just as the door began to open from outside. The cabinet stopped it, held it mostly closed. Hands reached through the gap, grasping. Faces appeared in the narrow opening, snarling. They piled more furniture against the door. Desk, chairs, everything they could find. The infected pushed from the other side but couldn't overcome the weight. The barricade held. Hiram and Linda retreated to the maintenance room, slammed and locked that door, shoved their remaining barricade back into place. Outside, the infected pounded and moaned. But they were safe, for now. They collapsed on the floor, gasping. They'd gotten some supplies, not as much as they'd hoped, but something. Enough to extend their survival by a few days. And they'd learned important lessons. The infected were attracted to sound. They could be killed by destroying the brain. They were slow but numerous. And going outside was incredibly dangerous. "We can't do that again," Linda said, once she had breath to speak. "We almost died." "I know. What do we do when the food runs out?" Hiram didn't have an answer. They'd bought themselves time. But time wasn't a solution. It was just a delay. Eventually, they'd have to leave this building, leave this city, try to find somewhere better. But where? And how? The afternoon passed in tense silence. The infected outside eventually lost interest and wandered away. But the memory of how close they'd come lingered. Hiram inventoried what they'd managed to bring back. 8 bags of chips, 6 candy bars, 4 sodas, 2 bottles of water, 3 sandwiches, and the homemade cookies. Maybe 3 days' worth if they rationed carefully, plus the supplies they'd already had. A week total. Maybe 1 week to figure out a plan. That night, he tried the phone again. Still no signal. The computer still worked, running on backup power, but the internet was completely dead now. No information. No way to know what was happening in the rest of the world. They were isolated, cut off, alone. Linda slept fitfully, crying out in her dreams. Hiram stayed awake, watching the small window. The fires across the city were fewer now, but still burning. He wondered how much of Amarillo was left, wondered if anyone was still alive out there besides them. He thought about his daughter, about his grandkids, about the birthday invitation with dinosaurs on the border, thought about his grandson asking where Grandpa was, why he hadn't come to the party, except the grandson wouldn't be asking that. The grandson was dead. Or worse than dead, stop. Thinking about it didn't help. Focus on survival. Focus on Linda, on keeping her alive, on making it through one more day. Day 4, day 5. Time started to blur. They rationed the food carefully, eating just enough to function. The water was going faster. They needed it to stay hydrated, and the building's taps had stopped working, pipes dry. Outside, the sounds of chaos faded. Fewer screams, fewer sirens. Just the wind and the occasional moan of infected. On day 6, the backup power failed. The lights went out. The computer died. They were left in darkness except for what came through the window. Hiram used his phone's flashlight sparingly, preserving battery. They talked about plans, ideas that all seemed impossible. Find a car that worked, try to drive out of the city. But where? Every city was probably as bad as Amarillo. Rural areas might be safer, less population density, but getting there meant traveling through infected territory. Join up with other survivors if they could find any. Safety in numbers. But other survivors might be hostile, might see them as competition for resources. They'd already experienced that at the grocery store. Stay here until rescue came. But would rescue come? The military was overwhelmed. The government had collapsed or was close to it. There might not be anyone left to mount a rescue. Each option had fatal flaws. Each option could get them killed. But staying here would definitely kill them eventually, just more slowly. On day 7, they ran out of water. The last bottle was gone. They'd stretched it as far as possible, but hydration wasn't optional. They were already feeling the effects. Headaches, dizziness, weakness. "We have to find water," Linda said. Her lips were cracked, her voice hoarse. Hiram knew she was right. Without water, they'd be dead in 3 days, maybe less. The building's water wasn't running, but there were other sources. The toilets in the bathrooms still held water in their tanks, not the bowls, which would be contaminated, but the tanks. That water was technically clean as tap water. It would taste awful, but it would keep them alive. The bathrooms were on this floor, shared facilities in the middle of the hallway. They'd have to leave the maintenance room, navigate the hallway, and hope no infected had gotten up here. Risk, but necessary risk. They prepared. Took bottles, the pry bar, the hammer. Opened the maintenance room door carefully. The hallway was dark, lit only by dim daylight filtering through office windows. Empty. The barricades they'd built at the stairwells and fire escape were intact. Nothing had breached them. They moved to the nearest bathroom, pushed open the door. Empty. Hiram went to the first stall, lifted the toilet tank lid. The tank was full, water clear. He dipped a bottle in, filled it, handed it to Linda, filled another. They drank there, greedily, not caring how it tasted. The water was slightly chlorinated, but otherwise fine. They filled every bottle they had, 6 in total, and carried them back to the maintenance room. Immediate crisis solved. They had water again. But how long would that last? A few days. Then they'd be back to the same problem. "We can't stay here much longer," Hiram said that night. "We need to leave, find somewhere better." "Where?" Linda asked. Same question as always. Same lack of answer. "I don't know. but anywhere is better than dying slowly in this room. On day 8, they made the decision. They would leave, head south toward open country, try to find a farm or ranch, somewhere isolated, somewhere they could fortify and maybe grow food, raise animals, survive long term. It was a long shot, but it was better than waiting to starve. They spent the day preparing, gathered everything useful from the maintenance room, tools, supplies, the remaining food and water, fashioned backpacks from trash bags and rope, divided the load between them. Hiram took the heavier share, but Linda insisted on carrying her fair portion. They were in this together. They'd leave at dawn, day 9, give themselves full daylight for travel. The plan was to go out the fire escape, circle to the parking lot, find a vehicle that worked, and drive south. Simple, probably impossible, but they had to try. That night, Hiram couldn't sleep. He lay on the floor of the maintenance room, Linda beside him, and thought about all the things they were leaving behind. This building where he'd worked for decades, the city where they'd raised their family, their home on Paramount Street, their daughter's house in Canyon. All of it was gone now, claimed by the infection. They were becoming refugees in their own country, fleeing from death. But they were alive. That counted for something. Dawn came gray and cold. They gathered their makeshift packs, checked their supplies one last time. Hiram took the pry bar, Linda the hammer. They looked at each other, and no words were needed. After 41 years, they could communicate with just a glance. They left the maintenance room, left the barricaded hallway, and descended the fire escape. The morning was quiet, almost peaceful. A few infected wandered in the distance, but the immediate area was clear. They reached ground level, started across the parking lot. Hiram's truck was where he'd left it, dead in the street. Useless. They moved past it, checking other vehicles. Most were locked, keys gone with their owners. Finally found one with the door open, a sedan, older model. Hiram checked inside. No keys in the ignition, but he knew how to hotwire. Had done it before, decades ago when he was young and stupid. The knowledge came back. He popped the steering column cover, found the ignition wires, stripped them with his teeth, touched them together. The engine turned over, but didn't catch. Tried again. Still nothing. The battery was dead, or the fuel line was clogged, or 100 other things could be wrong. Next vehicle, a pickup truck, newer than his Silverado but same make, also locked. Hiram used the pry bar to break the window, climbed in, no keys, started the hot wire process. This engine caught, coughed, sputtered, but caught. He gave it gas, felt it smooth out, thanked God or luck or whatever had put this working truck in his path. Linda climbed in the passenger side. They pulled out of the parking lot, navigated around abandoned vehicles, and headed for the main road, south, toward open country, toward whatever came next. The city streets were a nightmare, worse than before, bodies everywhere, many of them moving. The infected had spread through every neighborhood, every block. Hiram drove carefully, trying not to attract attention, but it was impossible to avoid them all. They had to push through groups, bumping infected aside with the truck's bumper. Each impact made him flinch, but he kept driving. They reached the interstate, the same stretch of I-40 Hiram had fled down days ago. It was completely blocked now, vehicles abandoned in all lanes, creating an impassable barrier. No way through. They'd have to take surface roads. He turned off, found a route that paralleled the highway. Slower, more winding, but at least it was moving. They passed through residential areas where infected wandered through yards like lost children, past strip malls and fast food restaurants, all dark and dead, past a hospital where the infected were thick, drawn by some instinct to the place where death congregated. Mile by mile, they made progress. Amarillo gave way to outskirts, then to open land, fields and ranches, spaces between buildings growing wider, fewer infected here, though still present. The infection had spread beyond the city, carried by fleeing survivors who'd been bitten and didn't know it yet. They saw evidence of military presence, roadblocks, abandoned equipment, spent shell casings littering the asphalt, but no soldiers, no rescue, just the aftermath of failed containment. The truck's gas gauge was dropping. They'd need to find fuel soon. Hiram watched for gas stations, saw several, all overrun or burned out. Finally spotted one that looked intact. Pulled in carefully. The station was abandoned. Pumps were dead, no power, but there were cars at the pumps, and they might have fuel. Hiram grabbed a piece of rubber tubing from the truck bed. Every vehicle in Texas carried random useful stuff, and approached the nearest car. Opened the gas cap, fed the tube in, sucked to start the siphon. Gas flowed. He filled a container, then emptied that into the truck's tank. Repeated the process with 2 more cars. Enough fuel to get them another 50 miles at least. Linda stood watch, hammer ready. 2 infected appeared from around the station building, drawn by the movement. She backed toward the truck. Hiram. He finished the siphon, yanked the tube out, grabbed the container. They got back in the truck, pulled away just as the infected reached them. Hands scraped against the passenger window, leaving smears. Then they were clear, back on the road, putting distance between themselves and danger. 20 miles south of Amarillo, they came to a decision point. The road forked. One direction led toward Lubbock, another major city. The other led into less populated ranch country. They took the ranch road. The landscape opened up. Rolling plains, patches of scrub grass, fences marking property lines. They passed ranches where cattle still grazed, oblivious to the end of human civilization. Past farmhouses, some intact, some with signs of destruction. At one farmhouse they stopped. It looked defensible, single-story, small windows, surrounded by open land. They could see for a long distance, would have warning if infected approached. Worth checking out. They parked the truck in the driveway, approached the house carefully. The front door was closed but unlocked. Inside was dark. Hiram pushed the door open, waited. Nothing moved. They entered. The house was empty, abandoned in a hurry, belongings scattered but no bodies, no infected. It had a small kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, bathroom. The taps were dry, well pump needed power, but there were bottles of water in the pantry, canned goods, dry pasta, supplies. This could work, Linda said. Hiram checked the windows, the doors. Good solid wood, locks that worked. He could reinforce them, barricade if needed. The house sat on a small rise, offering visibility. There was a barn out back that might have more supplies, and most importantly, it was isolated. No nearby neighbors, no concentration of infected. They spent the afternoon securing the house, moved furniture to block the lower windows, checked every room, every closet, making sure nothing was hiding, found a hunting rifle in the master bedroom closet, a bolt-action .3006 with a box of ammunition. Not much, 20 rounds, but infinitely better than the pry bar and hammer. Night fell. They ate from the canned goods they'd found, green beans and peaches, cold but edible. Drank bottled water. For the first time in days, Hiram felt almost safe. Almost. But they couldn't stay here forever either. Eventually the food would run out. Eventually they'd need medicine or other supplies. Eventually the infected would find them. But for now, for this night, they were safe. Day 10. They explored the property. The barn held tools, fence posts, wire. A small tractor, though without fuel it was useless. Bags of feed for animals that were long gone. And in the back, a water catchment system. Rain barrels that fed from the barn's gutters. The barrels were full. Clean water. They spent days fortifying. Hiram used his knowledge of construction and mechanics to improve the house's defenses. Reinforced doors with metal brackets scavenged from the barn. Built shutters for the windows that could be closed and barred from inside. dug a fire pit in the yard for cooking since the house's stove wouldn't work without power. Linda organized their supplies, created a detailed inventory, figured out rations that would stretch the food for weeks. They had enough water if they were careful. And the rifle meant they could potentially hunt if needed, though gunshots would attract infected. For a while, it almost seemed sustainable. Days passed. A week. 2 weeks. They fell into a routine. Hiram would patrol the property each morning, checking the perimeter, looking for threats. Linda would maintain the house, prepare their meals, tend to their increasingly meager supplies. At night, they'd sit together, talking about the past, avoiding the future. But the future came anyway. On day 23, they saw movement on the road. A group of people, maybe 8 or 10 of them, walking down the asphalt. At first, Hiram thought they were infected, but their movement was wrong, too coordinated, too purposeful. Survivors. The group saw the house, saw the smoke from their cooking fire, changed direction, headed toward them. Hiram grabbed the rifle, positioned himself at the front window. Linda hid in the bedroom. They'd talked about this possibility, had a plan. He'd try to talk first, negotiate, but if the group was hostile, he'd use the rifle. The group reached the house. 7 of them, Hiram could see now. Mix of men and women, ranging from young to middle-aged. They looked rough, dirty, exhausted, but not starving, armed with improvised weapons, baseball bats, and crowbars. One of the men stepped forward. "Hey, in there! We saw your fire. We're not looking for trouble, just need food and water. We can trade." "Don't have much to trade," Hiram called back through the closed door. "Barely enough for ourselves. Come on, man, we've been walking for days. At least give us water." Hiram hesitated. They probably did need help, but if he let them in, would they leave? Or would they decide to take the house by force? "I'll bring out water," he said. "Stay where you are." He filled 2 bottles, opened the door a crack, set them on the porch, started to close the door. One of the women in the group rushed forward, grabbed the bottles. "Thank you. Thank you so much." "Where are you headed?" Hiram asked. "Anywhere that isn't a city. Heard there might be safe zones being set up, Army or FEMA or something, down toward the border." That was news. "Safe zones?" "That's what we heard. Don't know if it's true, but we're gonna try. You should come with us. More people, better chance." Hiram shook his head. "We're staying here." The first man, clearly the group's leader, stared at the house. "Nice place. Must have a lot of supplies." "Not really. Just what we've scrounged. Still, better than the road." He looked at the others in his group, then back at Hiram. "You sure you won't share? We've got people who can work. We can help secure the place, scavenge for everyone. We're fine alone." "All right." The leader's expression hardened. "Here's the thing. We outnumber you. We're not bad people, but we're desperate. You've got food and shelter. We need it, so you can let us in peacefully or we can take it." Hiram raised the rifle, pointed it through the gap in the door. "You can try." Standoff. The group backed up slightly, but they didn't leave. They stood in the yard, talking among themselves, glancing at the house. Hiram kept the rifle trained on them, heart pounding. He had 20 rounds against 7 people. If it came to shooting, he'd have to make every shot count. And Linda would be alone. "Please leave," he thought. "Just leave." One of the women in the group argued with the leader. Hiram couldn't hear words but could see body language, her gesturing, shaking her head, pointing back toward the road. The leader hesitated, clearly torn. Finally, he turned to Hiram. "We're going." "But this is a mistake. You can't survive alone forever." "We'll manage." The group retreated, walking back toward the road. But they stopped at the property line, huddled together, talking. Hiram watched them through the window. They set up a camp right there, in the ditch beside the road. They weren't leaving. They were waiting. "What do we do?" Linda asked from the bedroom. I don't know. Stay alert. Hope they move on. But they didn't move on. They stayed there all day, all night. In the morning, Hiram saw them still camped, watching the house, waiting for him to make a mistake, to lower his guard. Day 24. The group was still there. Hiram was exhausted, hadn't slept, too afraid to close his eyes. Linda took a turn watching, but she was terrified. Neither of them knew what to do. That afternoon, smoke appeared on the horizon. A lot of it, dark and thick. Something big was burning. The group by the road noticed too. They packed up quickly, started walking away from the smoke, urgency in their movements. Hiram watched through binoculars he'd found in the house. The smoke was getting closer, and beneath it, movement. A lot of movement. A horde of infected, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all moving together like a single organism. They must have been concentrated in a city somewhere to the north, and something had drawn them south. Fire, noise, the group's presence. Something had triggered a migration. The horde reached the road where the group had been camping, overran it. The survivors ran, but there were too many infected. Too fast, too many. Hiram watched through the binoculars as the group was pulled down one by one, disappeared into the mass of bodies, and the horde kept coming, straight toward the farmhouse. We have to go, Hiram said. Now. They grabbed their bags, the rifle, what food and water they could carry, ran to the truck. Hiram keyed the ignition. The engine turned over, caught. He threw it in reverse, backed out of the driveway as the first infected reached the house. They weren't going to make it. The horde was too big, too close. It stretched across the road in both directions, hundreds deep, thousands. He couldn't drive through that. The fields. They'd have to go cross-country. Hiram jerked the wheel, drove off the road into the field beside the house. The truck bounced over rough ground, tires struggling for traction. Behind them, the horde followed, drawn by the engine noise. The field opened onto another road, a dirt track between properties. Hiram took it, pushing the truck as fast as he dared. The horde fell behind but didn't stop. They kept coming, relentless, following the sound. Where do we go? Linda shouted over the engine. Anywhere, just away. They drove for miles, navigating between farms and ranches, trying to keep ahead of the horde. But the truck was loud, conspicuous. Every infected in the area was drawn to it. They were leading a parade of death. The fuel gauge was dropping again. They'd filled up at the farmhouse, but this cross-country driving burned gas fast. Another 10 miles and they'd be empty. Hiram saw a small town ahead. Maybe they could lose the horde in the buildings, find a place to hide until it passed, or find more fuel, or something. The town was called Glen Rio, a dot on the map straddling the Texas-New Mexico border. Population maybe 100 before the outbreak. Now it was deserted. They drove down the main street, really the only street, looking for options. There, a car dealership, old and small, maybe 8 vehicles on the lot, and more importantly, a garage with a fuel tank for servicing vehicles. Hiram pulled up to the garage, jumped out, started checking the tank. There was fuel, thank God. He started pumping. Behind them, the horde entered the town. They could hear the moaning, getting louder, getting closer. Hurry, Linda said. The fuel flowed into the tank with agonizing slowness. Hiram watched the horde approach, a wall of bodies filling the street. They had maybe 2 minutes, maybe less. The truck's tank filled. He yanked the pump out, jumped back in, hit the gas. The truck lurched forward just as the leading edge of the horde reached them. Infected hands slapped against the tailgate, missed. They raced through Glen Rio, emerged on the other side, but the horde was still following, and more infected emerged from buildings, drawn by the noise. The truck was like a Pied Piper, gathering every infected it passed. We can't keep this up, Linda said. The sound is drawing them. She was right. As long as they were in the truck, they'd never lose the horde. They needed to ditch the vehicle, hide, let the horde pass. But where? Ahead, a larger town appeared. Canyon, no, different Canyon, not the one where his daughter had died. This one was smaller, just another Texas panhandle town. But it had buildings, places to hide. Hiram drove into the town, took side streets, trying to confuse the horde, parked the truck behind a shopping center, left the engine running, and they ran. The infected would follow the truck's sound, investigate it, waste time while Hiram and Linda hid. They found a small office building, door unlocked. Inside was dark and empty. They climbed to the second floor, hid in an interior room with no windows, barricaded the door, and waited. Outside, the horde found the truck. They could hear the sounds, moaning, metal bending, glass breaking. The infected tore the truck apart, then spread through the town, searching for prey. For hours, the sounds continued. Then slowly, gradually, they faded. By nightfall, it was quiet. Hiram risked looking out a window. The street was empty. The horde had moved on, following some other stimulus. The truck was destroyed, useless. They were on foot now. "What's the plan?" Linda asked. She looked exhausted, defeated. Hiram didn't answer immediately. He was thinking about the survivor group's words. Safe zones down toward the border, Army or FEMA. It was probably bullshit. Probably just rumors. But maybe not. Maybe there was somewhere organized response was happening. Somewhere they could go and be protected. "We head south," he said. "On foot. Try to find these safe zones. That's a long walk." "It is. We might not make it." "I know." They left at dawn, day 25. Walking now, two elderly people with packs and weapons, trying to survive in a world that had ended. They moved slowly, conserving energy. Stayed off main roads when possible, avoided towns and cities, slept in abandoned houses and barns. The journey became a blur, days blending together. They saw other survivors occasionally, mostly keeping their distance. Everyone suspicious of everyone else. Saw more hordes, smaller than the first, always giving them wide berth. Saw the landscape changing from flat plains to rolling hills as they moved south. Food became the main challenge. They'd long since exhausted what they carried and had to scavenge as they went. Most places had already been picked clean by earlier survivors. They found cans of food in unlikely places, a mechanic's shop, a church basement, an abandoned RV. Never enough, but always just enough to keep going one more day. Water was easier. It rained occasionally, and they collected what they could. Found streams and creeks, used iodine tablets they'd scavenged to purify it. Hiram's engineering knowledge came in handy. He built simple water filters from sand and charcoal, improved their odds of avoiding sickness. Linda got sick anyway. Day 38, she developed a fever. They were holed up in an abandoned gas station at the time, and Hiram couldn't tell if it was the infection or just regular illness from bad water or exposure. She was burning up, delirious. He had no medicine, no way to help her. He could only put cold compresses on her forehead, make her drink water, and wait. For 3 days, she was out of her head, rambling, crying out, talking to their daughter, to the grandkids, as if they were still alive. Hiram held her hand and listened to her grief pour out, helpless to ease it. On day 41, the fever broke. She woke, weak but clear-headed. "How long?" she rasped. 3 days? Are we still going south? When you're strong enough?" "I'm strong enough now." She wasn't, but he knew better than to argue. They'd been together too long. She'd push herself past her limits because stopping meant dying. So would he. They walked. Linda leaning on him, both of them barely moving, but moving, always moving. South toward a rumor of safety that probably didn't exist. Day 50. They'd been on the road for over a month since leaving Amarillo. Hiram had lost weight, his clothes hanging loose. Linda was a shadow of herself, They were running out of time. The body could only take so much deprivation, so much stress. They reached Lubbock, or what was left of it. The city was burned and dead, infected, wandering through ruins. They skirted around it, staying in the outskirts. Found a sporting goods store that had been looted but still had some items left. A tent, sleeping bags, a water filter, a compound bow with arrows, quieter than the rifle, and arrows could be recovered and reused. Hiram had never used a bow but learned quickly. Shot at infected for practice, aimed for the head. Missed more than he hit, but his accuracy improved. Another survival skill acquired through necessity. They continued south, passed through small towns, all abandoned or overrun. The population was gone, dead, infected, or fled. It felt like they were walking through the end of the world, and maybe they were. Maybe there was nothing left anywhere. Maybe the safe zones were fiction, and they were marching toward nothing. On day 63, they reached Interstate 20, the highway that ran east-west through southern Texas, and found the first sign of organization. Roadblocks, military vehicles, abandoned but recent. Signs pointing, "Survivors report to checkpoint Echo 7, 12 miles east." Real signs. Official signs. That meant someone was still coordinating, still trying to maintain order. They followed the signs, walked the 12 miles, hope giving them energy they didn't have. The checkpoint appeared, concrete barriers, chain-link fencing, guard towers. But no guards, no military, just emptiness. Recent emptiness, though. The checkpoint had been functional within days, not weeks. Food wrappers still fresh, tire tracks still visible in the dust. Whatever had been here had left suddenly. A sign on the main gate, "Checkpoint compromised. All personnel evacuating to Forward Operating Base Sentinel, 40 miles south. Civilians advised to follow at own risk. 40 miles. Hiram looked at Linda. She was barely standing, held upright by will alone. Could they walk 40 more miles? "We've come this far," she said. They rested at the checkpoint overnight, found some supplies left behind in the hurried evacuation. Military rations, bottled water, luxuries now. They ate, slept in real cots for the first time in weeks, and at dawn they started south again. The 40 miles took 5 days. They moved slowly, stopping frequently. Linda's cough had returned, wet and rattling. Hiram knew that sound. Pneumonia, probably. She needed antibiotics, medical care. Needed them soon, or she'd die. "Keep going," she'd say whenever he suggested they rest. "Almost there." Day 68. Forward Operating Base. Sentinel appeared on the horizon. It was real, massive. A military compound surrounded by walls and guard towers. And it was active. They could see movement, vehicles, people. They stumbled toward the main gate, were met by soldiers in full protective gear, guns raised. "Stop! Don't come any closer." Hiram stopped, raised his hands. "We're not infected. We're survivors, from Amarillo. We've been walking for..." He couldn't remember how many days. A long time. The soldiers conferred. One spoke into a radio. Finally, "Approach slowly. Don't make sudden moves." They were searched, checked for bites, for signs of infection. Linda's cough concerned the medics. They took her temperature, elevated, and debated quarantine, but ultimately decided they were clear. Just sick and exhausted, not infected. Inside the base, it was like stepping back into civilization. Tents and prefab buildings housing thousands of survivors. Medical facilities, food distribution, organization, order. The military was maintaining a foothold, keeping people alive, preparing for what? Retaking the cities? Rebuilding? Just surviving? Hiram and Linda were given a tent, assigned rations, told to report for work detail once they recovered. The base needed everyone to contribute. Hiram's mechanical skills made him valuable. They needed people who could maintain equipment, repair vehicles. Linda would work in the kitchens once her health improved. It seemed too good to be true, and it was. The base was overcrowded, resources stretched thin. Disease was spreading through the refugee population. Flu, dysentery, infections from untreated wounds. The military was doing its best, but best wasn't enough. People were dying daily. Linda's pneumonia worsened. The base doctors tried antibiotics, but supplies were limited, and they had to prioritize. She got a single course of treatment, not enough. The infection settled deeper into her lungs. Hiram spent his days working on generators and vehicles, his nights sitting beside Linda's cot, listening to her struggle to breathe. On day 72, 3 days after they'd reached the base, she died. Just slipped away while he held her hand, too tired to fight anymore. They buried her in the field outside the base where other refugees had been buried. Hiram stood over her grave, alone, and felt the full weight of everything they'd lost. His daughter, his grandkids, his home, his city, his wife. 41 years of marriage ended in a shallow grave far from home. He returned to work because work was all he had left. Fixed engines, repaired equipment, taught other survivors basic mechanical skills. Days passed in numb repetition. On day 80, sirens blared through the base. An attack. A massive horde, drawn by the concentration of people, was approaching from the north. Thousands of infected, maybe tens of thousands, more than the base could handle. Evacuation protocols activated. The military began loading essential personnel and equipment onto transports. Everyone else was told to flee south toward the coast, toward another base that supposedly existed in Corpus Christi. Hiram watched the evacuation unfold with detachment. He was too tired to run anymore, too tired to flee to another temporary sanctuary that would inevitably fall. What was the point? He thought about his grandson's birthday invitation, long since lost. Thought about Linda's last words, too quiet for him to hear over her labored breathing. Thought about his daughter's final screams, all the people he'd loved, all the people he'd failed to save. The horde breached the walls. Soldiers fought but were overwhelmed. Infected poured into the base. People screamed, ran, died. Hiram didn't run. He stood in the middle of the chaos, pry bar in hand, and watched civilization's last gasp turn to rout. An infected soldier stumbled toward him. Hiram could have fought, could have fled. Instead, he just stood there, too weary to care anymore. The soldier's teeth sank into his neck, and he felt a curious detachment as blood poured down his chest. So this was how it ended. Not with heroism or redemption, just with exhaustion. He fell. The world dimmed. And his last thought, as consciousness faded, was of a birthday party invitation with dinosaurs on the border, and a little boy asking where Grandpa was, and no one left alive to answer. The infection took him. His body convulsed, died, rose again. But the Hiram who'd worked the assembly line at the plant, who'd married Linda and raised a daughter and loved his grandkids, who'd tried desperately to save everyone and failed, that Hiram was gone. Only the hunger remained, mindless and endless, as what remained stumbled forward to join the horde consuming the last remnants of the world that had been.